Chapter 15. The Date. Point 1. Sakura sighed as she finished healing the extremely nasty wound on Kakashi, the older man groaning in pain even when she was done. On his gut and some of his chest was now a large ugly spiral-shaped scar. Even with her healing, she'd been unable to repair the damage left by that attack of Naruto's. To think, I thought Naruto could never learn Chidori. Kakashi murmured before grunting in pain, then passing out, as Sakura got up and walked out of the room to see the others nursing their own wounds, Hinata helping heal those she could while Ino was lying back with a headache. He totally beat the shit out of us, Ino said while laying down, then grimaced while holding her head. He was playing with us as well, Niji reminded while Hinata finished with his wounds and moved over to heal Ino. And you said we shouldn't take Sasuke-kun, Sakura reminded, and then got glares from the rest of those in the room. You're an idiot, I swear. He took all 4 of us out with only a shadow clone. What do you think Sasuke could have done to him that would have let us win? Ino questioned, and Sakura gaped before huffing and looking to the side while IS was mentioning the same thing, making the Pinkette more annoyed. And maybe we should just concentrate on G going home. If Naruto-kun wants to stay here, he should be allowed to after all he's done for Konoha, Hinata said timidly, and Niji sighed, while shaking his head. Even if we wanted to, we can't. We don't have any clue how to use the technique Naruto used to get us here in the first place, thus no way for us to return home till we manage to capture him, Niji said simply, and Hinata nodded while still healing Ino's wounds. Not like it makes a difference. Even if we somehow do catch him, it's not like he'll just happily make us a way home, so we can drag him away, Ino reminded, and Niji nodded his head with a frown while Sakura rubbed her own injuries. What are all of you so worried about? That Baka was the worst in the academy. He isn't strong enough to… Sakura started only for Ino to toss a kunai that cut her on the cheekbone, surprising and scaring the girl. In the academy, I couldn't aim a kunai to save my life. If I had thrown that, then you'd be missing an eye, Ino said in a deadly tone while Sakura reached up and healed the wound on her cheek slowly. If I can get better at that, then Naruto can get better than all of us, Ino then said sagely, while sitting up once her wounds had all been fully healed. And let's not forget Sakura. He did kill Uchiha Madara himself, though you like to forget that a lot, Miss Cheater, Ino said angrily, and Sakura winced while turning away and walking off. What was that about? Hinata questioned, and Ino debated whether or not to tell her of Sakura's adultery and decided against it. After all, she didn't need Hinata killing Sakura while she had first dibs on killing the pink-haired bitch that she had once called her best friend. Naruto may have been annoying, but he had also been the single nicest guy in all of Konoha and one of her friends, and like Naruto, Ino didn't like it when anyone fucked with her friends, least of all her other supposed friends. Titan's Tower. Raven yawned as she walked into the Titan's Ops Center, more often referred to as the common room. The walls were all made from solid steel-colored white with red near the floor of the room like the carpeting, with sliding doors that activated when someone neared them. It had an enormous TV at the end of the room with windows covering the rest of that wall, and several miniature computers below the windows, a C-shaped couch before the massive TV, while to the back right of the room was an area akin to a kitchen and dining room with a table, and everything while to the back left was a normal couch with a table before it and a clock above it. Looking around, she then noticed that BB and Sai were playing a video game at the large couch while Robin was sitting at the dining table with a cup of coffee half finished. No argument today? She questioned, and Robin frowned towards the girl. Raven, breakfast was several hours ago. You've been asleep all morning, Robin stated, and Raven blinked, then looked at the clock. She frowned, seeing she had slept well past when she normally would. Hell, she had even somehow outslept Beast Boy. Sorry, I was up late last night, Raven said while walking to get some herbal tea, and didn't see Robin frown. Why were you late last night? Robin questioned, and Raven very nearly stiffened, but managed not to as she calmly pulled the tea from the cupboard. I was meeting Naruto late for a chat, she said simply, leaving out the parts about him unleashing true hell onto a bunch of ninja for pissing him off. Dude, you and that Naruto guy sure hang out a lot, BB called out from his spot, and then grinned. Raven's gotta. He started only for Cyborg to place a hand onto the green teen's face and nudge towards said Dark Titan. BB paled seeing as she was looking at him with a one-eyed death glare, but black tendrils were hovering just under her cloak. "Finish that sentence, and I promise, you will pay dearly," Raven said darkly, and BB nodded before turning back to his game shakily, Cyborg snickering as he did so. Ignoring them and the fact it looked like the game had ninja in cyborg armor, Raven went back to her tea and was pleased when it was finally done. Unfortunately, Starfire chose that time to enter the room and hug the Dark Titan, annoying her until Star let go and went on to her next victim of her death hugs, Robin. "Is it not a most glorious morning, friends?" Starfire asked in her usual cheery tone, and Raven rolled her eyes. "It's about average," she said, and Robin gave her a look that said not to spoil the alien girl's day. "Even so, the sun is shining brightly, the birds are making their wonderful songs of chirping, and the sky is clear of the storm clouds. Perhaps we could have an outing on this most glorious day, my friends." Starfire questioned, and Raven frowned. "Pass." With that, the Dark Titan walked out of the room while Star blinked, then looked to BB and Sai, both looking to one another before ducking down. "Sorry, Star, we're busy," BB said, and Sai took over for the green teen. "Yeah, I need to fix up the tea car today," Sai said, and Star turned to look at Robin with a pair of bright eyes, and the poor leader of the Titans couldn't help but give in. "All right, Star, where would you like to?" Before he could finish, a happy Starfire had grabbed him and then flew off with the boy wonder to parts unknown. "Dude, he really needs to learn how to say no to Star," BB said, and Cyborg nodded his head in agreement before both grinned and returned to their game, destroying evil Cyborg Ninja with their own custom Cyborg Ninja. Meanwhile, Raven walked into her room and took another sip of her tea before blinking as a few memories from last night caught up with her, and she twitched. "I have a date," she said with some amount of shock, while a couple books nearby went flying much to her embarrassment. "I just hope that doesn't happen tonight," she murmured before putting her tea down, and said about fixing the damage she had done to her room just because of the shock of actually having a date. Finishing with reshelving the books, Raven then looked around and picked her tea back up before sighing. "If I even want to go, I have to make sure I don't lose control," she said as she finished her tea, and then sent the cup into the sink via a small portal. With that done, Raven sat cross-legged a foot off the ground and closed her eyes with a breath. "Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos," Raven began before chanting her mind and attempting to center herself. Hive base. Naruto walked into the common room of his own home, dressed in his own civvies. He had just got out of the shower after working out some in the gym. Looking around, he saw Mammoth and Private were arm wrestling, and shook his head. He then noticed that Jinx was looking at him strangely from her place on the couch, and raised a brow to her. "Where are you going?" she asked with a raised brow, and the blonde teen blinked before smirking. "Out into the city," he said simply, figuring that telling them he'd be on a date would end up with them either following him or trying to figure out who his date was with, and he didn't need that. Jinx shrugged her shoulders after hearing his answer, however, and the blonde smirked as he turned and walked out of the building, wondering what new adventure today was going to bring. Titan's Tower. Raven had managed to center herself, at least she hoped she had, as she felt calm yet nervous at the same time. She had even taken a shower in order to relax, but she was still slightly nervous about the concept of a date. The closest thing to a date she'd ever been on had been when Malchier had tricked her into freeing him after all. Shaking her head, Raven looked at her reflection in the mirror of her private bathroom and frowned. "I'm too recognizable," she said to herself, as the entire team had a problem with their fans coming for autographs when they went to public places. This wasn't a problem at the cafe or at the bookstore because everyone who frequented them had either gotten used to her or plain old didn't want to know her and went about their daily lives. Thus, they tended to ignore her, while others in Jump City actively liked talking to the heroes of the city and get autographs and what not to show and brag about to their friends. Shaking her head, Raven stopped looking at herself with a sigh, a thought of being too pale to be normal going through her mind for the millionth time in her life, it seemed. Walking back into her room, she went to her closet and twitched upon seeing almost nothing but her usual outfit within. I need a wider wardrobe, she mumbled while reaching into the closet and moving the clothes here and there. She found one outfit that wasn't Azarian in descent. Instead, it was something that Starfire had convinced her to get, as she said it suited her, while looking less heroic when they had been at the mall for one of her usual shopping marathons. Looking at the outfit, Raven was silently thankful she had indeed gotten it, as otherwise she'd kind of feel foolish. Unwrapping the blue towel from around herself, Raven first got her underwear on, then pulled on the pair of black, hip-hugger jeans Starfire had got for her. Shaking her head, Raven then pulled on a simple black t-shirt. Her chain belt was then placed around her hips, and she pulled on a pair of blue sneakers Starfire got for her. Somehow, Raven wasn't sure this would work, then turned to look at her bathroom mirror and frowned, remembering her hair and the jewel at her forehead were both highly recognizable. Walking back to her closet, the girl reached in and sifted through it before finding a zip-up blue hooded jacket and blinked several times. Why haven't I worn this yet? She wondered to herself before shrugging and pulling it on and walking to her bathroom and looking at herself. Pulling the hood up, Raven was pleased that she looked just different enough from herself to fool the usual fans, and her skin could easily passed off as her being a goth or something. Knowing Naruto was a ninja meant she wouldn't have to worry about him not recognizing her, as she supposed he had to be pretty observant, plus he seemed to know where she was no matter what at times. Pulling the hood back down, Raven walked out of her room and went to tell the others she was going out so their fearless leader wouldn't freak out. Walking into the common room, it was Beast Boy who saw her first and gaped from his spot on the couch.
"What?"
Raven asked, and BB pointed at her. Robin looked from where he and Cyborg were on the C-shaped couch, and Starfire moved her head from behind the fridge to see what was going on. "Raven, you look normal," he called out, and Raven frowned while giving him an annoyed glare. "And what do I normally look like?" she asked with a twitch, and was suddenly grabbed by Starfire into another hug. "I thought I told her to limit herself to only 1 hugs per person?" Raven wondered to herself, while Starfire then placed her down and held her by her shoulders. "You look most wonderful, friend Raven. I am pleased to see you are finally wearing the attire I found for you at the mall of shopping," Star said happily, and Raven rolled her eyes. Did it really have to be such a big deal when she changed her clothes? "Whoa. What's the occasion for the change, Ray?" Sai asked, and Raven mentally thanked her titanium friend. "I'm heading out into town. Figured you guys should know before I left," Raven said simply, and Robin frowned with his arms crossed. "Where are you going that requires you to be out of uniform, Ray?" he questioned, and Raven gave him a cross look. "Out with Naruto to a movie," she said simply, and Robin's eyes shot wide open in surprise while Starfire squealed and hugged the girl tightly once more. "Seriously, I thought we all agreed that she could only hug us once per day ever since that incident where our bones started breaking," Raven thought, and was finally released by the girl who was speaking rapidly, and she then had BB grinning as he realized what was going on in his head.
"Dude,
Raven has a date. This I gotta see," BB said before turning into a mouse and scampering off to change into some civvies as well. "Friend Raven, I am so happy you have finally decided to seek friendship outside of the tower," Starfire said before taking a thoughtful expression and grinning. "Maybe we could even have the girl talk once you return about how your date went," Starfire questioned hopefully while Cyborg snickered from his spot. That's really not my thing, Starfire," Raven said with a blush starting to form before pulling the hood of her jacket up. "Well, Raven, do you at least have your communicator with you?" Robin questioned, and Raven nodded her head. "It's set on vibration," she said simply, and Robin nodded his head. "Then have a good time, Ray. I got some work to do in the lab," Robin said while getting up, and then walked past her, making Raven narrow her eyes and wonder what he was up to. "Well, Ray, think you should get going? It's getting late," Cyborg then said, and Raven pulls a shadow around herself and vanishes. Cyborg then looks around and frowns when he notices a certain someone is missing. "Where's BB?" he asked, and Starfire looked around before shrugging her shoulders. "Come on, Star. Go get some civvies." Knowing BB, he'll be following Raven to heckle her with blackmail or something, Cyborg said with a frown, and Starfire rushed off to get herself some of the civvies so she could follow with Cyborg into the city. Jump City streets. Raven appeared in an alley of Jump City before walking out and down the streets, her hands in her coat pockets. She looked around and sighed when no one seemed to notice her. I might actually get used to this, she thought to herself while wondering what Naruto and she would see, praying he didn't want to see Wicked Scary too. I was terrified of the first one. If he takes me to that, I'll probably end up embarrassing myself, she thought to herself with a grimace as she reached the theater and noticed nothing was playing yet. Looks like I'm a bit early for once, she mused, then realized Naruto's hideout could be anywhere in the city. It could take him a while to find her, and, "Yo, Kara-chan," said from behind, scaring the girl nearly out of her skin, as she didn't sense him. Turning, she gave the blonde an annoyed glare and noted he had on a black and red striped bucket hat today, hair still covering his cheeks, with his flak jacket over his red shirt, and the rest of his usual attire.
What?
Was it something I said? Naruto questioned, and Raven rolled her eyes. How do you do that? She questioned, and Naruto chuckled. Ninja, remember? He said simply, then walked with her over to look at what was playing. So, what you want to see, Kara-chan? Naruto questioned, and Raven looked up at him with a raised brow. Why are you calling me that? She questioned, and Naruto chuckled. Using your real name might draw attention to ourselves, Kara-chan. That name, or even Karasu, work great on the streets because no one knows you under that alias, Naruto explained, and Raven was mildly impressed he had thought this through that far ahead of time. What if someone Japanese hears you say that? Raven countered, and Naruto rolled his eyes. How many Asian people do you honestly expect to find in this city? He countered back, and Raven conceded his pint before looking at the posters on the theater and saw 2 or 3 movies she'd like to see. Underworld, she said simply, and Naruto smirked despite himself. Never heard of it, but it sounds interesting from what Jinx told me about the first and second ones, Naruto admitted while reaching into his jacket to pull out a wallet and checked how much money he had left, and Raven rolled her eyes. It's a prequel to the first one, so you're kind of in luck, she said, and Naruto scratched his head with a frown on his face. Never understood prequels personally. If you want to make something before the original, why not make it first? Naruto mumbled, and Raven smirked before rolling her eyes as they got to the box office. 2 for Underworld, Naruto said to the teen behind the booth, a goth kid who looked really bored. $12, please, he said dully, and Naruto tilted his head down to Raven. Do you know this guy? He asked, and Raven frowned, then nodded her head. I talked to him once while the others were at a dance. He's kind of weird even by my standards, she said simply, and Naruto slowly nodded his head before pulling some money out to pay for his tickets. The goth kid then slid them their tickets while sighing and looking either bored or possibly trying to look apathetic. Okay, what was with that kid? Naruto wondered, and Raven shrugged her shoulders in response. Guys like him are the reason I say I'm not gothic. I just like dark things, Raven said, and Naruto nodded his head in agreement with his date as they entered into the main theater. Behind them, a shadow jumped from a tree and onto the roof of the theater, slowly crawling up the building and to a vent, which the figure then crawled within. Want anything before the movie starts? Naruto questioned, and Raven shook her head only for her stomach to protest with a low growl, and the girl blushed lightly. Inwardly, however, she was also cursing about forgetting to have something before she left the tower. I'll get us some popcorn, Naruto then said with a shake of his head, and Raven followed after him while glaring at her stomach and wondering why it had to betray her. Behind the two, however, a boy wearing sunglasses sat with a grin. On his head was an old fedora hat, with a tan-colored trench coat covering the rest of him with a brown backpack slung over his shoulders. BB, came a voice as the person was lifted up and found himself being glared at by a bald African-American teen with a black muscle shirt, red Letterman jacket, jeans, and black running shoes holding him up into the air. Who are you? BB questioned with a nervous grin, and saw the teen's left eye glow red. Sigh. BB started only for Cyborg to place a hand over his mouth.
Dude.
You look normal, Sigh, BB said quietly after pulling Cyborg's hand from his mouth. Yeah, I fixed those hologram rings up to show me as Victor Stone, who I was before the medal. Now what the hell are you doing here dressed like one of the Ninja Turtles? Sai demanded in a harsh whisper to his green friend, and BB grinned nervously. I like the Ninja Turtles, he offered, and Sai gave him a look. Alright, I couldn't think of anything else for a disguise. And I really do like the Ninja Turtles, BB said, then added, and Cyborg rolled his eyes. Somehow, that didn't surprise him. Question is, Sai, why are you here? BB demanded while pointing at Cyborg, and the titanium teen turned his head to make sure neither Raven nor Naruto had noticed them, and saw Naruto getting some popcorn before handing the bucket to Raven. I'm here to stop you from spying on them, Sai said in a whisper once more, and then they both saw Starfire was hiding behind something and following Raven and Naruto. Starfire was dressed in a purple crop top as usual, with a purple miniskirt as usual, only with silver bracelets around her wrists, her long red hair pulled into a ponytail with a yellow ribbon and braided. A simple silver chain pelt was around her own waist, with white socks coming from a pair of purple slip-on shoes. What's Star doing here? BB questioned, and Cyborg closed his eyes and pinched the bridge of his nose. Looks like she wants to spy on them as well, he muttered, and BB managed to get free from Sai and ducked next to Starfire, who looked at him surprised for only a moment till she saw the green fur. Friend Beast Boy, are you worried for friend Raven also? Starfire whispered and got a strange look from BB, while Sai picked them both up and placed them on their feet so no one else would notice them. Guys, act natural. We don't need the whole town to know our civvies, Sai said lowly, and both BB and Star nodded at that. They very rarely used them, but when they did, they enjoyed the privacy they got. What do you mean worried for Raven, Star? She can take care of herself, BB said, and Starfire wrung her hands together worriedly. It is just that ever since the Malchier betrayed her, friend Raven has been more withdrawn than normal. I do not wish to see her new friend hurt her as he did, and wish to ensure he is not some bad person out to do harm to her, Starfire explained, and Cyborg frowned, having considered that a possibility as well. Well, I got tickets for the movie they're seeing, let's tail them, BB said, holding up the tickets with a grin, and Cyborg frowned. Why did you get more than one of these, BBs? Sai questioned, and BB rubbed the back of his neck nervously. I kinda figured you guys might join me, he replied, and Cyborg sighed before they all walked into the theater to spy on Raven and her date. Meanwhile, in their theater, Naruto and Raven had found a pair of seats near the middle row and sat down. The previews for upcoming films were still showing, so they had no worries about time at the least. You know, your friends were following us, right? Naruto said, then questioned with a smirk, and Raven nodded her head while munching on the popcorn slowly. BB wanted to spy on my first date. Starfire's worried you're a villain. And Cyborg came to stop BB, but wants to help Star, Raven said simply, and Naruto chuckled while leaning back in his seat. I would love to have had you around on my information retrieval missions, Karachan, Naruto said with a smirk, and Raven shrugged her shoulders before looking at him strangely. Speaking of friends, you mentioned Jinx earlier, she said, and Naruto nodded his head to her. Are you two friends then? Raven asked with a raised brow, and Naruto rolled his eyes. More like roommates, same with Mammoth, Gizmo, and some of the other Hive kids, Naruto said, and Raven blinked before she saw him snicker. In the Hive they used to call me the anti-Robin, now that I think about it, Karachan, Naruto then said, and Raven rolled her eyes. But judging by the way he looked last night, she could see why they would call him that. You still hang out with the Hive? I thought you weren't a criminal, Raven stated, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. They're my friends, I won't abandon them just because they like to actively commit felonies on a daily basis. Besides, I'm more of a security advisor, I even got them to lay off on Bird Brain's birthday, Naruto said, then admitted, and Raven was slightly surprised he did that for Robin of all people. I guess I should thank you for that, Raven said, and Naruto waved it off. No need, but let's make it a rule, Karachan, when we go out, we don't talk shop. And by shop, I mean we leave our work-related business out of the conversation unless one of us brings it up, Naruto offered, and Raven nodded her head. She could live with that agreement. It would make speaking with him less tense at least. Alright, the movie's starting, Karachan. We'll talk more later, Naruto offered, and Raven nodded while munching on another piece of popcorn. Meanwhile, a couple rows behind the two, Sai, BB, and Star were all looking towards the two. Dude, why couldn't we get closer to them? BB complained lowly, and Sai frowned towards his green friend. Raven can sense auras or something like that, and Naruto admitted to having ninja training. Ninja are always aware of their surroundings, man. Sai said lowly as well, and Star simply watched the two before shushing her two male friends. Please be silent, friends. The movie of viewing is starting, and I wish no to be thrown out. Also, we need only watch for now. Surely they will be silent and watching as well. We need only make sure he does nothing to harm friend Raven. Star said quietly, and BB and Sai nodded while sitting back and watching the two. Above them, the entire silent figure dressed in black resided behind a vent cover and looked down on Raven and Naruto, also on Sai, BB, and Star, and shook its head. The figure then pointed his pointer and middle fingers down towards Raven and Naruto while placing his other hand over his ear. As he did, blue grooves formed over the tips of his pointer and middle fingers on his right hand and on the palm of his left, allowing him to use them like a directional microphone and listen in on their conversation if they had another one. Chapter 16. The Date Point 2. Later. Sai, BB, and Star all sat watching as the movie ended. Both Sai and BB had to admit that following Raven wasn't so bad thanks to the movie. However, they then noticed Naruto and Raven getting up and all ducked down. Above them, the black-clad figure narrowed his masked eyes on the two while keeping his fingers pointed towards them. So, what now, Kara-chan? Naruto questioned, and the figure raised a brow at the nickname for the girl. Want to go talk at the cafe? Raven ventured, and Naruto nodded his head. Your friends are still following us, the blonde then said, and the black-clad figure smirked while Raven groaned in annoyance. I don't really care. I'll expose them later. For now, they haven't been bugging me, so I'll leave them be, Raven said, and the black-clad figure turned his microphone off, then crawled out of the vents to follow the two. Back in the theater, as Raven and Naruto left, BB, Sai, and Star all followed after them, trying to be sneaky, but both Naruto and Raven noticed them. I swear, Kara-chan, your friends are the most annoying kids I've ever had the displeasure of being followed by. Naruto grumbled, and Raven gave a slight smirk. What other kids have ever followed you? She quipped, and Naruto smirked. There was the grandson of my village leader and his two friends. Naruto offered, and Raven raised a brow before rolling her eyes. You? Naruto asked, and Raven grimaced before slumping. I wasn't well liked back home, she said simply, and Naruto reached out and patted her on the shoulder. I know that feeling. Sucks, huh? Naruto commented, and Raven nodded her head to the blonde in agreement. The two were in an amiable silence afterwards, with Naruto trying not to turn his head to glare at Sai, BB, or Star when he suddenly felt like someone else was watching him for some reason. Kara-chan, is it just me, or does it feel like we're being watched? Naruto questioned, and Raven gave him a look. My friends are following us, remember? She stated, and Naruto frowned. Not them. They don't put me on edge. Someone else is following us, Naruto stated, and Raven frowned before feeling out and frowning. Two of them, she stated, and Naruto frowned darkly. I kind of forgot to bring my surveillance stuff, Kara-chan. Got anything? Naruto questioned, and Raven closed her eyes and frowned. One of them is non-hostile for certain, but I'm having trouble reading anything from the other one. I don't like this, Raven stated, and Naruto nodded his head before checking his jacket and pulled a scroll from one of the pouches on the front. Okay, I've got a couple ninja tools with me, but that's about it, Naruto said before pushing the scroll back down into the pouch discreetly, and Raven nodded. I've got my powers, wait or attack now, Raven questioned, and Naruto frowned to himself. The old him would have wanted to attack, but that would be foolish as they didn't know what the intentions of whomever was following them was. We wait. Let's see what cards our mysterious trackers have up their sleeves, Naruto said while still walking, and Raven nodded as they then turned into the cafe, and Naruto noted her friends were still following them. Not very good at stealth, are they? Naruto questioned, and Raven gave him a dry look. We normally don't need to use deception and stealth like ninja do, Naruto, she stated, and the blonde former nin shrugged his shoulders in response. The two then walked over to a table, Raven ordering her usual while Naruto got green tea, and both noted one of the unknown pursuers was stationed at a window near the roof. The other seemed to have vanished entirely. Their three known pursuers, Sai, BB, and Star, were currently at another table and trying, but failing to hide behind a menu. So, anything on your mind, Kara-chan? Naruto questioned, and Raven nodded. I was actually wondering about that mask, those rings, and that cloak you had with you last night, she said with a curious tone, and Naruto grinned in response. The mask and cloak belonged to a man named Uchiha Madara, Sasuke's ancestor from 80 years in the past, if I'm not mistaken. Naruto said while rubbing his chin, and Raven blinked. And he's still alive? The girl questioned, and Naruto grimaced at that part. Well, no, not anymore. Naruto admitted, and Raven noticed how odd he was acting, seeing as he wasn't being witty or playful. Then what about the rings? Raven asked. She could tell he didn't want to talk about how this Madara guy was dead, though Raven had a few ideas. The rings are special in that they were once worn by the 10 most dangerous ninja, where I'm from. The group was formerly known as the Red Dawn Organization, or simply the Akatsuki. Naruto explained before their tea was brought to them, and both he and Raven took a quick sip. So, you were a ninja before coming to Jump City, right? Raven questioned, and Naruto nodded his head to her. What was it like? Raven asked, and Naruto placed his tea down and cupped his chin in thought, wondering how to explain to her.
Well,
at first when I went through the academy, I always thought if I was a ninja, no one would disrespect me or belittle me anymore, Naruto admitted, and Raven could guess why from his description of his past. Unfortunately, that wasn't the case. Naruto then said softly while leaning back, and Raven blinked. How so? She asked, and Naruto flinched while looking down. No matter what I did, no matter how strong I got, everyone always called me a weakling or a loser. No matter how many times I saved someone with a brilliant idea, or when I learned something no one my age should, they would always just call me an idiot, a dope, or a baka. Then, when I thought someone actually loved me, well, you know, Naruto said while looking to the side, and Raven tried to think of something to say, one of her emotions saying awkward, and she couldn't help but agree. I really shouldn't have asked, he seems depressed now. She thought then was surprised when he let out a light chuckle. But that's all history now. I have friends who like and trust me, and I think I'm starting to fall for a girl with eyes that are too cute. Naruto then said with a smile, and Raven blushed while seeming to shrink into her hoodie. And my eyes aren't that special, she said, and Naruto leaned forward with another smile on his face. I've seen jade, amber, ruby, diamond, sapphire, onyx, and even ivory-colored eyes before Kara-chan, but I like your rare amethyst eyes the most, he said, and saw the girl blush once more while fiddling with her mug. Tea, thanks, she offered, and Naruto raised a brow. Is it me, or does she channel Hinata when she's embarrassed? Naruto wondered to himself while Raven took a deep breath and then calmed herself down. And Naruto, could you possibly tell me something about your past? Raven questioned, and Naruto leaned back, taking a sip from his tea once more. Like, he asked, and Raven noted the titans around the room and inwardly twitched and promised to send at least Sai and Star to a nightmare world. BB at least knew she could take care of herself and wasn't doubting her in any way. It was sad to realize he was the one who trusted her judgment the most. Well, could you tell me about your mother's? Raven questioned, and saw a look on Naruto's face, and she grimaced. I am sorry, I forgot about that, she offered, and Naruto, nah, it's alright, Kara-chan. My mom. Naruto started, then stopped to collect his thoughts and gave a small true smile in remembrance. My mom, her name was Uzumaki Kushina. She was a beautiful woman with a kind heart. She always made me feel special, like I was the most important person in the world. Whenever I was with Mom, she'd always say for me not to start fights, to make friends, so she wouldn't have to worry about me. I guess I still start fights, but I do make friends now, Naruto said, then mused with a slight smile on his face, and Raven blinked several times. Wow. Do you have a picture? Raven asked, and Naruto nodded. Reaching into a pocket, he fished out his wallet, then flipped it open to show his mom holding him in a hug when he was still only 5. She really looks like Starfire, an older Starfire at least. Raven mused while Naruto then pulled his wallet back to have a final look at his mom before putting it back into his pocket. Well, what about your mom, Kara-chan? Naruto asked, and Raven flinched before looking down into her tea as old wounds started to surface. My mom, her name was Arella Roth. She let some monks take care of me because of my powers. I didn't get to see her often. She was always keeping away so I wouldn't lose focus, but... Raven explained, and Naruto flinched while mentally kicking himself. Sorry, Kara-chan. He offered, and Raven gave a slight smile. It's alright, I know it's uncomfortable for you to talk about your mom as well. She offered, and Naruto nodded her head, and Raven suddenly had an idea. Let's leave our fathers out of this conversation entirely. She offered while mentally wishing her father would rot in hell, and Naruto remembered the Kyuubi, so quickly agreed. How about we try something else we both like? Raven offered, and Naruto smirked. Books. He offered, and Raven smiled for once, fully, and Naruto grinned inwardly. She's much prettier when she smiles. He noted idly while Raven asked if he had any good ones on Legends and the like. Naruto grinned at this and mentioned having a few on his land's legends, as well as stories which Raven got into. Meanwhile, Cyborg was listening intently, as well as Naruto explained his past as a ninja. Dude really doesn't seem to be a villain if all he's talking about is books. Cyborg murmured to himself, while BB was trying to listen in by pointing his ear towards where the two were and failing miserably. Dude, I can't hear anything, BB complained, and Cy grimaced while grasping an ear then glared at the little green dude with a frown. Quiet, BB. I won't be able to listen in on them if you talk too much, Cy said in a harsh whisper, and BB pouted while crossing his arms. Friend Beast Boy, why is it you wish to listen to the conversation between friend Raven and her own friend? Starfire questioned, and BB scratched the back of his head with a nervous grin on his face. Never mind, BB said quickly, and Cy smirked while Naruto was getting to the part of his story where he met with the androgynous boy, Haku. Well, I can say one thing. Raven's friend is thus far just that, Raven's friend. He likes books, has some emotional baggage with his past, and even seems to have a few hidden secrets like Ray. How the only difference between them besides blonde hair, and is that he can cut loose and enjoy life when he wants to? Cy said thoughtfully while rubbing his chin, and BB gawked. Boring. Why can't Raven have any interesting friends, like maybe a cool super ninja or something like RedX? BB demanded, then nearly shouted, but somehow managed to keep himself down while Cy rolled his eyes. He idly wondered why Beast Boy's imagination was so overactive, but decided he didn't care. Above them at the window, a familiar figure in black was also listening in and couldn't help a smile upon realizing it looked like Raven had found a friend. However, he narrowed his eyes, wondering what was going on with him, when he saw a frown on the blonde's face before looking around. Something wrong, Naruto? Raven questioned, and Naruto looked around the room with a frown on his face and a bad feeling in his gut. Someone's in a room, and whomever it is, they're starting to annoy and creep me out, Naruto stated simply while looking around and couldn't seem to spot anything out of the ordinary, at least ordinary with this world. That hard to ignore? Raven quipped, and Naruto slowly nodded his head while Raven concentrated, then her eyes bolted open as a flash of a familiar half-black and half-copper mask seemed to flash before her vision for a single second.
We need to go, now,
she said lowly, but with an urgent edge to her tone, and Naruto nodded his head, and both got up. Where? Naruto questioned, and Raven looked all around before frowning. Can't tell. Too many people around, she said simply, and Naruto started to tilt his eyes all around the room for a while with a frown obvious on his face. Whoever it is, I can't feel them out at all. Not one of the ninja after me, but I can still tell that someone's following us, Naruto stated, and Raven raised a brow for only a second before deciding she didn't want to know how he felt people out of a large crowd. Whoever it is also doesn't have any form of aura I can trace, so unless we're dealing with a robot or a zombie, I don't know what it is, Raven stated while walking quickly beside of Naruto, who nodded his head, having fought zombies before at least, though that was a story for another day. He's still following us, isn't he? Naruto asked as they turned down an alley, and Raven nodded her head. Why hasn't he attacked yet? Naruto questioned, and Raven frowned to herself. I don't know, and I really don't like it. None of our usual rogues are this patient, nor are any of them this stealthy. Raven said, and Naruto resisted the urge to laugh, as he knew just how true that was from living with just a couple of them. However, he dismissed those thoughts as he and Raven then turned down another alley and finally into an old construction site. All right, we know you're following us, so just come out already. Naruto called out, and Raven gave him a look. Gets him out faster than trying to find him. He knows we know he's around, so he'll either abandon stealth or just leave. Either way, it gets rid of him, or allows us to deal with him in a more proactive manner. Naruto explained, and Raven blinked before nodding her head, then felt a cold shiver go up her spine until she heard BB, Sai, and Star all fall out behind them. Dudes, I didn't have anything to do with this. It was all their idea. BB called out while pointing to Sai and Star, Cyborg gaping while Starfire looked hurt.
Us.
You're the one who came out to spy on them, Cyborg shouted, and would have continued had Black Fields not covered all their mouths. Shut up, he didn't mean any of you, Raven said in a low monotone while looking around and saw a shadowed leaning against one of the beams ahead of them, veiled completely in the shadows. And to think I thought I could elude detection for a little while longer. Came a voice that made Raven's heart nearly stop and her eyes widen while taking a step back in fear. The shadow then got up from leaning and turned towards the group, his arms folded behind his back, while looking towards them with a single gray eye piercing through the darkness around him. Karachan, you okay? Naruto questioned, and Raven looked to see him, looking towards the figure with a serious frown and nary a hint of, Titans, it's been quite some time and you have a new little friend with you as well. The cold, monotonous voice called out while a figure walked out of the shadows and Raven's breath hitched in her throat. Starfire gasped, Sai gawked, and BB surprisingly snarled in the direction of the man. The man looked to be around 6.5 feet at the very least, with an obvious muscular build, and a single cold gray eye visible. He wore an all-black suit of what looked like the same material used in the X suit, with a gray band around his waist and both his elbows, a gray bandolier around his upper torso, a gray utility belt around his waist, made of pouches rather than the plates the X suit and Robin used, his hands covered by gray gloves. Armor was placed onto his suit as well, however, over each bicep, both forearms, thighs, knees, and shins. His shoulders were covered by the same form of apparatus as Starfire's, only his had studs over it, with armor placed onto his boots, over his toes, heels, and the soles of the thick combat boots. Last was his mask, a strange mask made from solid steel that was black on the right half, copper on the left half, with a single eye hole with a strange black mark around the eye that curled upwards at the side of his eye. Pads placed over each of his ears, while black steel covered the back of his head and neck from view. Hello, Titans, remember me? The man questioned in that same chilling monotone that made Naruto shiver with a combination of fear and anger. He knew that tone of voice from only one person after all.
Who are you?
Naruto questioned while taking a crouched stance, and the man looked at him as if disinterested for a few moments. I am Slade. The man, now known as Slade, said simply, and Naruto shivered ever so slightly. He'd heard about this maniac while he was in the hive from the Troika. He knew his type from his days as a ninja, however. No way. You can't be Slade. He fell into a pit of molten lava. No one could have survived that. Cyborg called out, and Naruto had to nod his head in agreement. He didn't know anyone thus far, at least, as he'd certainly never try. Poor Cyborg, still thinking in rudimentary two-dimensional ways, I see. Slade commented, and Sai slammed his fists together, the hollow rings he was wearing turning off to reveal the normal Cyborg as he pointed his sonic cannon towards the man. BB threw his disguise off at that and crouched down quickly. Starfire powered up a couple starbolts and Raven began to gather obsidian energy at her fingertips. Let's just see if you can match up to the real Slade then. Teen Titans, go. Sai called out as he and the rest of the Titans lunged forward, Naruto muttering under his breath as he then lunged forward after them, holding his hat down as he did. Behind them all, and still unseen, the black-clad figure jumped into the building as well. Sai was the first to attack, lashing out with a quick right hook towards Slade with his sonic cannon. The man easily dodged, however, and then spun on his heel, sending the titanium teen flying back into a beam. "Still as rash as ever I see," Slade said coldly before holding his gauntlets up as several starbolts came his way from Starfire. "This should be amusing," he said coldly while crouching down, then jumped up and grabbed Starfire by her throat before slamming her into the ground. "Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos," Raven called out while grabbing Slade, then slamming the man into a beam, then another before throwing him into the ground. "Remind me not to get on your bad side," Naruto said mostly to himself, and Raven actually smirked, till Naruto pushed her to the ground and ducked as an exploding disc nearly took their heads off. "You shouldn't allow yourself to become too distracted, my dear," Slade said coldly, then grunted as BB in the form of an elephant rammed into him. The man narrowed his single eye, however, and quickly flipped onto BB's back, then used a device to shock the green teen, knocking him out cold, while Slade kicked off of his back and into a stance on the ground. "All right, this fucker's all mine now," Naruto said, and before Raven could protest, the blonde had already moved forward and jumped into a double kick to Slade's chest, sending him onto his back while Naruto rolled into a crouch. Perhaps you're not just a friend of Raven's after all," Slade mused, and Naruto smirked despite himself. "All right, candy corn face. Catch me if you can?" Naruto challenged before jumping up and then making his way up towards the top of the still under construction building. Slade narrowed his cold gray eye at this before chuckling as he gave pursuit of the blonde, following him to the very top where Naruto pulled a scroll out of his flak jacket and then held it in both hands with them in a ram seal. "What's this then?" Slade questioned, and Naruto grinned as he then threw the scroll open and placed a glowing hand onto it, a plume of smoke appearing as a gray utility belt appeared. His had 4 kunai cases on the front, 2 at the front of each hip, with 5 pouches beside and behind his hips all around the belt. "Now that I've got a few weapons, let's start candy corn face," Naruto said while placing the belt around his waist, then pulling a kunai from it and holding it before himself with a smirk on his lips. Slade merely hummed at the blonde's words before then reaching into his own utility belt and producing a cylinder which then stretched to form into a staff. "What is with you people and overly simplifying even the most basic of god-damned weapons?" Naruto questioned, slightly annoyed, and heard a light chuckle from Slade in response. "I believe you wanted to fight me just a second ago," Slade stated while crouching into a stance, and Naruto quickly pulled a chain from one of his own pouches and attached it to his kunai, then pulled a second kunai out and attached it to the end of the chain and held it by the chain. "Yeah. Now let's see what you got," Naruto called out before jumping into the air and spinning the chain, then threw it at Slade, who used his staff to catch it and pull the blonde down. Shinobi rule number 3. Deception is key to even the easiest mission, Naruto thought with a smirk, inwardly thinking Irika, as he then moved in the air to kick Slade in the face, then pulled on his own end of the chain, pulling Slade's upper torso forward and making him slam into the ground face first while dropping his staff. "I should have seen that coming," Slade grunted out before flipping to his feet, only to find Naruto swinging his kunai down at him and blocked with one of his gauntlets. "So you don't play to knock someone out, Slade quipped, and saw a nasty look cross over Naruto's face. "I'm no killer if that's what you mean, candy corn face," Naruto said with a deadly tone before kicking Slade in the chest, knocking him back long enough for the blonde to spin his chain once more and then spin it into Slade's mask, knocking him to the side where he quickly righted himself. "Come now, boy. I see it in your eyes. You've stained your hands with blood more than once," Slade stated coldly, and Naruto snarled before lunging at the man once more, jumping into a spinning roundhouse kick. Below, the Titans were slowly getting back to their feet, only to roll out of the way as several blasts came at them. "Oh shit, it's the Slade drones," Sai called out as several figures dropped to the ground below and aimed strange weapons on them. Each of these things had a black mask with a copper spot in the center and white reflective eyes. Their suits were full black, with a metallic collar around their necks, metallic gauntlets, and a metallic utility belt around each of their waists. They had metal shin guards with 2 metal rings around each of their biceps and thighs, and black boots with steel along the soles alone.
"Dude.
Does this mean Slade really is back?" BB questioned while the Slade bots crept towards them from the darkness, dropping down from the many beams, and Sai grit his teeth and aimed his sonic cannon. It doesn't matter if he is, or if he isn't, these things are a real threat at the moment. Sai called out, then lunged into the robots, pulling his cannon back, then slammed it into the ground before the robots, scattering them back while Raven frowned and looked upwards. "Be safe, Naruto," she whispered, then formed her ebony energy around her hands. "Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos," she called out while swiping her hands, forming an ebony blade and cutting through several of the drones. Meanwhile, Starfire was tossing starbolts into the drones when she saw a shadowed figure dropkick one, then spin on his heel and slam the back of his heel into another. "Who are you?" Starfire questioned, and the person looked at her with a pair of narrow masked eyes. "You know who I am." With that simple message, the person flipped back onto a robot, then slammed his foot into its head before seeming to vanish as the robot exploded, leaving a very confused Starfire to wonder what had just happened and who that person was. However, she quickly returned to the battle at hand as the drones fired on her once more. Frowning, the alien princess's eyes began to glow as she let out a battle cry and attacked the minions of Slade. Back with Naruto. Naruto panted while looking up from his spot toward Slade. The man had a cut or two in his suit, and his armor and mask had cracks forming. But the bastard just didn't seem to tire or wear out even a slight bit. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Naruto flipped back to his feet with his twin kunai with chain in hand and took a quick stance. "Honestly, boy, stop hiding that bloodlust. You have to hold back your own urge to just tear my head off. I can see it in your every move," Slade commented darkly while looking down at the blonde, who snarled while clenching his fists tightly. "Would you just shut the fucking hell up already?" Naruto screamed before lunging at Slade once more with a roar, spinning into a roundhouse kick, then slamming his fist into Slade's jaw. "Anger, yes, true rage, but let's see just how far you can give into it," Slade commented darkly, and Naruto growled angrily once more before rushing forward, slamming his fist into Slade's mask only for the man to flip him over his shoulder. "You should learn to always watch for your enemies to exploit your weaknesses, Slade commented while turning to the boy, and Naruto grit his teeth before then quickly wrapping his kunai with chain around his waist, then lunged at Slade, throwing a fist at the man, which Slade deftly dodged, then slammed a fist into the blonde boy's gut. "All right, no more, Mr. Nice Ninja," Naruto said darkly while pulling his hat off and placed it into his belt. Simultaneously, the blonde-haired boy pulled out several explosive notes. "That's it. Show me what your true power is," Slade said darkly while taking a stance, and Naruto lunged at the man, slamming a fist into his face while also deftly dodging the counterstrike, maneuvering in and out of the man's attacks just by the skin of his teeth, as he soon flipped back and away from Slade. "Tiring out already?" Slade commented, and Naruto smirked before looking at his work, an explosive note on every piece of the man's armor.
"No.
But I do have one last word," Naruto said while standing up and then retrieving his hat from his belt.
Boom.
With that, Slade was pelted with several explosions over his armor before Naruto then jumped into a roundhouse kick and knocked Slade back and down to the ground 30 stories below. Tilting an ear to listen, he actually smirked when he heard the man hit the ground with a loud crash. "Ouch, bet he feels that in the morning," Naruto commented before then rushing back down to see how the Titans were doing below. He instantly noticed the several dozen drones all over the place, with the Titans starting to pick them down. However, upon flipping to the ground, he saw Slade was somehow slowly getting back to his feet and growled, "Oh, come on. Don't you ever just stay down," the blonde demanded before lunging forward, grabbing Slade by the front of his collar, then slammed the back of the man's head into a steel beam. "All right now, buddy. I've had about enough of this shit as I can take, so just who the hell are you?" Naruto demanded while reaching forward and pulling the front of Slade's mask off, the Titans coming to see what was revealed as well. "It's a robot?" Cyborg said with disbelief, while beyond Slade's mask was what looked like a robot with a TV screen inside its head. "Geez, Giz would love this, still pisses me off to no end though," Naruto mumbled under his breath, then took a step back as the screen in the robot's head crackled to life. Now on the screen was a shadowed figure with only her right eye exposed. Hello, Titans. It's nice to finally meet the ones who murdered my father. The voice was young, it was feminine, and it was calm, cool, and collected. Basically, it sounded like a young and somehow female Slade's voice to all those present. What the hell are you talking about? We've never killed anyone, Sai stated, and the eye narrowed on screen. Oh? Weren't you the one who said he fell into a pit of lava not too long ago? The girl commented, and Cyborg's eyes widened while the other Titans looked to the screen in shock. Now you seem to get it. The girl commented, and Naruto frowned. Why the hell did you send this bucket of bolts down here? He questioned with an edge to his tone, and the girl on screen chuckled darkly. Quite simple really, Mr. Uzumaki. I wanted to see if my father's files on the Titans were still accurate, while also assessing the danger you yourself may pose to my future plans. The girl explained, and the Titans instantly knew that this was Slade's daughter, all right. Got a name, Sladette? Cyborg mocked, and the girl nodded her head. From now on, Titans, you may call me Ravager. Ravager seemed to give a bow, and Naruto couldn't help a slight shiver as the name somehow made him think of Karen. What happened to her anyways? Well then, Ravager, what the hell are you doing this for? Raven demanded, and saw Ravager's single gray eye narrow on her angrily. You and your friends took my only family from me. I'll make sure all of you pay, and pay dearly for it, Ravager stated darkly, and Naruto frowned. But until next we meet, Titans, I leave you a little gift. With that, a 020 appeared on the screen and began to count down. I hate it when they do that, Naruto said before rushing out of the area, Cyborg and the others quickly following and jumping down as the Slade bot in the construction site went off, causing the building to fall in on itself, while the 5 teens watched. I am so not paying for that, Naruto said, and got looks from the Titans before nodding their heads in agreement with him on not paying for the damages to the still only quarter-finished building. Titans Tower, later. Raven and the other Titans all made it back to the tower with Naruto there to say goodnight to his date. Raven and Naruto were up front at the moment, Raven's friends behind them as she walked up to the door, and then turned to face Naruto with an apologetic expression on her face. Sorry about the date going bad. I was actually having fun before that robot showed up to spoil it, Raven said while turning to the blonde only to see a grin form on Naruto's face. Are you kidding me? Even with the freaky robot, I had a blast, Kara-chan. Naruto said with his arms crossed behind his head, and Raven managed a tiny smile before they then noticed Sai, Star, and BB were all still watching them. Seeing as the peanut gallery is still around, I should probably head on home myself, Kara-chan. See you again for tea tomorrow, though, Naruto said while giving a hug to Raven, who blushed while attempting to reciprocate, without embarrassing herself too much. Once that was done, Naruto turned around, waved to Sai, BB, and Star, then walked off, seeming to vanish into the shadows surrounding the tower. How did he do that? Cyborg questioned while scratching his head, and BB plainly gawked while thinking ninja in his head for the millionth time. Seeing the two as they were, Raven couldn't help it as she smirked. It seemed he truly was a maverick showstopper after all. Raven, guys, where have you all been? It's nearly midnight, and we have to be ready for anything. Robin questioned, then stated after opening the door to the tower, and Cyborg gave a long groaning sigh. Long story, man. Real long. I'll explain it all in the morning, he stated while walking into the building with Star and BB tagging along behind him with tired expressions on their faces. Robin merely blinked before looking to Raven, who frowned slightly while crossing her arms. They followed me on my date for one thing or another, she stated with an annoyed tone, and Robin frowned while shaking his head. I'll get on their cases about your privacy tomorrow, Ray. Head on to bed and get some sleep. Something tells me you've earned it, Robin then said, and Raven yawned before walking into the tower herself and heading for the elevator, while Robin let out a relieved breath and picked up a briefcase beside the door. The briefcase looked simple enough, being silver with Robin's symbol placed on top of it. The boy wonder then walked up the steps and soon reached the level of the tower where his room was located. Walking to his room, the boy wonder entered and then walked over to have a seat and smirked as he opened up the case. Within was a pair of black gloves with metal plates at the back of each fist, gunmetal gray wrist-protecting forearm guards located at the back of the case side by side, a pair of black boots with steel soles and toes like his normal ones, a domino mask in a more V-like shape, a gray utility belt like Slade's but with a strange buckle at the front that looked like an energy core of some form, and finally a solid black suit made of the same material as RedX's suit but with a blue Firebird symbol on the front. Sorry to invade your privacy and your love life, Ray, but I can't let my team be endangered by anything. But now at least I know to at least give you some more space with Naruto. Robin mused, then smirked as he looked at the suit within the case for a few more moments. And I've got to admit, the field test for my new Nightwing uniform went better than I ever expected, Robin said before he then closed the case. So, what did you think of that boy, Wintergreen? Ravager questioned of her butler, and the man rubbed his chin. As you said, he is quite skilled, Miss Rose, but I wonder if he could actually take over for your father. He seems quite loyal to his friends. Wintergreen wondered, and Ravager merely waved a hand at that with a frown on her face. Perhaps, but what of the Titans? Have they changed since last you saw them? Ravager mused, then questioned, and Wintergreen shook his head. Then perhaps I don't need to focus on the Titans. This Uzumaki boy intrigues me to no end. His skills, his apparent powers, and his knowledge all combine to make him something akin to a force of nature. Ravager mused while slowly walking over to the back of the room, Wintergreen at her side. The two walked over to a table bathed in light. On the table lay none other than Blackfire strapped down, her breathing steady and calm, as she seemed almost asleep. Have you kept her properly drugged, Wintergreen? We don't need her waking up yet after all, Ravager questioned, and her butler gave a simple stiff nod before replying. We are lucky she revealed some of her faults when she fought with Starfire and RedX Miss Rose. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to take precautions to ensure her health during her stay with us, Wintergreen said, and Ravager nodded her own head in agreement, thankful for the man's quick thinking. Reaching down, Ravager then pulled the gem from the collar Blackfire wore and chuckled lightly. To think this simple thing is what stores all her power. She mused, looking at the gem before then tucking it into the girl's belt. She wouldn't steal it from her, though it seemed intriguing it would hamper her future plans to have her or RedX come and try and take it back from her. Do you have the modified version ready yet, Wintergreen? Ravager then questioned, and the butler nodded his head once more while pulling a similar jewel, only red as blood, from his pocket and handing it to her. This version shall overload her, Miss Rose. She will go on a rampage as soon as she awakens, destroying anyone and anything that stands in her way. Add on to that this new version will also at least triple her combat abilities, and she should be more than a match for RedX even at his best, Wintergreen said simply while Ravager smirked, then placed the jewel onto the collar-like device in place of the old one and saw Blackfire grimace in her sleep. She'll be a regular Black Inferno, then, Ravager quipped with a light chuckle while Wintergreen nodded his head. Shall I have her placed to attack those Hive Children's HQ then, Miss Rose? Wintergreen questioned, and Ravager chuckled while looking down at the girl as a smirk made its way to her pale lips. No, we'll wait until the Titans are gone, then we'll have her attack the city to lure out the fox to see if he's as dangerous as he seems. After all, Wintergreen, pawns are more useful to see what your enemy will do next, not to attack with directly, Ravager stated while looking at Blackfire with a dark glint in her dark gray gaze. Chapter 17. Black Inferno. Hive HQ. It has been a couple weeks after Naruto's first date with Raven. The two had been on a couple more, thankfully without the spies, and Naruto and Raven were able to share a little more with one another. Currently, they've been on about 4 dates in the past few weeks, with them sometimes bumping into one another at the bookstore. Once the Hive gang found out Mammoth and Gizmo tried to squeeze whom it was out of him. He also seemed to find Jinx more annoyed than she normally was around the base, usually saying something about oblivious blondes. At the moment, however, Naruto was asleep, dreaming dreams as he normally does, mostly of him kicking the Konoha nin's asses. However, when the first few beams of sunlight filtered through his window shades and into his eyes, the blonde ex-shinobi groaned. Naruto rolled out of bed once more and groaned as he sat up, mumbling about not being a morning person for what felt like the millionth time. Cracking his neck, Naruto then performed his morning rituals and then walked out of his room with one eye open and more than half asleep. However, when a shadow then formed out of the floor and turned into Raven, his eyes shot straight open and he looked around, before quickly pulling her into his room. "What are you doing here, Kara-chan? Have you forgotten my friends are your enemies?" Naruto questioned lowly, and Raven rolled her eyes towards the worried blonde. "1. I can take care of myself. 2. I needed your help, and guess the hive don't wake up this early," Raven stated, and Naruto blinked before scratching his head. "Actually, Kara-chan, they wake up earlier than me," Naruto said, and Raven was slightly surprised by this. "Oh. Well, anyways, I need you to do me a tiny favor," Raven said, and Naruto gave her a look. Raven didn't ask for tiny favors as far as he knew. No, the only kind of favors she asked for were the ones that could get a person mauled. "What?" he asked suspiciously, and Raven breathed out a sigh. "Me and the others are heading out into the ocean. I told Robin that I'd try and find someone to watch the tower. I may have mentioned that you have ninja contacts who could do the job for us," Raven explained, and Naruto frowned towards his girlfriend of 3 weeks with a look. "You want me, a known thief, to watch the city?" he asked, and Raven nodded her head, then pulled her hood down and gave him a look. Her eyes somehow seemed even brighter as she did, and Naruto tried to block the look with his arms. "Aw shit, Kara-chan. You, and those damn eyes," he said while Raven smirked towards the blonde who hung his head and gave her an amused glare. "You're going to be the death of me, Kara-chan, I swear," he stated while shaking his head, and Raven chuckled. "Really? I thought the great prince of thieves wasn't afraid of death," she quipped, and then found Naruto pulling her close to him, her face turning crimson as he did so, and then leaned down to smile at her. "Now did I say it was going to be a bad way to die?" he quipped with a smirk, and Raven lightly swatted him on the arm, making him chuckle. "So, what's got you kids heading off to sea?" Naruto questioned, and Raven looked around before sighing. "Brother Blood is trying to build another hive school. Only this one is being put underwater, for some reason. We're going out there to take him down, or so Robin says," Raven explains and sees a frown form on Naruto's face, which then splits into a wide, wicked grin. "Please beat the hell out of him for me, Kara-chan. I really don't like that bastard." Also, he had a window into the girls' locker room in the old school, Naruto said, then mused and saw Raven twitch before frowning. "I'll make sure he feels the full fury of myself and every female who he spied on," she said, and Naruto chuckled before being surprised, yet not at all annoyed, when Raven reached up to hug him around the neck. "Also, thank you, Naruto," she said, and then gave him a chaste kiss on the cheek before vanishing into the shadows. "My girlfriend is as shy as I am outgoing. I guess opposites really do attract," Naruto said while shaking his head and giving a chuckle. "Oh well, might as well go and get some chow before I head out. Wonder if the X suit is finished," Naruto said, then wondered aloud as he walked out of his room and down the halls until he walked into Gizmo's workshop. "Hey Giz," he said, and the tiny terror jumped out of his seat, then turned to the blonde with a snarl.
"Stop that,"
he shouted, and Naruto rolled his eyes. "Is the X suit ready?" he asked, and Gizmo blinked before grinning and nodding his head enthusiastically. Pulling a briefcase from under his desk, he sat it down and opened it to reveal the helmet. "It's ready all right. I went with a full-on overhaul and took the suit as far as I could," Gizmo said while Naruto picked up the helmet and noted that it was made from a strange material now, with the skull more or less the same at least. "I renovated the helmet big time. I took out a lot of crap and then redesigned it to have most of the old features while making them all smaller," Gizmo said proudly while Naruto messed with the helmet, trying to get a feel for where everything was on it. "What about the rest of the suit?" Naruto questioned while putting the battery back into the helmet and then fingering the helm for a bit, finding buttons on a few points of the helmet, one at the lower jaw, one at each ear, one at each temple. The suit is now made of a special lightweight bulletproof and fireproof material while being insulated for electrical shocks, and of course it protects against rain and other waters from getting into it as well. It also has a special coating that dampens body heat, so you're practically invisible when you're using stealth mode. However, anyone with sonar tracking will still be able to find you. I think the Tinhead Titan has this kind of rig up in his sonic cannon, Gizmo explained while Naruto nodded his head silently, still looking over the helmet as he then pressed down on the buttons at the ears, and with a popping sound he then moved the skull up to the top of the head. Inside, he saw there was a mask over where his lower face would be that had a strange design to it. The helmet now has infrared, ultraviolet, and scope settings, but they only work with the skull brought down. It functions as a visor, even though I've updated it. The mouthpiece holds a synthesizer for your voice and a rebreather just in case you ever fall into an ocean or something and need to hide. It also protects most poison gases, including Smilex in case you ever run into that clown freak the Joker. Gizmo explained while Naruto nodded his head and noticed that the skull of the mask looked somewhat robotic now. Also check these out, Gizmo then said while pulling out what looked like his old gauntlets. However, after reluctantly putting the helmet down, upon further inspection Naruto saw that these gauntlets had 3 scallops on the sides in a similar fashion to the legendary Batman, only they were retracted into the gauntlets themselves. The gauntlets were mostly black, with a ash-gray trim, the plate for the back of his hand having a jagged red X on it while a groove ran the length of the back of the forearm plate. A thick gray bangle was around the wrist, and then another was placed at mid-forearm, both having a section at the back cut off. You really need to stop playing that cyborg ninja game, Giz. You're getting them on the brain, Naruto said while looking over the gauntlets with a critical eye. Pulling it on, he then found a button, and the scallops came from the sides of the gauntlets. Okay, why do I have Batman's things on my gauntlets? He questioned with a raised brow, and Gizmo snorted. Those scallops are razor-sharp temp. They can cut through solid steel and deflect bullets easily. I figured you'd want something that has both defensive and offensive capabilities. Plus those would be handy if you completely drain the suit of chakra and need a weapon to fight with. Gizmo quipped, and Naruto nodded his head before finding the way to retract the scallops and watched them fold down. The gauntlets also have the same electrical knuckle function as before for fist fighting, Gizmo then added, and Naruto nodded before placing the gauntlet down onto the ground as the tiny terror picked up one of the 2 greaves and put it onto the table. This new version were basically exactly like the old ones. These were black and reached up to cover the knee with a single plate that covered the front of his shins like before, while they had thick black straps curving around the front of the armor then wrapping around the back, where another section of the armor was located for maximum protection. Around them for holding them on now, a plate looked to also be for the top of the foot with the straps coming down from it. A jagged red X placed on that plate with straps coming down to curve around his
feet.
These, like the old greaves, have the same electric function, primarily however they are just armor. I did however add protection up to your knees this time in case someone tried to blow your legs out from under you. They also have a special stabilizer and bracer systems in place with the gauntlets to help you land from high places without breaking your legs in the process, Gizmo explained, and Naruto actually whistled. He had to admit he was more and more impressed with Gizmo's work. Last we have the new belt, Gizmo said as he grinned and pulled the said object out, which, like the last 2 items, looked almost exactly like the old one. This belt was ash gray, with a circular gray buckle with a tiny red X in the middle of a black field, for prongs extended from the buckle and latched onto the individual plates that made up the belt. A strange plate was on one side, however. It has an upward slot with a panel showing several switches. Nice, the belt looks the same as well, Naruto said with a grin, and Gizmo gave him a glare for the crack. Gizmo then reached into the belt and pulled out several straps, 2 coming out of the 2 from the bottom, and looked at Naruto with a smirk, seeing his confused expression. I remembered when you said it was annoying how Robin just pulled your belt off of the original suit. These were added to prevent such an occurrence from ever being repeated. They go around your hips and thighs like a military belt has. Hell, that's where I got the idea, Gizmo said, then admitted with a frown, and Naruto blinked, then rubbed the back of his neck.
Air.
Thanks, Giz, that'll really help, he said, and Gizmo then pulled out his shoulder guards, which also looked the same as they had before. They were designed to have straps curve around his shoulders and under his arms. The armor itself was made from a thick black flexible material that offered some extra protection. The guards themselves were black with a dark gray trim, extra pads curving down from under them over his upper arms where they had a pair of straps for going around his biceps. These truly are no different than the old armor, just added some nanocircuitry into them so they'll repair themselves like the rest of the armor does when you wear it. I've got to figure out how you do that at some point, Gizmo explained, then added, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders before placing all of the gear into the case and picking it up. Why'd you need the suit anyways? Gizmo then asked, and Naruto smirked. I just wanted to head through town in style. After I get something to eat, of course. And with that, Naruto left a confused Gizmo in his wake as he then set off for the kitchen and some food. Upon entering the kitchen, he found Jinx sulking and looking into a glass of orange juice with a small frown and a sad look before sighing. Okay, what's wrong? Naruto asked, seeing the girl who looked up then looked away from him. Nothing, she offered weakly, and Naruto rolled his eyes then walked over to sit in front of her, placing the case with a new X-suit down. No, you've been moody for the past 2 weeks and snapping at everyone, Jinx. What the hell is wrong? Naruto said then questioned, and Jinx merely looked down and anywhere but at him. Looking back 5 minutes later, she saw he still hadn't left and glared at him. I can wait here, all day, Jinx, he stated, and the pink-haired girl frowned before letting out a sigh. Alright, I like this guy, she started, and Naruto held up a hand then walked over to the fridge and got himself something to munch on. Sitting back down, he motioned for her to continue, and she gave him a slightly amused smirk. Alright, I like this guy, he's really smart, but positively clueless no matter how many signals I send him. He also recently started dating this girl, I don't even know who she is, and I already don't like her. So now I'm trying to think of what I should do, Jinx offered, and Naruto hummed in thought while leaning back in his seat. Does he love her? He asked, and Jinx bit her lip before answering. I don't really know, they've only been going out a couple weeks, but he says they have a lot in common, Jinx explained vaguely, and Naruto rubbed his chin while taking another bite out of his apple. Thinking for a few seconds, then swallowing, Naruto finally answered her. I got nothing, he said with a smirk, and Jinx nearly burst into laughter and tears at the same time. She also had to wonder why he was so dense. Alright, seeing as I'm not good with girls, Naruto started, and Jinx held back a sarcastic comment. I'd say meet this chick he's dating and talk with her and try and work something or another out. According to my old sensei Jiraiya, you girls are better at helping each other than we guys ever were, Naruto said, then frowned slightly as he realized what he had just said. Wait, my old sensei was a pervert who wrote smut for a living, what would he know? Naruto said mostly to himself, and Jinx blinked then gaped at the blonde boy. Your sensei was a perverted old ninja who wrote smut for a living? She demanded loudly, and Naruto nodded, his causing the girl to snicker, then start laughing hysterically. Oh, dear God. Why didn't you tell me before? A ninja who writes smut for a living, that's priceless, she asked then exclaimed while trying to keep from laughing too hard, and Naruto grinned sheepishly. Well, because he kind of forced me to write a perverted novel while he was training me for one, Naruto mused, and Jinx stopped laughing and looked at him strangely before a grin spread over her face. This I have got to see, she stated enthusiastically, probably expecting it to be really, really bad, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Written in Japanese, remember, he stated, and Jinx smirked before speaking in Japanese, and he blinked. Why didn't you tell me you spoke Japanese? He asked, and the girl shrugged her shoulders before grinning. I can also read and write in Japanese too. Cheshire taught me, and to answer your question with one of my own, why didn't you tell me your sensei was a lek? She offered back, and Naruto gave her a look. Because most girls would instantly assume I'm a pervert. Besides that, so was Brother Blood. He had a fucking window to the girls' locker room for Cammy's sake, the blonde said, and Jinx stopped grinning only to snarl and clench her fist tightly. I'm going to kill that man when I see him again, she called out angrily, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Finishing his apple, he then headed off to his room. Hey, wait up. I need to see this try at smut you wrote, she said with a grin, and Naruto grunted, having hoped she'd forget he ever mentioned that. Now, he was going to have to find that damn book Jiraiya forced him to write all that time ago. Miss Rose, Mr. Blood has drawn the attention of the Titans as per your request, Wintergreen informed while looking to the back of a large throne. Sitting in the throne is Ravager, who then opened her single eye and smirked with one elbow on an armrest and her fist in one cheek. Then did Raven go to him, as we suspected she would? She questioned, and Wintergreen nodded his head while standing behind her. It seems he is going out as RedX rather than Tempest this time, madam. At least from what our surveillance drones were able to glean when he exited the building as RedX. Are you sure you don't wish to wait for a time when he will use his real skills over that suit and its functions? Wintergreen questioned, and Ravager briefly considered it before shaking her head from side to side.
No.
We have seen that he tends only to use his full skills when he's behind a mask. Now will be the best time to see more of his power, Ravager said before typing rapidly on some buttons located on the armrests of her chair. As we saw last night, he held back due to the Titans being nearby and possibly exposing himself to them as RedX or Tempest, a thief in one case and a hive member in the other, Ravager said while replaying data from the fight last night, noting he'd only needed to use his bare fists and those explosive notes to defeat the robot, which had been made to be almost as skilled as her father was in real life. True, madam. Forgive me, but I merely thought it would be prudent to wait until we could learn of his full skills, Wintergreen said with a bow of his head, and Ravager smirked towards the old man who had raised her for so long. Don't worry. We'll learn more about him soon enough, Wintergreen, she said darkly, while she then typed on the armrests once more. Let's start a fire and drive the animals from their homes, she said mostly to herself while Wintergreen nodded his head, as he understood what she meant. A flashing light illuminates a dark area. A pair of glowing red eyes open as their owner roars out in fury and bursts out of her tomb. Black fire growls angrily as her glowing red eyes glare out around her at the building she found herself in. The alien girl then suddenly grits her teeth for a second, bringing her hands to her head as pain consumes her mind. As she falls to her knees for a second, her eyes glow dims before she slams her hands into the ground, her eyes now brighter than ever. Roaring out loudly, the girl starts throwing dark bolts all over the building, blasting hole after hole out of it before looking towards the roof and firing a power beam attack upwards. Grinning almost insanely, girl flies up through the new hole she's made while scanning around the city. As she looked around, one might have noticed the small receivers placed into her ears, with a jagged black S on them. He's to your left, Blackfire. The one who attacked you is that way, the one who kept you from vengeance, a voice said, and Blackfire didn't care who it was as she growled, and then flew off in the direction specified by it. Jump City rooftops. Naruto rushed across the many roofs of Jump City, a grin on his face as he flipped in the air and came down on top of a building with great ease. I hate being out in the middle of the day, but shit, this test run is going great, Naruto said to himself as he'd been testing the bracer/stabilizer system in his gauntlets and greaves all this time. Now if only I had something to test the other new features on. Naruto then mused before looking around and frowning when he saw smoke and heard sirens in the distance. Ugh. Karachan, you owe me big for the shit, Naruto said lowly, then rushed over towards the edge of the building and leaped off, landing in a roll before he rushed towards the smoke and looked down with a frown, seeing several cops behind a car firing stun weapons at a familiar alien girl. Blackfire? What the hell is she doing here? Naruto wondered, then saw Blackfire lift a car and easily before throwing it towards the cops, most of the ducking out of the way when he saw Officer Connors down there. How does that old guy get himself into all of this trouble? Naruto wondered to himself before flipping off the building to land beside of Officer Connors, the brown-haired man aiming what looked like an M4 assault carbine at him.
Whoa.
What's with the heavy artillery? Naruto questioned while raising his hands, and Jack grunted while firing at Blackfire, the girl protecting her head with her arms as the bullets bounced off her armor. That chick is wearing some kind of flexible body armor. When we tried stun weaponry, they didn't even ding her, Jack said simply with an annoyed look, and Naruto nodded his head slowly. Geez, old guy, where'd you get that thing? Naruto questioned while Jack then turned back to shooting at Blackfire, drawing her attention to them. Seeing her power up a dark bolt, Naruto quickly rolled out of the way while bringing Jack with him. What the hell are you doing? Her armor is too tough for your damn bullets to pierce, Naruto shouted, and Jack rolled his eyes. Actually, I was drawing her attention to us so the others can get the injured out of here, Jack said simply, and Naruto then noted the numerous cops dragging wounded officers and civilians out of the area, while Blackfire was now rushing towards them. You wouldn't happen to have a missile handy, would you? Naruto questioned, and Jack grunted before firing a grenade from his M4, the grenade detonating before Blackfire and sending her flying back. "No, my Stinger missile launcher is currently in my car," Jack said, and Naruto blinked, then looked at him strangely, before ducking when Blackfire tossed a car at them. Both ducked down as the car then slammed through a building behind them before exploding, and Jack sighed. "And that was my car," Jack grunted out while Naruto then watched as Blackfire stalked towards them once more. "Someone is seriously PMSing. This is almost as bad as the time Jinx got pissed off at me for being late to visit her." Jack mused and Naruto blinked. "Almost?" he asked incredulously of the man who nodded, then rolled behind another car, Naruto following as Blackfire blew the car they had been behind away with her supercharged I-beams. When Jill Manx is PMSing, things blow up. When she's in a really bad mood, she starts bringing buildings down on top of you, and on her birthday, weird shit happens, yet somehow through all of that I survived by hiding under a cardboard box," Jack said, then mused while Naruto made a mental note not to seriously piss off Jinx anytime soon. However, both then rolled back as Blackfire slammed her fist into the ground where they had been, breaking the road up under them and knocking Jack onto his ass. "Something is seriously wrong with her," Naruto said mostly to himself, then flipped forward with a kick, knocking Blackfire back into a car. "Hey, old guy. Get out of here while I deal with the pissed-off princess," Naruto called over his shoulder, and Jack grunted while getting to his feet. "My name isn't old guy. It's Jack, and if you don't like that, then just call me Snake," Jack called out, then rolled behind a car and stealthily made his way out of the area while Naruto smirked. "Finally, a snake I don't hate," Naruto quipped to himself, then turned his eyes to Blackfire as she pulled herself out of the car. "Come on," Naruto said while crouching back into his stance, and the furious Blackfire rushed forward with a roar. Dodging her first right hook, Naruto slammed his elbow into her gut, only for her to spin in midair and nail him in the head, sending him flying into and through the front of a building.
Ouch.
That hurt more than last time, Naruto mused, then got up in time for Blackfire to ram into him, then fly through several walls and then the ceilings of the building until they came up onto the roof. She then threw him off of herself and landed on the ground, her arms hanging low, hair frazzled and seeming to make spikes at the ends, and her lips twisted into an enraged snarl. Seeing all this, Naruto narrowed his eyes and then stood up while Blackfire rushed at him, only for the teen to quickly throw her over and into the next building. "Something's wrong with her. This isn't like the last time I fought with her. She's angrier and her powers are stronger somehow," Naruto said mostly to himself while a roaring Blackfire flew out of the building he tossed her into, then lunged down at him and plowed him through the building once more and into the street in front of it. "I don't know if this town can take much more of this," Naruto muttered, then kicked Blackfire off of himself before flipping back to his face, inwardly marveling at the fact he hadn't been knocked out by that last attack. Narrowing his eyes as a growling and snarling Blackfire got back up, Naruto released the scallops and the electrode knuckles on his gauntlets, the X's on his greaves sparking as well. "All right, Blackfire. Let's see if I can't knock you out myself," Naruto said while Blackfire rushed towards him with a punch he blocked with his gauntlet, grimacing only slightly when he feels the force behind the attack, then slams his electrified fist into the girl's gut. Blackfire grimaced in pain at this and was sent flying back while sparks arched over her body. X was somewhat surprised when the girl sparked red for a second, then got back up and growled towards him, the jewel on her collar armor glowing. "All right, something screwed up is going on here," Naruto said mostly to himself while Blackfire lunged forward with a roar, punching and kicking at him wildly while he blocked and evaded the strikes. Kicking the girl in the head with an electrified roundhouse sent Blackfire to the side, only for her to get up once more and growl once more. "This is something like what the others said I act like in my QB state. Angry, relentless, and driven to destroy. What the hell has happened to you, Blackfire?" Naruto wondered to himself while Blackfire then flew towards him, and he flipped up only to spin into a roundhouse punch to her spine that sent her straight into the ground. The girl growled yet again, however, and got back to her feet, much to the blonde's annoyance and confusion as she then lunged at him with a roundhouse, but he ducked under it, then slammed his fist into her jaw, sending her flying back. It's like her body is on autopilot or something, Everything she's doing is getting more and more violent as she goes. Naruto thought then frowned when Blackfire got up again, then grabbed a car and then spun, throwing the vehicle at Naruto, who crouched. 1,000 blades, Jutsu. Naruto called out as hundreds of blades of wind surrounded him, ripping the car apart while Blackfire growled angrily. The girl then charged her eye beams with a manic grin, and Naruto cursed before throwing his arms up to block the beam that hit him and plowed him through 2 buildings before he stopped. That chick is on power steroids. Naruto muttered while getting back to his feet and noting Kyuubi's chakra suddenly seeped into his half-melted gauntlets, repairing them easily before vanishing. I've got to figure out how Kyuubi's doing that, Naruto said to himself, then jumped out of the rubble of the wall he'd been plowed through and ran back to where Blackfire had been. Looking around, he frowned, then turned on his inferred vision setting and saw a brightly glowing form flying overhead. Turning his inferred off, Naruto then teleported above Blackfire and fell down on her, plowing her down into the ground with an enormous crash, while Naruto flipped out of the dust, none the worse for wear. Turning around, however, he was surprised when yet again Blackfire started to get up, only he instantly noticed the jewel on her collar was sparking as if damaged. Something about that gem must be causing her to go berserk, Naruto thought, while also noting the clothes that Blackfire wore over her armor were now thoroughly torn to shreds. The girl didn't seem to care, as she then lunged at Naruto with a roar, throwing dark bolts at the blonde wildly. Naruto breathed out as he blocked each of the dark bolts with his gauntlets, effortlessly knocking them out of the way before taking a stance and looking at Blackfire. Not allowing her time to try another attack, Naruto lunged forward and then quickly dropped into a sweep kick. Blackfire jumped over only for Naruto to place his hands onto the ground and kick up into her gut, sending her flying high up into the air while Naruto flipped onto his feet. The alien princess managed to right herself in the air, but Naruto appeared and slammed his fists down into her head, sending her flying down into the ground. Landing, Naruto watched as Blackfire got up again, bleeding, panting, and looked more than worse for wear, and yet she was still getting up for more. I've got to put an end to this before I kill her, he said to himself before lunging forward. Swinging his arms, Blackfire blocked the scallops with her armor only for the sharp weapons to dig into her armor. Naruto then slammed his head into hers, disorientating the girl, and he quickly kicked the gem on her collar, sending her flying back. Naruto then teleported behind her and caught her, quickly ripping the gem off her collar. He watched her eyes dim. Soon her normal violet returned, and she looked up at him and gave a weak smile. "Thank you," she managed before passing out, and Naruto quickly used some healing jutsu on the girl, then picked her up and placed her over one shoulder before looking all around and narrowed his eyes. "Someone is pulling strings, and I hate it when people pull strings," he said, then looked at the gem he'd pulled off of Blackfire's armor before putting that into his belt. He then noticed something in her ears and pulled those out as well, showing miniature headphones with a jagged black S on the front of each of them. "Ravager," the blonde boy growled out before vanishing with his X-suit's teleportation function. Ravager smirked as she added the fight between Blackfire onto the screen. Playing on screen was Naruto's fights with Sasuke, the Konoha Nin, the Titans, his days in the Hive as Tempest, and his earlier fight with Blackfire. Beside this screen, however, a computer compiles the techniques and abilities that the ex-shinobi has used thus far. The list thus far has Rasengan, Udama Rasengan, Chidori no Rasengan, Kage Bunshin, Bunshin Bakuha, 1,000 Blades Jutsu, Futon, Makyu Kaiten, a strange, sealing ability, wind element manipulation, natural healing abilities, skilled swordsman/tactician, expert use of kunai/shuriken, and master of various Shadow Claw fighting styles. His powers are all quite impressive, Ravager mused while Wintergreen nodded his head from her side. "Did you expect anything less from him, madam? He has interested you for weeks on end after all. And this is possibly only the tip of the iceberg, as it were," Wintergreen commented, and Ravager nodded her head with a grin on her face as she watched Naruto as he faced and then dispatched his various opponents on screen.
Yes.
"He is very intriguing indeed, Wintergreen, but I feel more of an evaluation of his skills is needed before I make my first move against him," Ravager mused, and Wintergreen nodded his head with a hum while the girl then stilled the screens of Naruto in his various costumes and gear. Quite the odd one. Let's see how you fare against someone who can read the future, Ravager quipped mostly to herself darkly, while the screens cut off. Hive HQ. Naruto landed inside and quickly rushed to the infirmary, placing Blackfire down on a medical bed as soon as he arrived. He then did a cursory evaluation of the girl's health and found, besides a possible concussion, severe bruising, and the damage done to her armor, that the black-haired alien would be just fine. Sighing in relief, Naruto then reached up and pressed down on the buttons at his ears, the skull part lifting up as he then rubbed his eyes.
Holy shit!
Gizmo called out while looking at Blackfire, and Naruto rolled his eyes in slight annoyance. What happened to her, Tempest? Gizmo demanded, and Naruto crossed his arms. We had a little tussle, he said, and Gizmo gave him a look. She looks like she was dragged behind a train for a week, he shouted, and Naruto pinched the bridge of his nose before tossing the weird gem that had been on Blackfire's collar to the diminutive genius. That thing had some kind of mind-altering effect on her. While she had it on, she was going berserk through downtown. I stopped her from destroying everything and brought her here, because she obviously wasn't in the right of mind, Naruto explained, and Gizmo frowned while looking over the gem. I'll be able to tell you what this sucker did by tomorrow, Temp, Gizmo said, and Naruto nodded before cupping his chin. When she wakes up, I want you to try and fix up Blackfire's armor as well, Giz. Also tell the others she's my guest until she makes a full recovery. As for me, I'm heading to my room to relax a bit. With that, and a shake of his head, Naruto walked out of the room, with Gizmo nodding absently as he walked down the halls to find the others, and Naruto then turned down the hall to his room. Walking inside, he was surprised to find Jinx still there, and still reading the book he wrote with wide eyes. Whoa, is that even possible? The girl wondered, and Naruto chuckled lightly. The girl yelped hearing him and blushed as she quickly closed the book and gave him a sheepish expression. Tempest, you're back so soon? She asked, and Naruto looked to a clock and frowned at the girl. It's been 3 hours, he stated flatly, and Jinx blinked before chuckling nervously while rubbing the back of her head. And yes, the things in that book are possible, at least according to Erosenin, they are, Naruto said, then mused, and Jinx snickered, figuring he meant his perverted sensei. The girl then got up off of Naruto's bed and smoothed out her skirt before walking towards the exit. Jinx, he said, and the girl stopped, giving him an innocent look. Book, he stated, holding out his hand, and the pink-haired girl nervously handed the book she had held behind her back to him. It's actually not that bad. It does have some smut in it, but not half as much as I originally expected, Jinx offered, and Naruto rolled his eyes before taking the book and tossing it onto his bed. So what happened while you were out? Jinx questioned, and Naruto groaned lightly. I had a run-in with a girl named Blackfire. She was under some weird mind control or something, as far as I can tell. Looks like this one freaky-looking jewel on her armor was causing it. I'd appreciate it if you would head over to the infirmary and see if I missed anything. I did a preliminary checkup, but I didn't think it would be ethical for me to check for anything else, Naruto explained while detaching his shoulder armor and sheath, allowing them to fall to the floor. Oh, okay, Tempest. But I was kind of wondering, Jinx said, then started, and Naruto looked at her while taking his gauntlets off. When do you think we're going to be meeting with your girlfriend? She asked with a forced smile, and Naruto blinked before chuckling and rubbing the back of his neck. Whenever she feels comfortable meeting with you guys, I guess, Naruto said, and Jinx blinked several times. You actually told her you're from the Hive? She asked incredulously, and Naruto nodded his head. Why? She demanded, and Naruto rolled his eyes to his only real female friend besides his girlfriend. Because I don't like keeping secrets from her. If we're going to have any kind of a relationship, we actually have to talk about who we are, Jinx, Naruto stated flatly, and Jinx opened her mouth to say something, then closed it and finally sighed. Alright, Temp, I'll go check on this Blackfire chick for you. Anything I should know beforehand? Jinx said, then questioned, and Naruto cupped his chin in thought. She's Tamaranian, but she has an extremely weak immune system according to something she said when we last fought, Naruto offered, and Jinx raised a brow before nodding her head and walking out of the room. Once the door was closed behind her, and she had made it out of earshot of Naruto's room, the girl twitched. Why are all the cute and nice guys all completely clueless? She wondered aloud while stomping down the halls to the infirmary while grumbling about the blonde-haired boy under her breath. When Ideo meet this mysterious girlfriend of his, I'm going to talk to her all right. Jinx then said with an evil grin and pink energy spiraling around her left hand. Downtown, Jack groaned while he walked with several other officers, helping wounded get into ambulances. Just another ordinary day in Jump City, he thought to himself before rubbing his eyes and then calling out to an officer and having him head into and check out a building. What happened? A voice called out as Robin the boy wonder rushed over to him. Orange chick with black hair and powers like Starfire mean anything to you? Jack questioned and Robin frowned to himself. Black fire, he said, and Jack rolled his shoulders, producing several pops while the other titans made it. Whoa dude, someone went berserk on downtown, BB said while looking around, and Jack reached into his pocket and pulled out his smokes. Literally, the guy who stopped her seemed to say she wasn't acting right. And personally, the red eyes and non-stop growling also kind of tipped me off to that, Jack offered while lighting his cig and saw Starfire look around with worry. Guy who stopped her managed to rip this gem thing off her armor, and she just kind of stopped. Well, after he beat the unholy hell out of her at least. She kind of passed out after that. Jack then offered, and Starfire seemed even more worried while Robin frowned. Who was it that Naruto got to watch town for us? He wondered then was about to ask when Jack grunted and rushed over to a slab of rock and lifted it up, finding his M4 carbine. He pulled it out and then checked on the gun. Do you have a permit for that? Cyborg questioned, and Jack rolled his eyes before fishing something out of his pocket. Yeah, I also have a permit to live considering that the bulk of your enemies throw cops like me around like ragdolls. Jack offered while showing the permit, and side-checked it only to gawk. Whoa, you have a missile launcher? He asked, and Jack shrugged his shoulders. Some of us have to take Cinderblock down the hard way. He offered, and Robin pinched the bridge of his nose. Who is it that came down here and stopped Blackfire? He asked, and Jack shrugged his shoulders. To hell if I know. It was that freaky skull-masked ninja from the station a month back. I swear, I got out of the military to get away from this ninja shit. Jack grunted while his weird mannerisms suddenly made some sense. X. Robin questioned, and Jack shrugged his shoulders. I guess that's him. He did have a big red X on his mask and chest. Jack offered while taking a drag from his cigarette, and Robin frowned. How does Naruto know X? He wondered to himself, and Raven decided to add her own fake idea to the mix so that the boy wonder wouldn't get ideas. She had pretty much guessed Naruto and RedX were the same person, an educated guess, but still a guess. However, she didn't feel the need to try and track him down when he had nothing they could hold him for and would get them all into trouble more than anything. Maybe he's a mercenary, she offered, and Robin looked to her with a raised brow. As far as we know, X has kept a low profile on us since he fought with that Sasuke guy. From what we can gather, he went there to get Jinx out. Maybe the Hive kids hired him to bust her out. This time, he's appeared after I asked Naruto to find someone to watch over the city. Meaning more than likely, X is a kind of mercenary for hire by whoever can pay him the most. It would also go with his "I only look out for number one" motto, as he'd only be working for himself for the most part for money. Raven offered, and Robin cupped his chin in thought while frowning slightly, though the idea did have merit. Maybe either way we have work to do. Titans, spread out and help whoever you can, Robin ordered, and the group of teens moved out on the leader's orders while Jack merely rolled his eyes. Maybe I should mention he's friends with Jill or Jinx.
Nah.
Jack considered, then scoffed at the idea as he walked off to help with the cleanup with his hands placed into his pockets. Chapter 18. Tartarus. Hive HQ. Naruto walked out of his room decked in full RedX armor and then down to the infirmary to see a worried Jinx. She was looking down at a sleeping Blackfire. The alien princess was lightly snoring, but X noticed how pale she was, then thin sheen of sweat at her brow, and the dark rings around her eyes. What's wrong? Naruto questioned, and Jinx walked over and pulled him into the hall. She's really sick, Jinx said, and Naruto frowned while clenching his fists. How bad? He asked of the girl who looked into the room before turning back to face him. Giz thinks her armor was helping her survive the brunt of whatever is affecting her. She's been this way for well over a month from what he can tell. Her armor isn't just used for her powers anymore, it was the only thing keeping her from dying, she said cryptically, and Naruto leaned back into a wall and frowned. Do we have the supplies necessary to help her? He asked, and Jinx bit her lip.
No.
But the stuff we need is easy enough to steal from Star Labs with you as a diversion for the Titans. They work with aliens like Superman, so it's a pretty safe bet that they'd have the equipment needed to help Blackfire. But the real problem is we have no way or helping Blackfire. We don't know what she's got or how an antidote would affect her unless we had another Tamaranian around, Jinx said, then reminded, and you could see Naruto knitting his brow together deep in thought. Starfire is her sister. Could she help? Naruto questioned, and Jinx blinked then nodded her head. Close relatives often have the same blood type, and she and Blackfire are near identical physically, so yeah. But how are we going to contact her when we need you to be a diversion for the Titans so we can get the equipment? Jinx questioned, and Naruto nodded his head, then tilted to one side to look at Blackfire and narrowed his eyes. I'm the one who beat the shit out of her. I'm probably the one who really damaged her armor, and I'll figure something out even if it kills me, he said firmly, while Jinx gave him a look. You didn't cause this, Temp. Her armor was nothing but a crutch. This still would have happened to her eventually whether you beat her up or not, Jinx stated with a frown while poking Naruto in the chest. Alright. But still we need to help her, Naruto stated, and Jinx nodded her head in agreement with the blonde boy. Did Giz find anything with those earphones or that gem I gave him? Naruto then asked, and Jinx bit her lower lip. I never want to check on those things, she said, and Naruto walked down the halls with Jinx at his side. What happened to her anyways? Jinx asked, and Naruto narrowed his eyes. Someone by the name of Ravager was using her to attack the city. For what I don't know, seeing as the Titans were out of town at the time, Naruto explained, and Jinx frowned in thought. Ravager, why is that name so familiar? Jinx mumbled before shaking her head. Do you think we'll be able to get her some help? Jinx asked, and Naruto frowned beneath his skull mask before looking to her. If we don't help her, who will? The Titans don't exactly have the equipment to help her, nor does any hospital in the city, he asked, then explained to the girl plainly, and Jinx frowned. The Titans have connections with Star Labs though. They could get help for her easier than we could, she offered, and Naruto nodded his head. And then throw her in jail. She's biologically too frail to be in a germy environment like that for too long, Jinx. The only one who would fight for her freedom would be Starfire and maybe Raven. The other three wouldn't understand how much of a handicap a weak immune system really is for her, Naruto explained, and Jinx let out a sigh before agreeing with the masked boy. Heroes never really think about what they're doing, do they? She commented, and Naruto shrugged his shoulders. They don't until they see who they've caught. Sometimes the run-of-the-mill thief they throw in jail is a father trying to feed his family. What do you do when you find a criminal who can't do anything else but be a criminal? That's one of the reasons that I'm not a hero anymore. Too many morals and rules you have to follow, Naruto explained, and Jinx blinked a couple times before looking at him strangely. You were a hero? She asked, and Naruto nodded his head. When? She asked, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Before you or the others met me. I was always trying to be a hero, to save people and protect the ones I loved. Came to find out they were all lying to me, or in my ex-girlfriend's case, cheating on me with that Team Sasuke. Naruto explained, and Jinx plainly gawked at him for a moment. Someone would willingly cheat on you for that pretty boy bastard? She asked incredulously, and Naruto nodded his head with a smirk at Sasuke's expense. He really liked Jinx. Who? Maybe I can hex her into outer space, Jinx offered with a grin, and Naruto formed a shadow clone. Okay, why did you make two of you? Jinx asked, and Naruto looked to the clone that groaned. Do I have two, Bosu? He questioned, and Naruto crossed his arms. Yeah, I'd rather not head all the way back to my room for a picture, he stated, and the clone muttered under his breath for a few moments before making a hand seal. Kagehenge no Jutsu. The clone called out before a recreation of Sakura now stood before a surprised Jinx. I hate this, the clone said with her voice while Jinx walked up to the clone and then looked it over. She could pass off as my fucking sister, maybe even my twin, Jinx said with obvious surprise, and Naruto actually looked between them and blinked. Jinx and Sakura both had a scarily identical frame, height, and build. Jinx's face was also nearly identical save her slanted cat-like pink eyes and the pink triangles under her eyes, and the fact her forehead wasn't as large as Sakura's. Jinx also kept her hair up in horns and covering her brow, but it was obviously near the same length as Sakura's own. Jinx's hair was also a couple shades darker than Sakura's. And last, the only defining feature that separated them beyond clothes was Jinx's light gray skin. I never really noticed that before. Naruto lied while rubbing the back of his neck, having noticed when he first met Jinx, but never thought it wise to bring it up. Jinx, however, was looking at the clone disguised as his former girlfriend with annoyance. I bet he did notice, and that's why he doesn't notice that I like him. When I meet her for real, I'll send that cheating no-good pink-haired wait, I have pink hair. I bet she dyes hers. Jinx thought to herself with obvious annoyance, and Naruto cleared his throat to get her attention. Let's head on to Sika's now, he said before nodding to the clone that gave a relieved sigh before poofing out of existence. How do you shapeshift like that? Jinx asked, and Naruto chuckled nervously. It's called a Kagehenge, or shadow transformation, because like Kage Bunshin, the transformation is solid. It's the only way I know how to do it. I actually recreated the technique on my own without even knowing it, Naruto explained, and Jinx made an O with her mouth before walking with him into Gizmo's lab to see the tiny terror dissecting the earphones. I've got good news and bad news, he said, surprising the two until they saw him smirk and point up. Looking up, they saw a camera, and Naruto frowned when he then noticed a screen in front of Gizmo. Hey, why do you have to ruin my fun, Giz? He questioned with a frown, and Gizmo snickered. Yeah, well, I don't need your ass sneaking up on me all the time, he countered, then turned serious as he held up one of the earphones. Anyways, these little babies are wired to a satellite link-up and bounce through half a dozen of them, so I can't find the damn source. I was able to figure out the frequency and found where that was coming from. I then had Kid go and check it out, but it was a dead end as well, Gizmo explained before dropping the earphone, then rubbed his face while Naruto frowned. What's the good news? He asked, and Gizmo snorted. That was the good news, he said, and Jinx and Naruto looked to one another with worried expressions, then to Gizmo as he picked up the jewel that Blackfire had been wearing. This little sucker is the real bad news. It is a high-power focusing unit made to increase Blackfire's powers. But her armor wasn't designed for the amount this thing was putting out, and pretty much fried it, hence her current condition, Gizmo explained, and Naruto frowned to himself while recrossing his arms. Jinx looked more than a bit concerned herself. Is there any way to repair her armor then, Giz? The pink-haired luck charm questioned, and Gizmo snorted once more. Not in time to save her health. We need a way to isolate the damn virus, and we need some way of making sure nothing we give her will only make things worse. And as an added bonus, the only fucking place with any of the equipment I need is at Star Labs, he said cryptically, and Naruto nodded his head with a frown. How long would it take you guys to get to Star Labs and back? He asked, and Gizmo frowned to himself. Half an hour give or take, even with Kid's powers in use, he stated, and Naruto nodded his head before cupping his chin and then narrowed his eyes. All right. I'm going to head out to Wayne Incorporated to draw the kids' fire to me. That'll preoccupy them long enough for you guys to get the stuff. I'll just have to pull my punches more than I normally do if I want to drag on that long. Naruto mused to himself with a frown, and Jinx twitched slightly. It irked her that he was so tough, but played with everyone in order to amuse himself. What if they try to split up? Giz asked with a frown, and Naruto rolled his eyes. The Titans won't be able to take you all on with limited members. So long as I can keep at least Robin and Raven off your backs, you should do fine, Naruto said, knowing if he could get Raven to stay near him for like a minute, he could explain what the hell was really going on. Why Raven? I can understand Robin, but is Raven really that much of a threat? Jinx questioned, and Naruto nodded his head to her. Raven isn't physically strong, no, but her powers and keen mind more than make up for that. She's probably just as dangerous, if not more so, than Robin if you piss her off, Naruto explained, then lowered his arms and looked to Gizmo. How long do you need to get the others ready? He asked the bald genius, and Gizmo frowned in thought. I'd say 10 minutes to get them ready, and about a second for Kid to get us all there with his powers. Gizmo offered simply, and Naruto nodded his head while calculating how long it'd take him to get to Wayne Incorporated, then draw the Titans over to him. Leave in 20 giz. More than enough time for me to get into Wayne Incorporated and draw the kids out while you and the others deal with Star Labs. Naruto said, while Jinx looked at him incredulously. What about Starfire? How are you going to get her to willingly help us with Blackfire's condition? I didn't think they were really on the best of terms. The pink-haired girl questioned, then reminded the blonde, who merely smirked under his mask despite himself. I have my ways. Besides, blood is thicker than water. Starfire will help. But for now we should move out. Naruto said, then started to leave when Gizmo called out to him.
What?
Naruto asked impatiently, and Gizmo frowned towards him. Our team needs a name. I know it's probably not the best time for this, but seriously we need one. And a damn good one too. The tiny terror stated, then added, and Naruto thought for all of 10 seconds before nodding his head. What is a Titan? He questioned, and Gizmo looked at him weirdly. A Titan is a mythological Greek giant that is on par with a god in terms of strength. Jinx answered, and then blushed at the look from Gizmo. I took a couple ancient history classes. She offered with a slight pout while crossing her arms over her chest, and Naruto nodded his head. And where were some of those Titans banished to? Naruto questioned, having also taken that ancient history class, and Jinx raised a brow in thought before frowning. They weren't all banished to the same place. One was under a mountain, one held up the sky, one was bound to a rock, and others were punished and moved to other places for other reasons. She said with an intellectual tone, and Naruto nodded his head before chuckling. The most were sent to one place, however, including the mighty Kronos himself, he said, and Jinx still didn't get it, making him sigh. Tartarus, he said, and Jinx made an O with her mouth before blinking and grinning at the name. Where the darkness, the Titans were banished to, the other half of the goody teen Titans then. She mused to herself, and Naruto nodded his head with a light chuckle. What do you think is Tartarus work for you? She asked, and Gizmo nodded his head with a sly grin. Then I guess I only have one more thing to say, Naruto offered before clenching a fist and smirking towards his two partners in crime. Tartarus, move out. Wayne Inc. It was night time. The sky was clear of clouds, while the moon hung in the sky above. However, inside of the Wayne Incorporated building, Naruto crawled through a vent of the building before dropping down. Checking transmissions from Gizmo, he noted they were on their way to Star Labs and rushed over to a guard and quickly knocked him out. Dragging him into a bathroom, Naruto then rushed into the main computer room and hit the alarm, then ran out of the control room and down every hall so the Titans would notice him. Well, if that doesn't get them here quicker than a Hiraition no Jutsu, I'll be extremely surprised. Naruto mused while running into an all-white room, and then turned to watch the door while lowering himself into a lotus position and folded his hands into his lap. Now I just have to play the waiting game, Naruto thought to himself while closing his eyes, leaving himself fairly open to attack as he sat down waiting for the Titans. As he did, he began to ponder how he was going to make this up to Raven, moreover how he was going to get Starfire to believe him about Blackfire's condition. Starfire is trusting, but she isn't a fool. She won't trust me even if I did help her with Blackfire, but she does trust Raven. I need to get her to talk to Starfire. Naruto mused silently, then opened his eyes when he heard the door opening and saw the Titans before him. It's about damn time, kids. I was getting kind of bored just waiting for you to show up. A smirking Naruto quipped from his spot before then rising up to his feet and crossing his arms. RedX. Robin gritted out while Raven frowned, then closed her eyes and sent a mental message to the masked thief. What are you doing? First you stopped Blackfire. Now you're trying to rob Wayne Inc. She asked, and Naruto blinked before smirking to himself. Teen Titans, go. Robin called out in real time. So, you figured me out, Hakara-chan? He quipped, and heard a mental snort from the girl. Naruto then dropped low in real time, sweeping Robin's legs out from under him, then throwing him over his shoulder before flipping up into a kick to Cyborg's chin and landing in a low crouch. It wasn't that hard. Who else calls me that? Beyond that, RedX and Tempest both use skills and abilities that the other has. You both carry swords, and let's not forget RedX went out to stop Blackfire. not Tempest or Naruto. She reasoned, and Naruto chuckled lightly over the mental link. Back in real time, Naruto rolled out of the way as Starfire hurled numerous star bolts at the Skull Mask Thief, though inwardly he noted it lacked any of the normal power and easily blocked them with his gauntlets. All true, however, I have some seriously bad shit going down at my place. Black fire is really sick, Naruto said, and Raven frowned visibly. BB then lunged at Naruto, the thief nearly groaning as all he had to do was roll under the green teen then fire a sticky X at the boy, holding him down before he tried to escape from the red goop. How bad? She asked while Naruto slowly lowered back into a fighting position with Robin lunging at him with a roar. She might not make it, he said, and Raven's eyes bolted open in shock. Robin, however, was unaware of the chat as he pulled out a pair of birdarangs and then slammed them together, forming them into a broadsword with two edges, much to Naruto's shock. That's new, Naruto commented, and Robin smirked as I swung the blade at the thief, only for him to quickly dodge then flip back. I made it after you last used that sword of yours. I figured it's best to be prepared for any situation, Robin said with a smirk while Naruto rolled out of the way of another slash while pulling his own sword from his back. Really? I'm flattered, chuckles. You made that just to take on little old me? Naruto quipped with an obvious smirk in his tone, angering Robin further and making Raven frown towards her boyfriend. Are you trying to piss him off? She questioned while looking around for something to throw at Naruto, noting he'd picked a room with little other than the floor tiles or walls around them she could try. Naruto wasn't able to answer her immediately as he blocked another slash from Robin and both held then blades firmly against the others. When he gets angry, he gets sloppy, Naruto reasoned, and Raven blinked then rolled her eyes, wondering how everyone knew that but Robin. The girl then smirked to herself while reminding herself she couldn't appear to be staying out of the fight and held up both of her hands. Azarath, Metrian, Zinthos, Raven then called out while flinging several of the tiles from the floor towards Naruto. The blonde cursed while rolling backwards, away from Robin as the tiles nearly hit him. Raven moved the tiles up quickly at this to avoid hitting Robin and then brought them down towards Naruto. The Skull Mask Thief inwardly cursed while dodging the barrage of tiles then lunged at Raven. Sorry about this, Karachan, he thought to himself as he moved his left hand in front of Raven, and an X flew out to wrap around her head, making her glare at him. I hope you know that I will get you for this, she said to the blonde thief while said thief flipped away from her, narrowly evading a shot from Cyborg's sonic cannon as he then landed in another low crouch. Yeah, I know, Karachan. How about I give you a night on the town as payment? My treat, Naruto offered, and Raven rolled her eyes at her semi-boyfriend's rather odd sense of humor. Said blonde was currently evading a combo attack from Cyborg and Starfire. The girl was carrying the Tin Man as he rained down a barrage of sonic waves towards the thief. Naruto eventually came to a wall then smirked as he ran up the side of it, Cyborg gawking as he did so. Holy shit, he really is a ninja, he exclaimed just as Naruto flipped off the side of the wall and fired an X at him, the X wrapping around his arms before Naruto then spun into a roundhouse to Starfire. This knocked Cyborg out of the alien princess's arms and to the ground while the girl herself spun in the air for a bit, while Naruto landed in a crouch and looked towards a snarling Robin. While your offer sounds nice, how is that any different from our usual Saturdays? Raven quipped while pretending to struggle with the X on her mouth. She knew it was essentially futile to try and remove it herself anyways, seeing as it had a form of glue on the underside that hurt like hell when they peel it off. Naruto chose to wait to answer as he dodged a slash from Robin's birdasaur or whatever the hell he wanted to call it, then fired an X at the boy Wonder and flipped backwards at the same time. Robin merely rolled to the side to evade the X, however, and then looked at Naruto with thinly veiled fury. Because usually I don't pay for everything, and you get to choose what we do? Naruto offered while Raven actually considered it. Back outside of their little conversation, Robin frowned towards Naruto as the thief/Nuknin rose up to his feet, with a slight chuckle in his throat. Should we really be talking like this in the middle of a battle? Raven questioned seriously, and Naruto thought about it while cracking his neck and holding his sword with both hands. Probably not, but it makes things way more interesting, he offered before lunging forward and swinging his sword at Robin, the two teens' blades coming together with a clang before then slashed, their swords grinding into one another as Naruto kicked out at Robin, the boy wonder flipping back to avoid his attack. That it does, but you're fighting me and my friends, she admitted, then reminded, while Starfire flew down at Naruto and threw her fist at him with a powerful punch. Naruto quickly blocked the red-haired girl's attack, however, with his gauntlets, skidding back then spun into a roundhouse kick. Starfire was sent flying back and then found an X coming at her and attaching her to the wall, making her pout as it happened to her yet again. Come on, Kara-chan. Nothing about our lives is simple. Why should our relationship be any different? Naruto reminded, and Raven reluctantly conceded to the masked thief's point on that front, and then decided to consider his offer for Saturday. However, back in the fight between Naruto and the Titans, Robin and he were the only two still able to move, let alone fight, as they stared one another down. You're using more of the functions of your suit than your own abilities tonight, why? The boy wonder noted, then questioned with a frown, and Naruto merely shrugged his shoulders in response. Not everyone wants to show off their special little powers all the time, kid. I've got to keep some things a surprise for you Titans, or our little rendezvous will start to get boring. Naruto quipped and could easily see the scowl on Robin's face as he then lunged forward at Naruto, the blonde grinning as he spun his sword, and their blades locked together once more. A clash of swords? Somehow this seems appropriate. Robin quipped, and Naruto chuckled in his throat before spinning his blade to the side, knocking Robin off balance, then quickly ducking into a sweep kick Robin had to roll to the side in order to evade. Really now? Why do you say that, kid? Naruto questioned while flipping the blunt side of his blade to lean against his shoulder. Not sure actually, it just seems like it, Robin said as he jumped into a slash, bringing his sword down on Naruto, who easily blocked then shoved him back. The boy wonder flipped in the air and landed in a crouch, however, before lunging forward. The boy wonder swung his sword once more as Naruto quickly used his left gauntlet to block the sword, then kicked him in the chest, knocking him back. This is getting old, chuckles. Naruto commented, seeing as it truly was. Robin's sword style was practically non-existent after all. All he knew was to swing the damn thing, probably having less to no training with one. In response, Robin got back to his feet and looked at Naruto, with his eyes narrowing. Oh really? I'll just have to change that now then, won't I? Robin quipped right back at the thief, then actually smirked as he pulled a pair of black knee pads from his belt, then put them on his knees and they shifted open, locking around his legs tightly. The boy wonder then pushed in on the buckle of his utility belt, and it started to glow brightly. What the hell? Naruto wondered to himself as Robin then stabbed his sword into the ground for a moment while holding his arms to his sides as a glowing white circuit-like pattern started to cover his boots, vest, cape, and mask. Like it? I figured since you added armor to your suit, a little extra protection can really go a long way, Robin said as plates of armor extended from his belt down his thighs. Dark red plates then seemed to shift out of his vest and down his arms over his green sleeves to reach into his gloves, while black bands then reached up out of his cape and curved up over his lower face, the cape itself now having something of a Batman-like look with the numerous jagged edges as it stretched slightly behind him. Copying dear old Batman now, kid? Naruto quipped upon seeing the cape finish its transformation, inwardly wondering how he did that. Robin's masked eyes narrowed at this, before he pulled his sword out of the ground and spun it in his hands, before holding it with both hands and crouching down low to the ground. No, Robin then said darkly before crouching down then lunging forward, jets activating on his boots while he used the cape as a glider much to Naruto's shock. Holy fucking shit. That is really new, Naruto exclaimed in his mind while Robin then sliced with his two blades, and the thief quickly evaded. I didn't think you ever used real weapons, kid, Naruto commented seriously, and Robin turned to glare at him while slowly crouching down low with his sword held firmly in both hands at his side. I don't. This is designed to stun enemies with a short burst of electricity, he said simply, and Naruto inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. As far as obsession goes, Robin and Sasuke are pretty close to one another. But unlike Sasuke, Robin still keeps his morals intact. The blonde though to himself with a slight smirk on his lips. Did you actually think Robin was going to go cutthroat on you? And as for an answer to your earlier offer goes, yes, I expect to see you Saturday. Raven questioned then said, and Naruto frowned while flipping his sword back and into its sheath. No, but I did kind of think it was odd that the kid is using a bladed weapon. Also, I need you to bring Starfire to our usual meeting place tonight, Naruto said while unlocking the scallops from the sides of his gauntlets and taking a stance. Now who's copying Batman? Robin quipped, and Naruto rolled his eyes. What do you need Starfire for? Raven questioned while Naruto and Robin circled one another, the fully armored boy wonder glaring at the skull mask thief. The two then lunged forward, Robin swinging his blade while Naruto blocked and diverted the sword with the scallops of his gauntlets. Blackfire needs help. She's got a pretty serious illness, and we wanted to isolate the illness, then use the blood to see if any antidote we make will make her better or worse. We think that since Starfire and Blackfire are sisters, it should work with them, Naruto explained in his mind while Robin jumped into a kick, the skull mask thief rolling with the attack to the side and glaring towards the boy wonder. All right, I'll see what I can do, Naruto. Raven offered while Naruto inwardly nodded and kept checking his scanner for Gizmo's transmission that they had the equipment from Star Labs. You're awfully quiet now, X, Robin said while looking at the skull mask thief, who chuckled lightly to himself. If I didn't know any better, kid, I'd almost think you like me insulting you, he quipped, and Robin lunged forward with a roar, swinging his sword at the thief once more. Naruto used his scallops to block the attacks easily, then finished with a palm strike to the masked vigilante's chest, sending him skidding back. Kid, I have got to admit, I'm impressed with the new addition to your suit, but Naruto said with a shake of his head, then held up a finger and vanished. He then reappeared behind a surprised Robin, who turned in time for Naruto to slam a fist into his face. Robin gritted his teeth while skidding back, the thin armor taking the brunt of the damage before he flipped to his feet and glared at the thief. The boy wonder then activated his jet boots once more and spun into a rocket-powered roundhouse to Naruto's head, sending him flying back and into a wall with a grunt, Raven visibly wincing. That had to hurt, she noted, and Naruto groaned while pulling himself out of the wall and thanking Kami that he wore a helmet. What was your first clue? Naruto quipped, and Raven shook her head while Naruto held his arms out as Robin crouched. You're not so badly wounded that your wit has dulled, I see, she commented, and Naruto chuckled lightly in his throat while Robin activated his jets once more, slamming into Naruto, then flying up and through the roof. Ouch, that really had to hurt, Raven thought to herself before running over to help Cyborg. The roof. Robin and Naruto came through the roof, with Naruto having taken the brunt of the blow, groaning to himself. I really need to thank Gizmo for making me a helmet for this suit, he thought to himself while getting to his feet and glaring at Robin as the boy wonder got up as well. Kid, you are seriously taking this too far, Naruto said while rubbing the back of his neck with a light groan, and Robin frowned. Why did you stop Blackfire? He questioned with a frown, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Now he asks me that? He wondered to himself, idly wondering if Robin had an inferiority complex, then turned serious. I was hired to do a job. Shinobi rule number 4, never leave a job unfinished no matter what it is, Naruto stated simply with a smirk, and Robin frowned to himself. And what is that supposed to mean? How is your job not finished? Robin questioned, and Naruto was silent. He didn't need the kid getting involved with him and the others. Heroes weren't supposed to cavort with villains like them after all. Maybe I'll tell you someday, Chuckles, Naruto offered while getting into a crouch, which Robin then took as a sign to prepare and crouched with his sword held horizontally before him. This fight is taking way too long, Naruto mused while the scallops folded back into his gauntlets and the skull mask thief took a few calming breaths. Give up and it won't take any longer, X, Robin quipped, and Naruto chuckled before reaching into his kunai case and pulled out 4 3-pronged kunai. Nah, I have a special technique to end this fight, kid. And as luck would have it, you'll be the first to feel this one since my dad died, Naruto said before jumping into the air and throwing the kunai, Robin easily evading them as they landed in a diamond shape around him. Was that it? Robin questioned, clearly unimpressed, and Naruto smirked. Not a chance. he said, then vanished with a low humming sound to Robin's shock. Soon the hum came back as X appeared behind him in a flash of yellow light. The thief slammed his foot into Robin's head quickly, then vanished with another low hum. Appearing in front of him, he swung his foot upwards, knocking Robin back. X then vanished before appearing at the right above him, where he slammed his fist into Robin's jaw. Vanishing once more, X appeared at his left and flipped as he brought his foot down on Robin in an axe kick. However, what was truly frightening to Robin was that all of this happened within a fraction of a second, as he suddenly landed on the ground and Naruto flipped to the ground in a crouch. Naruto then vanished once more with that same humming sound as he appeared above Robin and threw him into the air, then tossed the 4 kunai into the air and vanished with a hum once more. Appearing in the air with a flash of yellow, Naruto then moved like lightning, literally blurring into a wild flurry of attacks on Robin, as the boy wonder couldn't seem to keep up with his eyes. Soon, however, Naruto appeared above the boy and brought both fists down on his back, sending him into the ground. Seemingly floating in the air for a moment, Naruto quickly gathered his kunai, then threw one to the side and used his technique once more to appear above it. Ancient Jutsu, Naruto said as he picked up the last kunai and placed all 4 into his kunai case, while Robin groaned in pain, his sword having fell to the side, while he looked up to glare towards Naruto. Standing up, the blonde thief crossed his arms and walked over to a glaring Robin. "Geez, kid, don't look at me like that too much, or your face is going to freeze," Naruto commented, and Robin gritted his teeth in pain as his whole body felt he had just been hit by a freight train. How did you do that?" Robin gritted out while trying to reach for his sword, and Naruto chuckled lightly in his throat before crouching down and looking into his masked eyes. "Everyone has their secrets, kid. Besides, you should feel honored. That was only a trial run with that particular technique," Naruto said with a humorous tone, and Robin's eyes widened in disbelief. "Trial? It's not even perfected yet," he demanded, and then grimaced in pain while holding his sides, and Naruto nodded his head. "Unfortunately, no. My dear old dad never figured a way around using those kunai to use the technique at all. I'm trying to figure out a way to use it without them in order to truly perfect it," Naruto explained, then shook his head. "Maybe I could use you as a practice dummy for the real thing as well, kid," he offered, while Robin grit his teeth and growled at the thief, slowly pushing himself up. Naruto then noticed an all-clear message from Gizmo and chuckled lightly to himself. "Looks like my work here is done, kid. See you later," Naruto said with a mock salute as he pressed the button on his belt and vanished into thin air, while Robin got shakily to his feet and gnashed his teeth together. "We'll see about that, X. Next time I will bring you down," Robin thought to himself, then grunted as he walked away and into the building while holding his side with a pained grimace. Chapter 19. Calm Before the Storm. Titan's Tower. The Titans were within their tower's common room, with Cyborg sulking as he played one of his games, BB sitting in the kitchen as Star had to cut his hair to get some of the X-goop out of it, Robin on the computer looking for something, and last was Raven, sitting in a lotus position before the stairs and waiting for Star to be alone. "Dude, X kicked our butts, and he messed with my hairdo. Again," BB cried out in outrage while Starfire was cutting globs of red goop out of his hair. However, Raven decided that BB was a little incorrect with his statement, so she decided to be fair to her boyfriend of 3 weeks and correct the changeling. Technically, it was Robin who did it the first time, Raven reminded with a slight smirk, and BB blinked, then glared at Robin, who gave an apologetic look to the green changeling. True, but now the new RedX has gone from minor thief to serious threat, Robin said with a frown while rubbing his still sore ribs from the pounding he had personally obtained from the thief. "Wasn't he always a threat?" Cyborg quipped from his place, and Robin frowned. "Before he didn't randomly attack us while the hive steals from Star Labs," Robin reminded, and Cy cupped his chin. "Yeah, but what do they need medical equipment for?" he questioned with obvious confusion, and Robin blinked, then frowned to himself. "I don't know," Robin admitted before trailing off and sighing. "I need some coffee," he muttered while getting up, rubbing his temples with a frown, and walking into the kitchen. "Friend, Beast Boy, please stop with the squirming. It is most difficult to be cutting this sticky red stuff from your hair while you're not moving," Starfire pleaded while holding the changeling's shoulders down. Star, I can't help it. You're taking my hairdo away, and it'll be weeks before it grows back, BB said while Raven slapped her face and sighed before holding a hand towards the green bean and holding him down with her powers. Thank you, friend Raven, Star offered cheerfully, and Robin smirked as BB pouted while his hair was cut apart. Meanwhile, Robin had finished his coffee and took a sip, watching his team while frowning to himself. X didn't even hurt any of them. Only me, and only because I took it seriously. With Raven, he only had to cover her mouth. Cyborg wasn't going to be much help without his arms. Starfire was pinned to a wall, and Beast Boy was gooped to the floor first thing. X didn't bother trying to hurt them. He just wanted to distract us so the Hive could steal that equipment, but why do they need that equipment in the first place? Robin wondered to himself, then walked back over to one of the main computers and opened up the console screen. There you are, my friend. I hope I have managed to repair your damaged hair, Starfire said cheerfully, and sigh, Rob, and Raven looked towards the changeling, seeing Starfire had managed to make a shorter version of his normal hair. Thanks, Stare, BB said while looking in a mirror, then put it on the kitchen counter and walked off, past Raven, and into the tower. Little dude is taking this pretty hard, Sai said simply, and Robin frowned. How would you feel knowing you were taken out first, and with the equivalent of gum, no less? Robin asked of his metallic friend, who grimaced. Like a fly stuck to the bottom of someone's shoe. He mused, and Robin blinked. That was actually a very good description of what happened to BB. As the boys had this little chat, Raven stood up and walked over to where Starfire was cleaning the green hairs from the floor. Here. Raven sighed out. Using her powers, she easily cleaned the hairs up, and Starfire smiled to her female friend. Thank you, Raven, she said, and Raven leaned close to the girl. We need to talk, she said, and Starfire raised a brow, before Raven walked off and she floated after her friend out of the commons room. What is the matter, friend Raven? Did something happen between you and your friend, who is a boy? Starfire questioned innocently of the younger girl while they continued walking through the tower, and Raven inwardly twitched.
No.
He and I are just fine, Starfire, Raven said with a slight blush, and Starfire smiled brightly to her friend. I am most joyous to hear that, Starfire replied, and Raven frowned before looking around for someone, namely Beast Boy, to be listening, and then sighed. X gave me a message, she said, and Starfire blinked. What? And why do you not give this message to friend Robin? She asked of the violet-eyed sorceress, and Raven frowned. It was a message for you about Blackfire. She's really sick, Raven said, and Starfire's eyes bolted open, and she began to shake. Starfire? Raven questioned, and saw the unshed tears in the girl's eyes. And my sister. She has a weak immune system. If she is sick with even the lightest of illnesses, it could be dangerous to her, she said simply, shocking Raven, who couldn't really believe that Blackfire, tough as nails, Queen of the Galaxy, could have that kind of weakness. However, she decided it didn't matter, while Starfire was obviously torn up about this. Starfire, is something else wrong? Raven questioned, and Starfire nodded her head while looking to her feet. I believe it may be my fault if she is sick. When we sent her to Centauri prison, I did not know of her condition. The Centauri are brutal and ruthless law keepers. Their prisoners are treated worse than slaves. But I had believed that since she was a princess, they might be easier on her. I fear that was not the case, Starfire reported softly, and Raven's eyes widened in shock. Oh, Raven said while inwardly grimacing. It wasn't just Starfire's fault in that case. It was the entire team's fault. Friend, why did the RedX wish to tell me my sister was sick? Starfire questioned, and Raven sighed. The Hive, and he are trying to help her. That's the reason for the medical equipment they took. But they need a healthy Tamaranian's blood in order to isolate what's making her sick and devise something to help her, Raven explained, and Starfire made an O with her mouth. Then I will help. Blackfire's life has been most hurtful to her being what she is. I will not let my sister down. She is my family no matter how mean and cruel she acts, Starfire said with one fist clenched and her eyes glowing brightly, Raven smiling at the alien princess's words. Then hang on, Starfire, Raven said while swinging her cloak, the two girls vanishing into the shadows as they did. The two soon reappeared on top of a bookstore. Raven, looking around, spotted Naruto leaning back into the entrance to the roof. "Sorry I'm late," Raven offered to the blonde thief, and Naruto frowned under his mask, then stood up straight with his arms at his side. Blackfire took an abrupt turn for the worst. I had to use some of my healing techniques just to stabilize her. "We need to move, now." With that, Naruto walked over to the two and placed his hands on their shoulders before they all vanished. The three then reappeared in Tartarus's infirmary, Blackfire on a bed with her armor removed, her black clothing still on, however. And as soon as Starfire saw how pale her older sister was, she gasped. "Sister." Starfire called as she bolted over to the girl and held her older sister's hand in her own. "Will she be all right?" Starfire asked with a trembling voice, and Naruto, "We can't lie, we're not sure," Naruto said, then tapped on the door to the room behind them, and it opened to show Jinx standing in the hallway with her arms crossed. "I'll never know how you managed to arrange all this shit," she said with a shake of her head while walking into the infirmary, and Raven kept her mouth shut about her, and he dating. She knew that if it got out to Starfire, hell would be brought down onto her at the tower. Either by a furious Robin, an annoyed Cyborg, a teasing Beast Boy, or even the ever-helpful Starfire wanting to help her with her dates or clothes or something. Plainly, she didn't want any of that. "Jinx, where's Giz at?" Naruto asked, and Jinx sighed. "He'll be back soon. He's trying to see if he can cook up a way to fix her armor faster, but it's not looking too good. Also, getting her out of that armor in the first place was a real bitch," Jinx said, then added before glaring at the thief, who chuckled nervously. "You owe me big time for all this shit," she then stated while poking the thief in the chest, and Raven smirked at the two before turning serious. "Exactly what's wrong with hers?" Raven asked while walking over to look at Blackfire with Starfire. "We're not sure exactly. Which is why you're here, Starfire. We need to check your blood to see if we can isolate the virus, then cook up an antivirus for her," Naruto explained while crossing his arms, and the already frazzled nerves of Starfire seemed to fray even more as she bit her lower lip and began to twist the bed sheets in her hands. Jinx then cleared her throat, and the alien princess looked to the pink-haired girl to see her motioning to a second bed. "Starfire, could you lay down here so we can take the blood? You might feel a bit woozy after we take what we need," Jinx asked, and Starfire nodded while walking over to the bed and lying down. "You do have the same blood type as Blackfire, right?" Jinx then questioned, and Starfire nodded her head to the other girl. "Most Tamaranians do," she offered, and Jinx blinked then shook her head. "I don't even want to know," Jinx said while Naruto fished a couple of syringes out of one of the drawers in the room and handed them to Jinx and Raven. "You don't want to do this?" Raven asked, and Naruto shivered. "Bad memories involving needles," he said simply while thinking of Haku's Simban mostly, and Raven raised a brow before she and went to find a vein on Blackfire, Jinx doing the same. As they did, Gizmo walked into the room with a scowl until he saw Starfire and gave a sigh of relief. "I don't know how you do it, and I plainly don't care, just get out of my way," Gizmo said while looking to Naruto, who merely shrugged, then stepped to one side. Gizmo then saw Raven and Jinx finishing with their own work and walked over to them and held his hands out. "All right, hand those over," Gizmo ordered, and Jinx and Raven both looked to one another then glare at Gizmo as they did. The tiny terror then walked over to a couple of machines to get to work, placing the blood into a pair of beakers and then taking some out of Blackfire's and putting it into a microscope where he then looked inside of it. As the tiny terror did this, a very worried Starfire lay back with her hands wrenching her skirt. "The bed was so she could try to relax, huh?" Raven asked Jinx lowly, and the girl nodded her head while Naruto leaned into a wall. Raven saw this, then looked at Blackfire with a frown before sighing. "We should get out of here. Gizmo needs to work," she said, and Jinx nodded before both girls looked to Starfire. I wish to remain here and watch my sister, please," the normally perky alien said softly while watching her sister. Jinx and Raven both looked to one another and nodded before walking over to Naruto, grabbing him by his arms and then dragging him out of the room. "Hey, what the fuck?" he questioned, and Raven slapped the back of his head. "No swearing in front of or around Starfire. We have enough trouble with our waiter at Piano Pizza for getting that," she stated with a frown, and Naruto twitched while Jinx opened the door and they left Gizmo to his own devices. About damn time those kludge heads left. I can't think right with so many people around, Gizmo muttered under his breath while working on finding and isolating this virus of black fires. Then again, I'm not trained for helping with this kind of shit. This is Seymour's gig. Gizmo then muttered under his breath while blinking and slapping his face. Pulling out his hive communicator, he then tuned it to Seymour's frequency with a frown. Hello? Seymour questioned, and Gizmo smirked. I need you to head to the infirmary, Seymour. Blackfire's still sick and you and Private were the only ones trained with any medicinal skills. Gizmo said quietly, and Seymour agreed, sounding unusually serious as the connection cut, and Gizmo gave a sigh of relief while rubbing his face that looked like it was going to be a long day. Elsewhere. Why are you two dragging me? Naruto demanded as his girlfriend and best friend dragged him down the halls of the base. So you don't get his Gizmo's way? They said at the same time, blinked, and then looked at one another strangely. I don't think we've ever been properly introduced. I'm Jinx. Jinx offered, and Raven nodded her head before answering. Raven, she said, and both then dragged Naruto into the equivalent of a gym, and Raven stopped to look around. The room was about 10 feet high and 20 feet all around, and in the shape of a square. It had black tiles of some sort with green grid lines everywhere and different poles and bars at the sides. Okay, why are we here? Raven asked while looking around, and Jinx smirked. Because this is Temp's favorite room besides his bedroom. Jinx offered to the other girl while Naruto rolled his eyes and crossed his arms. Then is it me? Or does Gizmo watch that Star Trek show too much? Raven asked while looking around, and Jinx snickered. I said the same thing when I saw Temp's private training room for the first time, Jinx offered with a nod of her head, and Naruto smirked to himself. Activate program Konoha 45H, he said, and the room shimmered, Raven's eyes widening as the room changed shape to a strange room with wooden floors and walls, a large desk in front of them with tons of paperwork on it, pictures on the walls with bookcases and knickknacks, a couch to one side, a chair before and behind the desk, as well as a large window, showing a mountain range with 5 faces cut into it. Where is this? Raven asked while walking into the room, releasing X as she did, with Jinx looking around with some confusion as well. X chuckled at this and extricated his arm from Jinx before walking over and sitting down on the chair behind the desk, smirking as he then lifted his legs and crossed them on the desk. This, ladies, is the Hokage's office back home, Naruto announced, and Raven made an O with her mouth while Jinx nodded, both knowing a little about his past. So this is some of his home. They both thought, and Raven went over to the window and managed to open it, her eyes widening as she saw the village he was from, or rather how damn vast it was. This isn't a village, it's more like a city, she thought to herself, and Jinx then sat on the desk while watching the sorceress. So, what do you think? Better than anything you Titans got? Jinx questioned with a smirk, and Raven turned to give the pink-haired luck charm and annoyed frown. It's better for some scenarios like training to keep things from being destroyed, Raven admitted, then thought they could really use one of those, seeing as they did cause a lot of collateral damage. But what else is it good for? Raven then asked, and Naruto actually smirked under his mask. Computer. Activate program Adara, T78, and pause, he said, and the room shifted once more, changing to a dark cavern with Jinx falling from the desk and muttering under her breath only to look up and shiver. Standing before them was a man, as tall as X, and dressed in an all-black outfit with armor over his arms, chest, and thighs, black gloves covering his hands with gray leg warmers over his shins and calves curving down under his black sandal boots. A ring was also placed onto one of his fingers, with a long black cloak over his shoulder with a red cloud on the front and black interior. The hood was drawn up concealing his hair, while an orange spiral mask covered his face that left only the right eye to see, though in shadow. Who is this guy? Jinx asked with a shudder, and Naruto frowned. One of the programs I spar with. The person is originally named Uchiha Madara, the original Uchiha clan leader, Naruto said simply while glaring at the man, even though it was technically only a program. So, why did you make this thing? Raven asked, and Naruto shrugged. Basically, I wanted to show you how it can be useful for other situations. Like recreating past enemies so you can train to beat them. That's what I've been doing with Madara team here for the past few weeks at least. Naruto offered, and Jinx got up, then walked over to Madara and poked him, sighing when he didn't move. Is he really that dangerous? She asked, and Naruto took a grave tone. I've never beaten him without going all out, and I usually have to pause the program before I damage the room. Naruto admitted with a twitch, and Jinx and Raven both looked at the program with wide eyes, then shuddered. Remind me to never meet this guy in a dark alley. Jinx murmured, and Naruto rolled his eyes. Computer, activate program Chunin 32-0 and pause. Naruto then said, and the room shimmered before changing once more. Now they were on a long wooden bridge over a massive gorge, a forest in front and behind them while the drop, while fake, made Jinx uneasy, with a snake-like man before them. The man was pale, so pale his skin almost seemed white as marble. He had long dark hair to contrast this, however, as it hung into his sharp face, with a pair of yellow eyes with thin slitted pupils like a snake, with sharp features and a smirk on his lips. Purple tribal markings were around his eyes, curling up at the tips and then down at his nose, a pair of strange earrings just visible. The man wore a pair of black pants with the ankles and shins taped down into a pair of black sandals, a black undershirt with a scarf-like collar, a short-sleeved tan tunic-like shirt over that reached to his knees, and last was the thick purple rope he had tied around his waist. He makes me look like I have a nice tan. Both Jinx and Raven thought at the same time before shivering at the thought. Those eyes give me the creeps, Jinx said with a shiver, and Raven raised a brow. You have the same eyes, only pink, she stated, and got an annoyed glare from the girl in response. It's not how they look, it's just something about them is really unsettling, Jinx said, and didn't even mention how that little smirk the man had on his lips just seemed to really freak her out. Raven also looked and shivered at the eyes. They did have something unsettling about them, a hidden madness of some sort, the kind that was similar to people like the Joker, people who didn't care about anything but their own ambition, people who let nothing, not even morals, stand in their way. Yeah, his eyes are kind of creepy, Naruto admitted as he walked over to stand in front of the fake Orochimaru and shivered when he could swear the smirk on his face widened just slightly even though the program was frozen. Can you change this? He's really starting to creep me out. Jinx questioned, then said with a shiver towards the man, and Naruto nodded his head. Computer, activate program Konoha 11H. Naruto said, and the scene changed. They were now on the monument that Raven had seen earlier, with a clear view of all of Konoha, the sun slowly rising on the horizon, a forest behind them with a path back down to the ground over to the side. Whoa, Jinx said and walked over to the edge of the monument and looked over the city. This was your homes? She asked while turning to Naruto, the blonde thief merely walking next to her to look out over the hologram village. Sort of, he said softly while memories of how often he came to this spot returned, a smile coming to his lips, as this was the only place in all of Konoha he ever truly felt safe and comfortable. Why'd you make this scene? Raven asked, and Naruto rubbed the back of his neck with one hand. I used to come up here as a kid, he said, then crossed his arms behind his head with a smile under his mask. Whenever I was sad or confused, I'd come up here just to think. It was the only place besides the Hokage's office or Ichiraka Ramen I ever felt wanted and safe, Naruto admitted, and Jinx gave him a look before sitting down with her legs crossed, enjoying a gentle breeze before blinking. There's even a breeze? She asked, and Naruto nodded with a chuckle before sitting down as well, Raven following him, and admitting the spot on top of the monument was very calming in some way. Giz made this room. He's a perfectionist and had to make everything perfect, so when I wanted scenes of my home, he had me describe them right down to the smell. Naruto explained, and Jinx sniffed the air and grinned. Sakura blossoms? She asked, and Naruto pointed to one side, and Jinx turned to see a large patch of sakura trees. It's calming. I kind of wish I had a place like this to meditate in the morning. The smell of the sea is nice, and the tower is my home, but... Raven started, and Naruto nodded his head, knowing what she meant. It's not the same as having a place all to yourself. With the tower you have to share, with a place like this, you can be all alone or bring friends when you want to share the view. Naruto explained, and Jinx looked to Raven, who nodded her head then sighed with her eyes closed. Think Blackfire's doing any better? Jinx wondered, and Naruto cupped his chin. With Giz helping her? I don't doubt it, he said simply, then looked to Raven, who opened a single eye to look at him.
What?
Raven questioned, and Naruto gave her a look before speaking in his mind to her. Don't you think we should be honest, to at least my friends, about our relationship? He questioned, and Raven shifted uncomfortably as Jinx looked at the rising sun with an oddly peaceful expression. Well, what if Starfire finds out? She blurted out to the others, and I'd have hell on earth at home. Raven asked, then reminded, and Naruto frowned. He knew she wasn't ashamed of him, but Robin would give her hell about them. I never said you have to tell Starfire, but Jinx is my best friend, and you two seem to get along, so maybe we can tell her, Naruto said, and Raven frowned in thought while Jinx touched Naruto's arm. What's that? She asked while pointing to a large building near the back of the city, and Naruto smiled. That's the Shinobi Academy where I went to school, he explained, and Jinx made an O with her mouth before looking back over the village. Gizmo is really good at holograms, she said, and Naruto nodded his head in agreement while Raven sighed softly. Something wrong? Jinx asked the other gray-skinned girl, who blushed slightly, thankful that her hood hid it. Not really, she said, then sighed to herself. You sure you want her to know? Raven asked, and Naruto rolled his eyes. What's the worst that could happen? He asked her, and Raven gave him a look. You could be thrown from their team, or even lose their trust, she offered, and Naruto frowned to himself. They won't. I know them well enough to know that the guys wouldn't even care. Jinx might, but she's always been way too serious for her own good, Naruto countered with a smirk, and Jinx looked at Raven with confusion written on her face. Okay, why are you staying so quiet? Jinx asked, and Raven sent a pleading look to Naruto, the blonde taking some pity on her as he cleared his throat. Jinx, you remember asking me about my girlfriend, right? Naruto questioned, and Raven felt a flare of jealousy go through Jinx. I have the strangest feeling that me and her are going to be at war soon, Raven thought to herself with a frown while Jinx smiled to Naruto and nodded her head. Still want to meet her? Naruto asked, and Jinx gave a somewhat creepy grin in response. Of course I do. Why wouldn't I want to meet her? Jinx asked while she was growling on the inside. Meet her, then hex her all the way to the moon, she thought to herself, and Naruto nodded his head, then reached up and removed his helmet. Temp, what are you? She started only for Naruto to reach over and pull Raven into a kiss once his helmet was off, the sorceress blushing a burning crimson once he released her, and grinned to his friend. Wait, then you mean that you and she are? Jinx asked while pointing to them, and Naruto nodded his head with a smirk. Jinx then actually looked Raven up and down, and mentally twitched. Well, at least I know my skin doesn't put him off, though she is a little more curvy than I am, Jinx mused with a frown, and Naruto poked the pink-haired girl in the head. What? She asked while looking at him, and he raised a brow. Are you okay? You were kind of staring at Kara-chan for a bit there, Naruto said simply, and Jinx gave a smile to the blonde before answering. Yeah, it's just kind of weird. She started, then grabbed him by the front of his suit and dragged his face close to hers. Now then, are you nuts? She demanded, and Raven sighed, having known this was going to happen. You're dating one of the Titans. She's the fucking enemy and you're dating her? Are you stupid, or just plain old crazy? Jinx demanded, and Naruto grinned sheepishly to the girl while Raven had an I told you so look on her face. Calm down, Jinx. Kara-chan isn't that bad, he said while holding his hands up in a placating manner, and Jinx twitched violently all over. She's a damn Titan dipshit, she shouted at the blonde, who looked to Raven for help only to find she now had a book out. Traitor, he thought in her direction, and she looked at him over her book with a raised brow. I told you this would happen, she reminded while returning to her book. Jinx, calm down, she's not all that bad, and really she's fun to be around. You'd think so too if you'd hang out with her sometime, Naruto said, and Raven blinked, then found her cloak grabbed by Jinx, and both she and Naruto looked from one another to the fuming Pinkette, holding them hostage. You? Jinx then said while pulling on Raven's cloak, and the girl raised a brow. You and I are going to be meeting back here soon. And when we do, we are having a very long talk. Jinx said, and Raven shivered for some reason while Naruto noticed a beeping coming from his helmet and put it back on. Report. Naruto stated, and Raven blinked. He's like Robin when he wants to be. She said, and Jinx snorted. You have no idea. She said, then blinked and glared at the girl. Temp, we got Blackfire stable and she's resting now, no more sporadic heat flashes or heavy breathing. I think it's time for Bird Girl to take Sunshine here home. Gizmo responded and Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Giz, managed to stabilize Blackfire. She's sleeping and Gizmo thinks you and the princess should head on home. We'll look after Blackfire in the meantime. Naruto said, and Raven nodded her head while both looked to Jinx, who let them go, then crossed her arms over her chest. Computer, deactivate all holoprograms. Naruto then said as the room shifted back into the green and black room it had started out as. The blonde thief then walked out of the room and led Raven back to Starfire, where the girl was still looking to her sister worriedly. Star, Raven said, and the redhead yelped, then looked to her violet-haired friend. Yes, friend Raven? Starfire asked, and her friend sighed. We need to head home, she said, and Starfire looked back to Blackfire. See, can I return to see my sister tomorrow? Starfire pleaded, and Raven looked to Jinx, who sighed. Fine, she allowed, and then grabbed Raven's cloak. Then we're having out talk tomorrow? Jinx said simply, and Raven nodded her head slowly, then walked over to Starfire, who was far too worried to comment on what just happened as Raven spread her cloak over herself and Starfire, both vanishing as she did. Now then, Temp. Jinx growled and Naruto muttered a brief, "Ah shit," in his head. However, a loud banging at their door alerted them to something else, and they all went to check it. Opening the front door of the base, they were surprised to see one Billy Numerous. Billy was strange. He wore a full red suit with a black division sign on a circular white field at his chest, a black belt with red gloves and boots that had black trim and soles, and a pair of black goggles over his eyes with black pads on his ears to hold them on tightly over his red cowl. However, at the moment the boy was panting and breathing heavily, dozens of cuts over his suit with blood seeping through, his goggles partly broken to show one of his bright green eyes. Holy shit! Billy, what the hell happened to you? Gizmo called out, with Seymour rushing to help Billy to his feet. Gee, Gotham. Trouble in Gotham. Billy need help. Billy said, and Naruto looked to Jinx, who shrugged. You are Billy, moron. Gizmo shouted at the southern metahuman, and Billy shook his head no rapidly. I'm a clone. Billy trapped in Gotham. The clone panted out, and then looked to Naruto, with wide eyes. Help, Joker, was all he managed to get out before his body shimmered, then vanished altogether, and Naruto frowned darkly. The Joker. Shit, Billy really got himself in deep this time, Gizmo said, with Jinx nodding her head in agreement before they saw Naruto crossing his arms. Yeah, and I'm going to go get him out of it, Naruto said, and was grabbed by a wide-eyed Jinx. Are you completely out of your mind? This is the fucking Joker, not your run-of-the-mill villain, Jinx said loudly, and Naruto took hold of her wrists and pulled her hands from his suit. Billy needs help. I'm not going to let him get totaled just because of who's got a hold of him. I'll be fine, Naruto said simply, then looked to Gizmo. I need a ride, he stated, and Gizmo sighed before pulling some keys out of his pocket and tossing them to the blonde thief. I was working on some new vehicles with the junk in the junkyard. Yours is outside, hidden in the dumpster, he stated, and Naruto raised a brow before ignoring that and walking out of the base and over to the dumpster, Jinx following him. You shouldn't be doing this, she stated, and Naruto frowned. I can't let someone I know get hurt. Billy was a decent guy in the hive, and I won't let this Joker character kill him, Naruto stated flatly, and Jinx grit her teeth. Joker is not someone you should be messing with, Temp. Let alone should you be heading for Gotham of all places, Jinx stated while Naruto pushed a button on the keyring he got from Gizmo, the dumpster opening to show his ride. It was an all-black motorcycle with a jagged design reminiscent of Robin's own bike. The front wheel was smaller than the one in back, while both were half covered by the bike's frame, with a black screen at the front with a red X over the sides of each wheel, and a large one on the front. The handles were non-existent, instead having holes as though to put his arms into them with similar holes for his legs near the back. I probably shouldn't go, but this is a friend of ours, Naruto reminded, and Jinx felt like pulling her hair out. The blonde ignored this as he hopped onto the bike, pushing his arms and legs into the holes and then ducked as a field came over his head and then shifted out over his sides like armor. Giz, I don't know how you do it, but this is really sweet, Naruto thought, then felt around in the bike and found it was linking with his helmet, a sort of tutorial coming up. Tempest, be careful, Jinx finally said, and Naruto nodded once before activating the bike and speeding off down the streets of Jump and towards Gotham. Ravager sat and watched as Naruto left Tartarus's HQ with a smirk before leaning back at her seat and replaying what she had seen the day before. She chuckled lightly seeing the Hiration's technique while storing it into the ever-growing list of powers and techniques at his disposal. Capable of bending wind and lightning to his whims, moving at the speed of light, shapeshift, and multiplying himself 1,000-fold. He's more intriguing than I ever imagined, Ravager said to herself, while Wintergreen nodded his head from behind. Madam, we have no way of monitoring him in Gotham without the Batman noticing us, he then said, and Ravager frowned to herself. True. I'll just have to plan for another test. Ravager mused, then brought up her files on Sasuke and smirked. Perhaps it's time I moved another pawn into place and draw out the boy's full power. Ravager mused to herself with a smirk on her lips. Is it time? A deep voice questions in shadow. No. He is still not ready. Another comes as a bony hand reaches out of the earth it has been imprisoned and starts to glow, a fiery red. How much longer? I cannot stand this prison for much more time. The first voice demands, then exclaims loudly, a familiar pair of blood-red eyes shining in the darkness. Patience, my friend. I have waited thousands of years for this. You can stand a wait half a year. The second voice came, and a growl from the first voice was his only reply while the bony fingers began to curl and uncurl slowly. Soon, we shall both have our freedom, and then... The second voice started only to leave off as a jagged S-shaped seal appeared next to the two eyes, for brightly glowing red eyes opening in darkness as a grin split under the first eyes. The world of mortals shall feel our wrath, the double-eyed beast said with a laugh, as the four-eyed being chuckled darkly. Chapter 20. Gotham 9.1. Tartarus HQ. Blackfire's eyes slowly drifted open, and the girl gave off a soft groan of discomfort while reaching up to rub her temples. What hit me? She mumbled, then looked around, finding herself in an unfamiliar place. Hey, you're finally up, came a voice, and Blackfire turned to see a girl with pink hair walking over to her. Who are you? Blackfire asked plainly, while her head ached. I'm Jinx. My friend Tempest brought you in a day or so ago, Jinx said, and saw Blackfire grimace in pain once more. Tempest? She questioned, and Jinx blinked. I mean RedX, if that makes more sense. Jinx offered, and Blackfire had a brief memory of thanking a skull-masked person in black. Was he RedX? Are you okay? You were really sick not too long ago. Jinx offered, and Blackfire grit her teeth as flashes of what happened went through her mind, attacking people at random, destroying anything near her. By Hull. I was a monster, she whispered as she remembered relentlessly attacking anything that got in her way, brutally beating them, and then moving on to the next unlucky victim. Well, I won't lie to you. I doubt you've made any friends in the JCPD for that little stunt, but it wasn't entirely your fault, Jinx offered while reaching to the side and grabbing that damn jewel put on her by Ravager. This thing seems to have made you go into a berserker-like state, totally frying your armor in the process, Jinx said, and saw Blackfire look at her before leaning back and covering her eyes. That thing didn't make me do anything, she mumbled, and Jinx raised a brow. What are you talking about? No one has that much pent-up anger in them, Jinx said with a shake of her head, and Blackfire looked at her and frowned. I never said I had that much anger. I said it didn't make me do anything. It only increased what was already in me, that hate, that anger, that pure rage that was still all me. Black Fire said softly before turning onto her side and curling into herself. He said that would happen, that hate can consume you. Guess he was right. She then mumbled while Jinx blinked and raised a brow once more. Who said that? She asked while Black Fire shifted while looking like she had lost her reason. X, you called him RedX. He said he knew someone who let his hate consume him. Well, that thing helped mine consume me. Black Fire said, then brought her legs up to her chest and wrapped her arms around them. You going to be okay? I mean, you've been out for 2 straight days now. Gizmo managed to whip up an antivirus for whatever was hitting you, but... Jinx started and Black Fire nodded her head slowly. I think I need to apologize to RedX and my sister, Black Fire admitted, then said with a grimace. If it helps, without your sister's help we couldn't have saved you. She's even been coming to check up on you every night since you got here. Jinx offered and saw Black Fire sink into herself even more, now shaking like a leaf. IT tried to kill her, and as she saves me. She stuttered lowly and Jinx winced. This really wasn't going to end well. I think I better have Mammoth keep an eye on her. She thought to herself, then watched the girl turn over slightly. Why, you said something about my armor? Black Fire questioned softly, and Jinx nodded her head while watching the alien. It's completely fried. Nothing survived but a few pieces and maybe a subsystem according to Giz. Jinx said and saw Black Fire sink even further into herself and almost thought she heard sobs. How fitting. I lose control of them to my hate, and now my powers are essentially lost to me forever. Black Fire said bitterly, and Jinx slapped her face while cursing her bad luck for the millionth time in her life. Hey, don't worry, Giz is working on fixing it. Jinx offered with a weak grin, and Black Fire was silent. Where's RedX? She asked, and Jinx sighed while rubbing her temples. He went to Gotham to help a friend. She admitted, then heard the door open and turned to see Starfire and Raven. As soon as they walked in, Jinx glared at Raven, who glared right back at her. The two had their talk the day before, and, to put it quite bluntly, things were very terse between them. Flashback. Jinx and Raven sat in the hollow room with it set to, of all things, the Hive Gym back at the academy. Raven had left Starfire to watch over her still sleeping sister earlier, but was regretting it as Jinx and her squared off. Somehow I know I should have expected this kind of reaction, Raven thought to herself, while Jinx glared at her with her arms crossed. All right, first of all, how did you and Temp get together? Jinx asked, and Raven blinked her eyes for a few moments, wishing she didn't have to be here. We've been officially dating for 2 weeks, but we've known one another a month or two. Raven offered and saw Jinx twitch in annoyance before glaring at Raven and cracking her knuckles. Okay, then why are you dating him? Jinx asked, and Raven frowned. He's nice, fun, he doesn't treat me like a freak, we have similar interests, he respects my privacy. Raven listed, and Jinx narrowed her eyes, even if those were some of the reasons she liked him as well. Alright, but listen up then, bird girl. First of all, Temp is my best friend. If you ever manage to break his heart, I'll personally break your legs and then hex them so they don't heal right. Jinx threatened, and Raven glared. She may be a hero, but that didn't mean she planned on hurting Naruto. However, after thinking about the threat for a moment, she realized something. Isn't that what he did to your last boyfriend? Well, before you started dating Sai, at least. She asked, then mused to herself, and Jinx twitched visibly. Where do you think I got the idea? She quipped, and Raven frowned slightly, in annoyance. Second of all, I don't like you, Jinx said, and Raven nodded her head. Likewise, she said simply, and Jinx scowled. I don't like you, for multiple reasons. Reason 1, you're a hero, and normally heroes bust our kind, Jinx said, rising a finger, and Raven frowned. Even though it was true, she never actively tried to catch him. 2. You're an emotionless girl who has the potential to hurt him without knowing it, Jinx said, and Raven twitched. That was actually a very valid point, but he didn't care all that much about her inability to show affection himself. 3. I've tried everything I can think of to get his attention, and you managed to do it in a couple months, Jinx said, and Raven blinked her eyes before a smirk spread over her lips. So you're jealous now, it all makes sense. Raven mused, and Jinx narrowed her eyes on the girl dangerously. Oh yeah, what's that? Jinx asked dangerously, and Raven smirked. You don't like me, but it's only because you're jealous he and I are dating. Raven stated only for Jinx to pounce her, starting a brawl in the hollow room. This subsequently totaled the room by the end of the day and had an irate Gizmo yelling at the two who continued to hate one another. End flashback. Continuing to glare at one another, a tension suddenly formed in the air. Blackfire actually felt it and turned to see Jinx and Raven glaring daggers at one another and blinked. And I thought the animosity between me and Starfire was bad. No, wait, that was mostly me. Blackfire thought, then inwardly admitted with a frown till she was pulled in a bone-crushing, spine-shattering hug. Oh, dear Hall. Does she do this to everyone? Blackfire wondered while gnashing her teeth together in pain as her red-haired younger sister hugged her tightly. Sister, I am most mirthful to see that you are undamaged. Starfire called out happily, Raven and Jinx both turning to see Starfire happily spinning with Blackfire trying to kick her way out of her sister's grasp. "K coriandar air," Blackfire said, and Starfire stopped, gasped, and then dropped Blackfire back onto the bed. However, the older girl then grabbed Starfire and pulled her down, wrapping her arms around her and holding her in a hug, much to Starfire's shock, as Blackfire had never once voluntarily hugged her. "I'm sorry," the dark-haired girl whispered to her sister, and you could see the tears of joy in Starfire's eyes as she hugged her sister back, only for her to give a pained grunt. "I'm most sorry, beloved sister. I sometimes am forgetting my own strength," Starfire said quickly while releasing Blackfire, who fell to the bed panting heavily while placing a hand onto her chest before looking over to Raven. "Does she do that to everyone?" Blackfire questioned while Starfire blushed with a nervous chuckle and Raven frowned. "Yes," she offered, and Blackfire looked at Starfire before shaking her head. "How come you're affected by it? Last time you just shrugged it off," Raven asked, then mentioned, and Blackfire grimaced. "Last time I had my armor, it took the brunt of being squeezed so hard by her, and then allowed me to use my super strength help to shrug her own strength off as a balance," Blackfire explained, and Raven raised a brow. "Why did you need the armor for that?" she asked, and Blackfire grimaced. "On Tameran, I'm called as Calm Secret, or in English, Black Curse. I can't absorb ultraviolet radiation without my suit. I'm also physically as frail as a human, probably why I like this planet, but my weakened immune system is my most detrimental weakness, as you saw," Blackfire explained while rubbing her back with a pained grimace, and Raven frowned to herself. "But you used those eye-beams of yours when you first came to Jump City, without your armor on," Raven mused, and Blackfire snorted while crossing her arms and leaning back into the bed a bit. "That was because I still had a decent charge. My armor may focus it, but my body does have the capacity to store some ultraviolet energy. Basically, I had enough energy for one shot with my eye-beams. That's why I needed a ride back to your tower afterwards," Blackfire explained, and Raven frowned to herself. Why didn't Starfire mention a handicap like that? Unless Blackfire was too proud to tell her. Raven mused, then concluded as she then glared at Jinx once more. "Sister, is that also why you turned purple for 2 days during your time of the transformations?" Starfire asked, and Blackfire slapped her face, Jinx busting out laughing at the thought of a purple girl while Raven held back her own laughter. "Starfire, I didn't turn purple for 2 days," Blackfire said in a deadly tone, and Starfire tilted her head in confusion. "But in your transmission from the Venzo Temple on Tyrus 3, she started and saw an annoyed glare from Blackfire, who crossed her arms over her chest. "I repeat, I didn't turn purple for 2 days. I grew purple scales," Blackfire said, and Jinx stopped laughing, then looked at her with a gaping jaw. "And it wasn't for 2 days. It was for 2 weeks. Blackfire grumbled, then shivered to herself, while rubbing her arms up and down. "Ever tried shedding your skin? I personally don't recommend it," Blackfire then said with another shiver of disgust, and Jinx did as well, not liking the idea at all. "But sister, in your transmission you said you changed for 2 days, not 2 weeks. Starfire offered, and Blackfire rolled her eyes once more. "I lied, Starfire. I didn't think it was really all that important how long I was changed for, and Father Dearest didn't even care. The only reason I ever learned any martial arts was because he didn't want a weakling for a child," Blackfire said, and Starfire pouted, inwardly remembering the 2 weeks of transformation she went under and thinking that would have been very helpful to her. Knowing that Blackfire had also grown scales would have been as well, though what her father did to her sounded very cruel. So, nothing else changed? Starfire asked, and Blackfire glared at her before sighing to herself and leaning back once more. I had claws, that's it. I was scaly, and had claws. Blackfire said simply, then took a thoughtful look on her face. I think I also ate something like a muckworm, but... She then added, and Jinx looked to Raven, completely lost only to see a similar expression on the sorceress's face. We're going to leave you two alone to catch up for a while, Jinx said as she and Raven walked backwards and out of the room while Blackfire mentally groaned as her sister then hovered over her literally and continued to ask her questions and make sure she was well. Inwardly, Blackfire realized just how annoying Starfire really was. Outside of the room, Raven and Jinx sighed in relief before walking down a hall next to one another, the tension returning. So, where's X? Raven asked offhandedly, not knowing if Jinx knew his real name. He's on a trip, Jinx supplied while crossed her arms and inwardly smirking to herself. Just 'cause you're his girlfriend doesn't mean you get to know everything, and when we manage to do something that has my team fighting yours, I'm going to be taking you down, Jinx thought to herself with a devious little grin before frowning to herself. Wait, I can't do that. If I did, Tempest will never forgive me. And I already know he'll never cheat on her, so... Jinx frowned to herself as she tried to think of some way to separate Raven and her friend, while the empath smirked as she heard every word. Gotham City. At first, anyone would gawk to see the city. The towering buildings of stone and steel surpassed anything in Jump City to date, the industrial buildings strewn about it casting a fog in places all around, people on the streets either walking by going about their business or heading to work. However, on the flip side it was also quite rough. Some of the older buildings were collapsing, people were huddled together for warmth on the streets with fires started in trash cans, children playing in the roads, and one could almost swear that you were being watched as you walked down a simple street and past alleys. Naruto walked down the streets of Gotham with a frown, a Kagehenge over his form making him appear as his normal self in civilian clothes. It appeared that some of his old self would never leave him. One such thing was his spur-of-the-moment decision to go to Gotham and help Billy. I may not be dense, but damn am I stubborn. I mean, I should have at least grabbed some clothes. Naruto thought to himself with a frown as he'd been wearing the suit for 2 days, nearly nonstop, having only taken it off once at a hotel a couple miles back for a shower. However, looking around, Naruto saw why there were so many heroes in Gotham besides Batman. The Dark Knight really needed all the help he could get with this place, that was for certain in his mind. Not that I'm here to help, of course. Naruto inwardly reminded while a kid ran past him, playing with another child with toy guns that sounded almost too realistic for his taste. Frowning slightly, Naruto walked further down the streets while trying to think of how he was going to find Billy. It wasn't like he could ask around for the Joker by name after all. Soon turning down a dark alley, Naruto suddenly found someone had grabbed him, slammed him to the side of the alley, and now had a knife at his neck. Hand over your wallet, the man with the knife said, and Naruto rolled his eyes before using a Kawamari no Jutsu with a nearby trash can, then slammed his foot into the back of the man's head, knocking him out cold and to the ground. Brushing himself off, Naruto then turns around before walking calmly further into the alley while the man lay on the ground groaning in pain. That's why I'm not a mugger. Never know when you'll try to mug someone who has the skills to kick your ass, Naruto mused to himself while walking through the alleys of Gotham with a frown on his face. This place is really starting to kill my normally good mood, Naruto thought to himself while walking and couldn't help the feeling that someone was following him. Stopping to look behind him, all he saw was a couple of steam vents blowing out air, then turned and took a quick step back when someone was right in front of him. Holy shit! No one's been able to sneak up on me before, Naruto thinks while taking a step back and forming himself into a ready position to switch into a Shadow Claw stance if needed. However, looking up, Naruto found himself face to cowl with a man he'd heard of only in rumor and speculation. The man was dressed in a black cowl that left only his mouth and some of his lower jaw visible, with reflective eye coverings and a pair of pointed ears on top. A long cape thrown over his shoulders with jagged edges like a bat's wings was all he could see at the moment, as it cloaked his body completely. Well, at least I know he's stealthy, Naruto mused while the Batman glared at him through his cowl. At least Naruto figured he was glaring, but he couldn't really tell if he was or wasn't. "What are you in Gotham for?" the Batman asked with a growling voice, and Naruto raised a brow while looking at the man. "Just seeing the sights, expanding my horizons," Naruto quipped, and saw a frown form on the Batman's exposed lips. "Then what about that little stunt back there?" he questioned, and Naruto scratched his nose with a slight frown. "It's called self-defense, look it up sometime," he quips while biting back any of the nicknames he could use on this guy at the moment.
Keep it that way.
"If you try anything while in Gotham, I'll take you down personally." With that, Batman backed up and vanished into another vent spewing out steam. Walking forward, Naruto blinked and then shivered, wondering how he was able to vanish so easily and completely so fast. Man, what is it with all the masked bozos hating me in this world? Naruto wonders to himself while scratching his head, then shrugs and walks further into the alley, and in search of clues he could use to find Billy. The blonde walked down every street and back alley for hours, speaking to whomever he could and finding little about his friend even as he did. He learned that Billy came to town a few weeks prior, and that he had visited a childhood friend only that was a dead lead, as the friend, a blonde girl named Mandy, was a bit mean, to say the least. Anyways, he eventually managed to find out that Billy had then headed off towards a club called the Big Bang Club before he lost all leads entirely. Hence, Naruto dropped his disguise, and RedX now stood on a building while looking down at the club with a frown. It was a hangout for the local metahumans in town, basically a place where they could do pretty much whatever they wanted. Looking around, Naruto shunshined over to the building and looked inside. He saw several familiar faces from the hive, but narrowed them on one person. Slinking into the building silently, he watched as the metahuman teens drank, beat each other up, or showed off their powers while he grabbed the person from behind and dragged him down. "Hello, Simon," he said with a smirk as the psychic man frowned seeing him. Simon was one of the former teachers of the hive. He was gifted with powerful psychokinetic abilities. He had a pinkish color of skin with wrinkles showing his obvious advanced age, with pitch-black eyes with a small pink pupil. His head had a glass jaw with a black exposed brain with pink lines of energy over it. He wore long black and purple flowing robes with a pair of long fingerless black gloves, leaving his long gnarled fingers and nails exposed. "What do you want?" Simon questioned with his mind, and Naruto frowned towards the man. "Billy Numerous, where is he?" Naruto questioned, getting straight to the point, and Simon closed his eyes, the exposed brain on his head glowing for a moment. "Billy is being sought out by the Joker as well. Are you certain you wish for me to tell you where he is?" Simon asked with a bored tone, and Naruto gave him an annoyed look through his masked eyes. "Never mind. Truly, Tempest, I wish you would have learned some patience since we last saw one another." Simon mused to himself, and Naruto gave an annoyed grunt to the man. "Just tell me where." Naruto started only for the doors to bust open to reveal a familiar clown. The clown wore a purple suit with a lavender undershirt, green vest with a chain hanging down from his right pocket, green tie, with a purple coat thrown over it with a pair of dark purple gloves on his hands, and a pair of expensive-looking shoes. His face was painted white, with dark rings around his eyes. His lips looked to have been slit open with red paint or even lipstick smeared over them, and the slits like a clown's face, his teeth a dark smoker's yellow color. His hair was disheveled and messy, while he had obviously rubbed green face paint into it for its greenish tint. "I'm looking for someone," the man said while walking into the building, someone walking over to him. "Hey pal, we don't," he started, and the man rolled his eyes, reached into his coat, and pulled a gun out before shooting the man in the head with it. Not once did the man turn his head as he then put the gun away, while several men in suits came rushing in, each of them wearing a clown mask with a mini-machine gun in hand. "Shit," Naruto said lowly, with Simon mentally agreeing with him. "I said, I'm looking for someone," the man then said while walking further into the building and looking around. Naruto then grabbed Simon by the arm and silently stalked towards the back, while the man continued. "Well, more than someone, seeing as he's able to split himself into more than one person." Joker commented while licking his lips as he walked into the club while looking at the people around the building, then stopped and pointed. You, he said, and a girl yelped while looking around as everyone moved out of the man's way while he walked over to her and leaned down slightly. And me? And not the one. The girl stuttered and the man nodded.
No, but...
You know where he is, don't you? He accused, and the girl shook her head rapidly. I don't, Mr. Joker, I swear, she said, and the Joker tilted his head before jumping up to sit on the table cross-legged, the girl yelping as he did. Well, now you see. That's too bad, Joker said while reaching into his coat to pull out a knife, and the girl whimpered. Looking back at this, Naruto cursed to himself, then helped Simon get out of the building before heading back inside. Cursing to himself, Naruto saw the Joker was now flipping the knife between his hands before grabbing it and then plunging it down into the table he was sitting on, getting a frightened scream from the girl before pulling the knife free from the table. You look nervous. Is it the scars? Joker then asked while pointing the tip of his blade to the scars on his face, and the girl whimpered as he then reached out and held her face to look directly into his eyes. Do you want to know where I got 'em? He then asked as he began to turn her face from side to side, then licked his lips while looking at her. So, I had a wife. She was beautiful, just like you, he said, and a few people began to shiver as the Joker leaned towards the girl. Who tells me I worry too much? Who tells me I ought to smile more? Joker says, then nods his head and tilts it to one side while looking at the whimpering girl. Who gambles and gets in deep with the sharks? He explains, then holds her head tighter as she begins to squirm in his grasp.
Hey,
he says while holding the knife closer to her. One day they carve her face. And we have no money for surgeries. She can't take it, Joker explained while he was now the one shaking, his eyes wide with insanity as he continued. I just want to see her smile again. I just want her to know that I don't care about the scars, he says with a trembling voice while those around the room back away further, while the clowns keep anyone from moving forward. So, Joker says while holding her head with one hand and points towards the scars on his face. I stick a razor in my mouth and do this, he says, then moves his head to show the two scars while the girl continues to shake. To myself, he finishes, then takes hold of the girl's face with both hands once more. And you know what? She can't stand the sight of me, Joker says through gritted teeth before seeming to calm, and licks his lips. She leaves, he says while nodding his head, then narrows his eyes on the girl before him. Now I see the funny side, Joker says and laughs lightly to himself while holding his knife into the air. Now I'm always smiling, he said, then leaned forward to the girl with a dark glint in his eyes. Hey? Why so serious? Joker then questioned, and the girl's eyes widened as the Joker's darkened. Let's put a smile on that face, Joker said darkly with a grin spreading over his lips, only to look up when the skylight broke open and an even wider grin split across his face. Oh, goody, Joker then said while releasing the girl sliding off the table to stand and crack his neck. Batsy's finally decided to come out and play, Joker said with a laugh while his goons began to fire on the Batman, the club quickly turning into a madhouse as the metas ran screaming, Joker somehow mingling among them as he just seemed to vanish into the crowd. Batman, however, rolled out of the way of the gunfire before lunging forward, slamming his fist into one of the goons' faces and sending him flying back into a wall before spinning on his heel and lashing out with roundhouse kick to the next goon. Batman then moved like lightning, lashing out with another fist to the next goon's face before grabbing the last of them and then spun, tossing him out of a window. Damn, remind me not to get on his bad side, Naruto thought to himself while watching the Batman walk over to the first goon and grab him by the front of his suit. Who is the Joker looking for? Batman questioned in a growl, and the man merely groaned in obvious pain. Listen up, scumbag, this can go either the easy way or the hard way, and believe me, you don't want to go the hard way? Batman growled out, and slammed the man's head back into the wall. Talk, Batman said while slamming the man's head into the wall behind him once more. Go fuck yourself. He managed to grunt out only for Batman to frown, then lift the man up and glare. Fine, the hard way it is then, Batman growled before holding a hand up, a grapple shooting out of it as he and the man went lifting out of the room, and Naruto looked around and let out a sigh of relief that hadn't been him. Walking back to find Simon, Naruto grunted seeing as the old man had managed to escape and thus taken his only lead on Billy's location. I should have never left that old geezer by himself. Naruto grunted, then heard someone screaming and walked up the wall of the building to see Batman on a larger building across the street and holding a man out over the ledge. So that's why that guy asked if I was one of Batman's students. Naruto mused with some amount of shock seeing as Batman was literally holding someone out over a ledge with his bare hands. Now then, who is Joker looking for? Batman questioned while the man flailed his arms and looked up at Batman through his mask. Jesus Christ, I don't know, he shouted, and Batman frowned. Wrong answer. And with that, the man was dropped only for Batman to fire his grapple at him and catch the man at the last second before lifting him back up to face him. Now then, talk. Batman growled out, and the man whimpered. Some kid, his name is Billy Numerous. But that's all I know. I swear. The man said loudly, and Batman frowned before nodding and kicking the man in the head, knocking the man unconscious. Nice one, Bats. Never thought I'd see a brutal hero. Naruto commented while Batman cuffed the crook and lowered him down to the street for the police before turning to look at Naruto with a glare. Batman then lashed out quickly with a batarang and Naruto flipped over it, landing in a crouch, while the Batman glared. Geez, Bats, no need to be so hostile, Naruto said while lifting his hands up only for the Batman to lunge forward and grab him by his throat. Damn, he's fast, Naruto thought to himself while noting that besides his mask and cape, the Batman also wore a pair of black forearm-length gloves over his forearms with padding over his knuckles, and the backs of his fists' claws at his fingertips made from a strange material, with forearm protectors over them that have 3 curved blades at the sides. A gray bodysuit with a black bat on the chest and several padded armored sections that were thin yet flexible, a dark gold-colored utility belt around his waist. A pair of black boots made of the same material as his gloves and suit and black greaves placed over them. You're RedX, Batman stated simply, and Naruto kicked the man in the stomach, managing to flip and land away from him. Yeah, nice to know my reputation precedes me, Naruto said with a mocking bow, and Batman merely narrowed his eyes. Are you working for the Joker? He asked, and Naruto blinked. Wait, you think what now? Naruto questioned only for the Batman to lunge forward with a punch he deftly evaded, then lashed out with a kick himself that Batman merely blocked. A known thief from Jump City, also known to be a mercenary on the side, shows up in Gotham not even a week's time after the Joker starts a city-wide search for someone. You tell me what I'm supposed to believe, Batman states, and Naruto can see how it might look like he would work with the Joker, but glares at Batman nonetheless. Sorry to spoil your fun, Batbrain, but working for maniacs like the Joker isn't my style, Naruto stated while Batman pushed back on his leg, knocking Naruto off kilter as the blonde cursed. Naruto managed to right himself, however, and lashed out with a sweeping kick which the Batman jumped to avoid, then lashed with a flying roundhouse kick. Naruto quickly ducked under the kick and rolled into a crouch, quickly unfolding the scallops from his gauntlets and lunging at Batman. The Dark Knight merely unlocked the 3 curved blades from his own gauntlets as the two attacked one another with their gauntlets' weapons. Thinking quickly, however, Naruto then vanished and reappeared behind the bat, only for the man to elbow him in the face. Rolling back, Naruto quickly used his teleportation once more to appear in front and above Batman, bringing his foot down on the man in an axe kick. Batman managed to block, however, and pushed Naruto back in midair, the teen flying back into a flip and then onto the ground on all fours. Okay, my teleport is basically useless against this guy. It's like he has fucking eyes in the back of his head. My mom wasn't even this hard to hit when we sparred, Naruto thinks to himself while glaring at the Batman and slowly rising back to his feet. Quickly lunging forward, Naruto swings his left arm at Batman, the Dark Knight quickly blocking with the blades on his own gauntlets, then pushing him back. Gritting his teeth while landing in a low crouch, Naruto narrows his eyes on the man. Alright, this style seems to be a more perfected version of the kid's great Batsy here must have taught him. Though he doesn't have any of Batman's experience or raw power, when using it. The blonde ex-shinobi thinks to himself before quickly throwing several ex-shuriken towards the man. Batman merely blocked the shuriken weapons with his bladed gauntlets, easily knocking the weapons away from himself. Narrowing his eyes, Batman then steps back, his cape flowing over his form as he then throws numerous batarangs towards the blonde-haired thief. Cursing and quickly rolling out of the way, Naruto then throws an explosive X towards the man's feet. Batman quickly ducked to the side to evade, however, and then lunged forward at Naruto. Narrowing his eyes and pressing his foot back, Naruto caught the fist coming to his face, then slid 1 foot forward, sweeping Batman's legs out from under him, then turned on his heel and threw him over his shoulder. Flipping in the air, Batman came to the ground with a light thud before quickly lashing out with his cape, the seemingly useless accessory surprising Naruto with the force that it hit him, easily knocking him back and to the ground. Note to self: never mock the cape, he thinks to himself while flipping back to his feet and blocking Batman's gauntlet blades with his scalloped gauntlets. Growling, the two push forward in a test of strength, Naruto having to push chakra into his arms just to hold the older man back. Damn, how the hell does anyone not trained in martial arts survive this guy? Naruto can't help but wonder as he and the Batman push one another back and into a sliding crouch. You're good, Batman offers, not even slightly winded. But you've obviously got less experience than you do raw talent. Batman then offers while moving his arms into his cape as Naruto pants slightly, while smirking towards the man. Can't say you're half bad either, old man, he offers in response, mockingly, while Batman frowns slightly at the crack. You should give up now, and explain why exactly you've come to Gotham, Batman states firmly, the young thief narrowing his eyes and grunting as he moves his body into another stance. Sorry, Batbrain. That's private, Naruto offers in response before lunging forward once more, Naruto flipping into a roundhouse, which Batman easily evaded. Batman then quickly lashed out with a punch to Naruto's jaw, the boy stumbling back before quickly using his momentum to slice through the man's armor with the scallops on his left gauntlet. Taking a quick step back, Batman pulled a device from his belt and then hid it in his hand with his cape. Both dark warriors lunged forward, Naruto unsheathing his sword and swinging it while the Batman blocked with his gauntlet's blades. Batman then quickly pushed Naruto back, the young thief turning on one heel and bringing his ninjato's hilt to both his hands. Gripping the blade tightly, the blonde narrowed his eyes before lunging forward once more. Batman quickly takes a step back to evade the blade, however, then lashes out with a thrust kick to his chest, knocking him down onto his back. Flipping to his feet, Naruto then twirls his sword in hand before holding it in a reverse grip, Batman raising a brow in surprise and intrigue. So you use a sword style based on diversity, allowing you to adapt to any situation. The medium length of your sword also helps in this, being longer than a short sword but shorter than a long sword. I've actually never seen a ninjato used quite so skillfully. The only other person to use one against me mostly just swung it around, Batman muses while taking side steps, Naruto doing the same so he can keep his eyes on the Dark Knight of Gotham. Thanks for the compliment, old man, but we really shouldn't chat so much in the middle of an argument, Naruto quips and sees Batman frown once more before narrowing his eyes. True, but our argument could be easily resolved if you would just tell me what you're doing in Gotham, Batman offers in retort, and Naruto can't help an annoyed grunt in response while glaring at the older man. Like I said, Batsy, it's personal business, Naruto growls out before then rushing forward, kicking out and then swinging his blade. Batman quickly moved backward to evade both attacks, only for Naruto to then drop his blade in midair, spin low into a crouch while throwing an X-shuriken at the man. Batman quickly flips over the shuriken, however, and Naruto kicks his sword up, and then spins upwards, twirling his ninjato towards the Dark Knight and cutting through the front of his armor as he pushes a bit of wind element chakra into it. Eyes widening behind his mask, the Batman shows no other visible signs of surprise as he takes a quick step back. Inwardly, however, he makes a note to evade that blade in combat and to thoroughly inspect it if at all possible outside of combat. What's the matter, old man? Starting to feel your age? Naruto asks while rising back to his feet, and Batman frowns before then crouching down into a stance. Chuckling, Naruto takes a stance of his own, and both men lunge forward. Naruto throwing his sword into the air while swinging into a punch at the same time as Batman. Fists connecting the two, then quickly spin into roundhouse kicks, each connecting at the same time. His style is mirroring my own as we continue to fight. But if he's mirroring my moves... Batman thinks to himself while his eyes narrow, both warriors pushing the other back and into a stance. Each move back at this, Naruto looking up to see his ninjato starting its descent. Lunging forward at this, Naruto quickly takes hold of the blade and swings it, Batman swinging his arm to block and then slamming something into the blonde boy's neck. Grunting in pain, the young man quickly elbowed Batman in the face, knocking him back. Soon coming into a stance, Naruto watches the Batman slowly come to a stop and then move his cape around his shoulders. "What? No more?" Naruto quips with a smirk, and Batman shows the syringe-like device in his hand before tossing it lightly to one side. Soon after, Naruto shook his head and blinked as he tried to focus on the man, only to stumble backwards slightly and drop his ninjato. What the hell? He questions before bringing a hand to his head as his vision starts to cloud over, Batman looking at him impassively. "You're being affected by a special tranquilizer I developed specifically for metahumans and other beings with an advanced healing factor," Batman says simply while walking towards Naruto as he falls to his knees, his hands on the ground as he tries to keep from passing out. "It'll even knock down Superman," Batman comments with a scowl on his face, and Naruto narrows his eyes trying to keep him in his bleary vision. "I've heard of what you can do and your healing factor that just makes it easier for this particular tranquilizer to spread through you," Batman then offers, and Naruto grunts while stumbling up to his feet and glaring at the man. "And my armor, how did you?" he tried to say before falling down to the ground with a groan, and Batman shook his head. "That armor is made from a special material made for flexibility and durability. Normally it'd be both bulletproof and stab-proof, while also offering insulation from a variety of climates and electricity. However, my weapons were designed to cut through steel, if necessary, and your armor wasn't that tough," he states simply, and Naruto grunts as Batman leans down to look him in the eye. "I should know, my armor is made almost the same way." With that, Naruto promptly passes out while Batman shakes his head and picks up the teen sword. "This'll have to take a closer look at. I've never encountered a blade that could actually cut through my armor so easily," Batman muses before then sheathing the blade on Naruto's back. Reaching down, he then grabbed him by the back of his suit and lifted him up before throwing him over his shoulder. Turning on his heel, Batman then carried the young thief into the shadows, where both of them seemed to vanish into the night. Chapter 21. Gotham 9.2. The first thing he heard was screeching, bats screeching if he wasn't mistaken. Groaning to himself, the blonde-haired ex-shinobi slowly rises up with a grimace on his lips. "Ouch, alright, next time, I'm using some jutsu against him. Although at least my idea worked. Now I'm in the Bat's HQ, and can hopefully find some more info on Billy's location with his oh-so-infamous Bat supercomputer, or at least what the hell he did to piss the Joker off so bad." Naruto thinks to himself before opening his eyes and looking around, instantly noting his hands were cuffed, and that he was in a cave, laying back on a medical bed. So this is the famous Batcave. Doesn't really look like much. The blonde-haired ninja thinks to himself while sitting up and coming mask to mask with a cute redhead. "So you're finally awake," she offers with her hands on her cheeks while sitting on a table, and Naruto blinks. "Alright, I know he works with younger people a lot, but seriously, why are they all around my age?" He can't help but wonder while giving the obviously older girl a once-over. She was around Iam's age from what he could see, possibly a year or two older, with an athletic build and womanly curves, and dark red hair coming out of the back of her black mask that was similar to Batman's, only with her azure blue eyes visible. She wears a thigh-length cape, was hanging from her shoulders with a yellow interior and the same jagged edges as Batman's own, while her black full-body suit was designed to be identical to Batman's own, having the same armor-like padding and insulation from what he could see, only with a yellow bat on her chest. A yellow utility belt is synced around her slim waist with a rappelling harness under it curving over her inner thighs and hips. A pair of yellow gloves adorn her hands and cover her forearms, with yellow gauntlets of a near-identical design to Batman's over them, and last is a pair of yellow boots with yellow greaves. "Okay, As if Beast Boy looking a little like my dope self wasn't odd enough. This is just way too weird. Give her a pair of amber eyes and she'd look just like Mom. Hell, she could easily pass off as my sister. Naruto can't help but think to himself as she has the same color of azure blue eyes that he does and his mother's dark red hair color.
So,
You must be Batgirl. Naruto offers mockingly and sees the woman twitch, making him smirk beneath his mask. Yep, just like Mom. I'd know that kind of reaction anywhere. Next she'll threaten me not to do it again. Naruto thinks to himself as Batgirl then holds up an arm, the three blades at the side unlocking as she frowns towards him. Yes, I am. Just don't say it so mockingly, and we'll get along just fine. She states, and Naruto can't help a slight chuckle. Alright, whatever you say, Red. Naruto offers while trying to get another rise out of her. However, she just nods her head and then slides off the table. Judging by her reaction, people either call her Red a lot, or it's something she got used to before and has never noticed it. Naruto thinks to himself while rolling off the table and into a crouch before getting back up and holding up his cuffed wrists. Let's see now, pretty girl, me handcuffed on a bed. I think I might grow to like this situation. Naruto can't help but quip and sees Batgirl give him an annoyed look. But sadly, I'm not into BDSM. So, do you think you can take these off me? He asks, and the redhead gives him a smirk in response. Think you can keep your hands to yourself? She quips, and Naruto can't help a grin that forms under his mask. Yeah, she could easily pass as my sister back home. I can already tell that Mom would have absolutely loved her. Naruto can't help but think to himself before following after the girl with a smirk still etched over his face. I can try, babe, but you know how sticky a thief's hands can get. Naruto finally quips back and Batgirl rolls her eyes. Enough of the witty banter. Batman needs to speak with you. She states, and Naruto blinks for a moment. But I like the witty banter. It livens things up. Naruto says then offers and Batgirl smirks towards him. You would get along with my friend Spoiler. I can already tell. She offers with obvious amusement. Naruto already knowing about the other Gotham-based superheroine. Yeah, that chick in a purple cloak with a hood. Sounds like her and Raven need to swap fashion tips. Naruto quips before shivering as he gets the sudden feeling that Raven is going to hurt him. Man, why is it that I can never make quips about her without feeling bad? She does it to me all the damn time. Naruto thinks to himself while walking with Batgirl. Any reason no one took my mask off? Naruto then asks Batgirl, and she looks at him from the corner of her eye. Batman doesn't want to for one reason or another. I think he's respecting your privacy, but I'm not exactly sure what. Batgirl offers, and Naruto raises a brow before deciding that Batman had his own quirks. By the way, I know Batman can mop the floor with Robin and most other freaks, but how did he do it to you? Batgirl asks, and Naruto looks at her with a raised brow under his mask. I've been watching Robin for Batman. He can't with what happens in Gotham, so I do. I've recorded data on every villain they've ever dealt with, but you seem the most skilled next to Slade. She offers an answer, and Naruto frowns. Next to Slade? He asks while sounding indignant, and the girl gives him a look. He can dent into steel with his bare fists, is as strong as Starfire. He can somehow survive lethal blows, not to mention is possible just as skilled in hand-to-hand combat as Batman, and has a vast array of weapons even I'm not completely sure of. She offers, and Naruto's eyes shoot open before a shudder makes its way over his spine. Alright. Anyways, Bats never really beat me. I needed to see if I could really trust him, and the best way for me to do that was to see if he'd actually try and hurt me. Naruto explains, and Batgirl looks at him strangely. How do people actually learn anything by fighting one another? Batgirl asks, and Naruto chuckles to himself. You know, a long time ago, I didn't really know either, but to tell you the truth, most people when they fight show their true selves. How far they are willing to go to win, how much they want to hurt you, what they are really like inside. Judging by the way he fights, I'd say Batman doesn't throw his punches but moves only to incapacitate, not kill or maim. That alone told me he wasn't a bad person. He's just got some serious anger issues he needs to work out. Also, when he used a tranquilizer to take me down, it showed me that he won't kill and that he tries to find non-violent ways to win. Naruto explains simply with a nod of his head, and Batgirl looks at him strangely. Somehow, I think there's more to it than that. Bakul states while crossing her arms, and Naruto chuckles lightly once more. Okay. Thanks to Joker, my only lead on a job I'm doing got away. I needed a new lead, and the only person I can think of that would be able to help me is Batman. Not only that, but I've always wanted to see who was better at hand-to-hand combat between me and Batsy, seeing as I always beat the shit out of Robin. Also, I hate to admit it, but I kinda got cocky there, and ended up with that Trank knocking me out a few seconds more, and I would have actually pulled out all the stops and took him on full force. Naruto explains as they walk up a flight of stairs, and he sees Batgirl give him an incredulous look. So you're saying you took him on, without using your maximum set of abilities or resources, and let yourself be captured?
Why?
She asks, and Naruto can't help a smirk that crosses over his lips once more. In my ninja career, I noticed something. You never show the enemy everything you've got on your first fight. If you use your full scope of ability in a fight with an enemy, you're showing them everything you got, and they will adapt to it and beat you the next time. You always have to keep something held back if you're sure you're going to be running into them again. Unless you're completely sure you can take them down on the first try, you always have to have something else up your sleeve. I live by this philosophy. Sure, I get my ass kicked quite a bit because of it, but I consider those lessons the more I lose, the more I know I have to work on my normal skills. Know thy limitations and learn to make them your strengths. Naruto explains before offering sagely to a thoroughly shocked Bakul. That was surprisingly deep coming from a thief. Bakul offers, and Naruto chuckles to himself. Hey, I'm full of surprises, babe. Naruto offers before lifting a hand. The cuffs that had been around his wrists were now being twirled around on his right index finger. Also, you need much better cuffs than these if you want to hold someone like me, he offers while tossing them to the girl, making her frown towards him. I hate it when you guys do that. She mutters while putting the cuffs away, and Naruto looks to the side as they come off the stairs and sees a wing of different objects ranging from what seems to be a stuffed tear-ed to a giant coin. Okay, never pegged bats as being the nostalgic type or a pack rat. Naruto thinks to himself, then sees several bats fly past him and Batgirl. Now then, you said you wanted to know if you could trust Batman. Why exactly? Batgirl asks, and the young thief smirks behind his mask. When Joker ran into that club downtown, my only lead on finding a friend bailed. I decided that it would be best to get some help to find him, and the only person I even thought of was Bats. Bats is a good fighter, and in our little fight, he could have used any number of gadgets in that belt of his, and I'm sure he also has something to increase his strength in that suit. But he didn't use any of it. That tells me I can trust him. It tells me he fights fair, and he doesn't try and beat the hell out of people unless they really deserve it. Naruto explains while crossing his arms, and Bakul frowns towards him. So basically you got cocky and got your ass kicked because of it? She states with a smirk, and Naruto chuckles to himself.
No.
I didn't use any jutsu or special powers because I've always wanted to see how my hand-to-hand stacks up against the Batman, but I have to admit that I never expected him to be so damn tough for an old guy. Okay, so maybe I did get a little bit too cocky with him. One of my worst flaws and traits that I plan on eventually fixing, Naruto explains with a shrug, and Batgirl nods her head with her arms crossed.
So,
why was I so far down in the caves? Naruto asks while they walk towards a large device he assumes is the supercomputer. 1. Nothing in that area was valuable. 2. We needed a safe place to watch you. 3. We didn't want you near our weapons. 4. We just don't trust thieves. Batgirl offers in response, and Naruto can't help but agree with her. We also did it so Alfred wouldn't be seen, Batgirl inwardly reminds herself as they come up behind Batman as he looks at a supercomputer. Yo, Batsy, you wanted to see me? Naruto asks, and Batgirl gives him a scathing look in response. Yes, Batman offers before standing up and turning to the young thief. Why exactly are you in Gotham? He states simply, and Naruto grunts while wondering if he should try and lie or tell the truth. Okay, let's see now. I've gotten in the cave, and now I know where the computer is, but really I'm not looking forward to taking him on his home turf. If I lie, he's probably going to notice. And if I don't lie, he might actually help, but I hate working with overly serious jerks of decisions. Naruto thinks to himself before deciding it isn't worth the hell it's already caused him to try and keep his mission a secret. I'm here because Billy Numerous sent a message to us over in Tartarus HQ via clone. Said he was deep in the shit, and that it involved the Joker. Naruto explains vaguely and Batman frowns before sitting back down in front of the supercomputer. Does Billy have any kind of pattern in his methods? He asks, and Naruto cups his chin in thought. He likes doing multiple things at once. He finally offers and Batman scowls. Thought so. Someone broke into Arkham Asylum a month ago, took out the guards, and then systematically freed prisoners while helping the Joker to escape. At the same time, a pair of hyenas were stolen from the zoo. And last evidence at the police lockup, namely items used by the Joker and Harley Quinn, was stolen. All of it was done at the exact same time. Batman offers and Naruto grimaces. Ugh, what the hell kind of shit have you got me into, Billy? He wonders to himself while shaking his head, and Batman looks towards him for a moment. That is definitely Billy's MO. But why he would bust Joker out is my question. Naruto offers and Batgirl leans forward. Maybe he was paid to. She offers and Naruto blinks before slapping his face. If it was a snake, it would have bit me. He always was too into making a quick buck than I liked, not cautious enough when it came to his employers. Naruto says then offers with a shake of his head, and Batman nods his head slowly. But that doesn't explain Joker's attacks, nor why he's looking for Billy now. Batman offers and Naruto frowns before humming in thought, arms crossed. Billy busted other people out until you arrived to stop that, right? Naruto asks and Batman nods his head silently. Maybe he wanted someone else out as well, and Billy screwed up, thus pissing the clown man off. Naruto offers and Batman frowns before bringing up a file of a girl in a domino mask and a red and black outfit. Dr. Harleen Quinzel, a former psychiatrist now a patient at Arkham. She worked as Joker's psychiatrist for a while before she eventually became almost as warped as the Joker himself. Add onto that she's an obsessed fanatic who's slavishly loyal to Joker, and you can guess why he wants her out. Batman explains and Naruto grimaces, while wondering how the hell Joker had a fangirl like Sakura. I thought Joker didn't care for anyone? Batgirl questions and Batman frowns while looking at the screen. He doesn't. But if he wanted Billy to get her out, and Billy didn't, Batman left off and the girl filled in the missing pieces, grimacing as she does so. He'd take it out on Billy for failing. Joker never was one to like failure from his goons. Batgirl muses and Naruto can see why the freak is so feared in Gotham. Alright, now we know why Joker's doing this. But what I want to know is how do we find Billy and make sure that Joker doesn't get his hands on him? Naruto questions then states flatly, and Batman frowns while cupping his chin with a thoughtful expression on his face. First, we find the Joker. His capture is a priority over finding Billy Numerous.
Batgirl.
I want you and RedX to search any of Joker's old haunts and look for clues. Batman orders, and Naruto looks at him incredulously. You want to send me with her? Isn't that a little dangerous for her? Naruto asks seriously, and Batman merely looks at him for a moment. Perhaps, but it's better to have someone watch you than to leave you on your own. Batman states, and Naruto gives the man a mock hurt look in response. B-man. I'm hurt. Where's the trust? He mocks, and Batgirl snickers, while the older crime fighter gives him a fierce glare. Also, if you get out of line, I'll make sure a friend of mine takes you down. Whether you're at full strength or not, I doubt you'd want to fight Superman. Batman then offers in response, and Naruto grimaces to himself before again wondering what kind of shit he's gotten himself into this time, and how Batman somehow heard him and Batgirl's conversation. Joker is sitting within his newest hideout, an old factory that produced dozens of joke and gag props. In his hands, the man fingers a knife, devilish eyes looking at it before looking to a nearby clown. We found him, boss. The clown offers, and Joker nods his head slowly. Bring our guest in. He orders before licking his lips and lightly tossing his knife into the air before catching it. Out of the corner of his eye, Joker watched as his clown waved in two more who dragged Billy Numerous into the room before throwing him forward and onto the ground. His suit was a mess, however, blood and cuts littering his form from his accident with the clowns earlier. Hello, Billy. Joker offers with a slight smirk as he then gets up and walks over to the Southerner. And Mr. Joker. What y'all want with me? Billy asks, while slowly looking up and gulps upon seeing the knife in the man's hands.
Billy.
I think you and I need to have a little talk, Joker offers before crouching down and picking Billy off the floor and up to his feet. Standing under his own power, Billy flinches as Joker moves his knife hand. Only the clown prince of crime merely brushes off something from his left shoulder. You and I had a deal, Billy. I pay you, you get me, and my little pet out of Arkham, Joker states, simply while walking to stand beside of Billy and place an arm over his shoulder. So why is my pet still in Arkham's? He then questions, and Billy gulps while looking at the blade in the clown prince of crime's hand. The Batman showed up. He took my clones out before I could get to her cell, Billy offers while shaking, and Joker shakes his head while looking at Billy, then turns and almost drags him with him. You know, Billy, I'm the type of guy who's really easy to get along with, Joker offers while patting Billy's shoulder, and he gulps once more. All I ask is that you do what I paid you for, and don't fail. Not much, really, Joker offers with a nod of his head, and Billy nods his own in agreement, too scared to disagree considering whom he's standing around with. You seem nervous, Billy, Joker notes, and then licks the inside of his scars. Is it the scars? He asks while pointing at them with his knife. And no, sir, Mr. Joker. I'm just intimidated by y'all's record, Billy offers with a weak grin, and Joker rolls his eyes. Billy, I'm the Joker. I don't just randomly kill people, I kill them when it's funny, Joker offers with a grin over his face, and Billy gives a frightened grin in response, seeing as Joker's sense of humor was actually pretty warped. Now then, why didn't you go back and get her out of Arkham? Joker then asks while moving to stand in front of Billy. The cops were everywhere, Mr. Joker. I couldn't get 5 feet towards the place without being noticed, Billy offers, and the Joker shakes his head with a frown.
Billy.
I don't rightly care about excuses. People who try to weasel out of their work, well, I feed them to the hyenas, Joker offers before whistling sharply. A pair of large laughing hyenas lunging from behind him and jumping on top of Billy, pinning him down as they snap and bite at him. Wait. A friend of mine came looking for me, Mr. Joker. I'm sure if you get him, he could get her out of Arkham, Billy says quickly while trying to hold the hyenas back by making several clones. Really now, and how exactly do you know he'll be able to do that if you can't? Joker questions with a frown though can't help but grin as one of the clones holding the hyenas back is being mauled at this point. He's RedX, a master thief and combatant, sir. If anyone could get her out for you, it'd be RedX. He's got more skill in his right arm than I have in my whole damn body, Billy offers quickly and sees Joker hum in thought, rubbing his chin while the hyenas continue to try and maul the teen. Sounds so boring, Joker muses before his eyes widen and a devilish look spreads over his face. Why just ask him to break her out? Joker wonders to himself as he then walks towards a nervous Billy and pats each of his hyenas on the back. Sorry boys, he's off the menu, Joker offers, and the hyenas actually seem to pout as they back away from Billy, still glaring towards him from behind Joker. For now at least. Joker suddenly amends and Billy whimpers while absorbing his clones and grimacing as he relives the pain they felt in his mind. Joker then waved a clown over to him, the man standing at attention as an amused Joker then pointed to Billy. Tie him up, he orders, and Billy blinks. Wah! Billy demands loudly, and Joker gives him a devious grin. I have an amusing idea thanks to you, Billy boy, but I'm going to need some bait for it to work, and lucky for you, you're my newest worm, Joker offers in response before laughing to himself as he walks away, several clowns grabbing Billy and tying him up. Gotham. Naruto and Batgirl are riding the X-Cycle down the streets of Gotham, a helmet over Batgirl's head with a radio so they can speak with one another. So, while I wasn't using my full set of abilities, I am wondering how Batsy was keeping up with me stamina-wise. From what I've heard from friends and enemies alike, I'm a stamina freak. Got any ideas on that, Bat Babe? Naruto asks the girl as they turn at a corner, and she blinks before sighing to herself, wondering how many nicknames the thief was going to come up with for her. He had advanced meditation training in the Far East. Supposedly, he's learned to control his breathing to allow him greater overall stamina. He's also mastered an ability that allows him to literally ignore pain, another one that lets him unleash his muscles' maximum capacity, and another that supposedly allows him to resist all forms of illusions and telepaths. Batgirl offers an explanation and Naruto whistles to himself, truly impressed with just that amount of the bat's training. So you just told me all that?
Why?
Naruto then asks, and Batgirl rolls her eyes. Because it's so vague it wouldn't really help you in a fight with him. She offers in response and Naruto shrugs. It's more or less true. Only telling him he's stronger than he looks can disable his ability to feel pain and can control his breathing to increase his overall stamina. That guy sure is something else. No wonder more than a few metahumans are afraid of being anywhere near Gotham. Naruto muses mostly to himself, seeing as more than half the hive were terrified of the Batman. Yeah, it's also amazing you didn't have to go all out against him. I watched that fight. You moved at speeds no human should be able to go at. Batgirl offers and Naruto chuckles to himself for a few moments. Yeah, well, I've always been one of the most surprising ninja anyone has ever met. Naruto offers, smirking to himself before grimacing as he remembers that it was Kakashi who gave him that nickname. Most surprising ninja? Weird nickname. She offers, and the blonde shrugs his shoulders before slowing to a stop in front of a building. So, you sure this place has someone who can lead us to Jokers? Naruto asks as he and the girl get off of his bike, Batgirl removing her helmet as she does.
Yeah.
This guy has information on every villain in Gotham. Batgirl explains before Naruto frowns towards her. He got a name? The teen asks and Batgirl nods her head. He calls himself 2-Bit. A former thief, he now deals more with information. She explains, and Naruto hums in thought. I think I should be the one to handle this, Red. He states, and Batgirl gives him a look. I'm not supposed to let you out of my sights. She reminds, and Naruto frowns. You're also a known crime fighter. I doubt the guys inside are going to react to you favorably. Naruto reminds, and Batgirl frowns in thought, cupping her chin before giving him an annoyed look. I hate that you're right. Just remember that we just need Joker's location. She states, and Naruto nods his head before walking into the building, Batgirl going over to a window to watch him. Inside, Naruto finds a guard at another door and raises a brow. What do you want? The large man asks with a frown and Naruto crosses his arms. I'm here for information. Word is that 2-Bit has it. He states, and the large man nods his head before opening the door at his side. Walking inside, Naruto sees what could pass off as a club, several mobsters like people playing pool or gambling. I feel like I've walked into Tanzaka town. Naruto thinks to himself before turning to the guard who grunts. 2-Bit is over there. Make it quick. He growls and Naruto nods his head once before walking off towards a man. Looking all around, Naruto notes a woman who looks strikingly like Tsunade and shivers. Why is it that everyone in this world reminds me of someone from my own? The blonde can't help but wonder to himself as he comes up to the table where 2-Bit sits. The person is obviously older than him and dressed in a simple black suit, with shaggy brown hair, a mustache/goatee, and a black bandage around his eyes. 2-Bit, I take it. Naruto muses before taking a seat, and the person nods with a slight smirk on his face.
Most call me that.
So, what do you need, RedX? Or, would you prefer Tempets? 2-Bit questions and Naruto blinks in surprise. Whoa, he really does have all the information on Gotham's villains, even if I've only been here a day. Naruto thinks to himself, though then wonders about the blindfold. You're blind. Naruto states flatly, and 2-Bit chuckles to himself.
Yes.
The reason why I stopped my career as a thief, but it did allow me to listen much better. 2-Bit offers an explanation, and Naruto nods his head slowly. I need information on the Joker. Naruto states, and 2-Bit's smirk turns into a slight frown before leaning back in his seat. The Joker is one of the only people I try not to piss off in this city. 2-Bit offers before licking his lips. It's going to cost you if you want the information. 2-Bit then says, and Naruto frowns slightly. What exactly? He questions, and 2-Bit hums in thought before grinning towards the blonde thief. All I want is a little object, really, a kunai. He states simply, and Naruto raises a brow for a moment. Let me add on to that, a 3-pronged kunai with seals etched into it. Two-Bit then adds, and Naruto frowns for a few moments. You heard about my fight with the Titans in Wayne Inc. He states, and Two-Bit nods his head. Why do you want one? You won't be able to use it. Naruto states flatly, and yet Two-Bit merely chuckles to himself in response. I like to collect things. It's a hobby of mine born from my time as a thief. Nowadays, I collect objects from villains. A sharpened card from Joker, a sledgehammer from Harley Quinn, a mutated plant from Poison Ivy, a gun from Two-Face, an umbrella from Penguin before he went on the straight and narrow, a cane from the Riddler, and so on and so on. Two-Bit explains, and Naruto nods his head slowly before reaching to his thigh and pulling the kunai out. Holding it in a reverse grip, he hands it over to the older man, who takes it delicately and feels it. Now then, where is the Joker's? Naruto questions of the man, and Two-Bit nods his head before handing the object to one of his men, the man then taking it to a room where Naruto sees several different objects that seemed like they belonged to the people that Two-Bit had mentioned. Joker's last hideout was at the wharf on the east side. It was Warehouse 13, if I remember correctly. Two-Bit offers while folding his arms together on top of the table, and Naruto nods his head and gets up. By the way, tell Batgirl I said hi. Two-Bit then says with a grin, and Naruto wonders if the boy is a metahuman before then, making his way out of the building. Seeing Batgirl, he looks at her strangely. Two-Bit said to say hi. He offers while getting onto his motorcycle, and Batgirl rolls her eyes. He's known to like messing with his clients. She offers an explanation while getting on behind him, and Naruto nods his head slowly. Is he a metahuman? Naruto then asks, and Batgirl nods her head while pulling her helmet on over her head. He can grow nearly indestructible armored scales and spikes over his body. She says, and Naruto blinks, then shakes his head. I thought he was psychic. Naruto mumbles before starting his X-cycle, both he and Batgirl heading towards the east side of Gotham. Jump City. Blackfire was slowly walking around Tartarus Base, grimacing as her muscles felt like they hadn't been used in years. Looking around, the ebony-haired alien soon found Gizmo's workshop, the tiny terror working on her armor. You know, those circuits aren't supposed to be fused, Blackfire offers while moving over to a seat next to the little bald boy. You actually understand how this works? Gizmo asks, and Blackfire rolls her eyes before taking a couple devices and looking at what he's doing.
Yes.
I learned on Veritia how it works. She offers, and Gizmo squints. Veritia? Where is that? He asks, and Blackfire sighs. Nowhere, it was destroyed. She offers simply while working on some of the circuits that had burned out in her suit.
Bye.
Gizmo asks, and Blackfire frowns. None of your business, Baldy. She offers with her old fire, and elsewhere in Tartarus HQ, Mammoth, Starfire, Seymour, Kid WIKKYD, and Private Hive are all watching with wide eyes as Jinx and Raven have gotten into another fight. The group is hiding behind an overturned couch at the moment while watching them attack one another. What set them off like this time? Seymour asks with wide eyes, and Mammoth shrugs his large shoulders while they all watch on from a crouched position behind their sofa. To hell if I know, man. All I know is that Jinx said something, and then Blue Girl got pissed off, and now they're having the nastiest catfight in human history. Mammoth offers as Jinx hurls a hex bolt at Raven, sending her flying into a nearby hall, while Starfire blinks. What is a catfight? Starfire asks the Tartarus boys, and they look at her before Seymour sighs. It's when two chicks try to hurt one another over something, usually a guy that they both like. He offers while Raven comes roaring out of the hall, eyes now glowing a burning red as she slams into Jinx, knocking them through another door. Oh, why is it called a catfight then? Starfire then asked naively, and the boys looked to Seymour, the boy blinking before shrugging his shoulders. Got me. He offers while Jinx rolls back into the room, panting, and with several rips in her top. All right now, I'm really mad. Jinx growls out as her eyes start to flash fully pink, and Raven kicks something off of her before slowly walking into the room, fang teeth bared and hands clenching and unclenching into claws. Her cloak, however, is now torn and tattered with her brooch now missing, shreds of it hanging down. I never noticed, but she's really scary when she's mad. Mammoth offers while looking at Raven with wide eyes. Everyone, even Starfire, nodding their head in complete agreement with him. At this, Jinx lunged forward, hands covered in a glowing pink energy. She flipped up, then brought her hands down, an arc of her energy ripping through the ground towards Raven. The other gray-skinned teen merely spun on one heel, her cloak flowing around her as she then vanished before reappearing behind Jinx. Roaring with a demonic growl, the girl swung her now ebony energy-encased claws toward her. Sir, shouldn't we try and stop those two before they tear the base apart? Private Hive asks Mammoth, and the red-haired teen looks at him like he's crazy. You want to get between them? Be my guest, he states, and Private rapidly shakes his head no. Although I do hope that friend Raven is okay. Starfire starts to say, only to duck as Jinx is flung towards them, hitting the wall behind them and then growling. Oh no you don't, bitch, she shouts while lunging back at Raven, and Starfire looks to the Tartarus boys. Perhaps it would be safer if we were to retreat to a better location and attempt to find a solution to this dilemma, Starfire offers while Jinx uses a roundhouse kick to knock Raven into a different wall. Like, Seymour questions as Raven summons black monsters with her powers, their eyes glowing a menacing red that Starfire easily remembers. Like perhaps a force field to contain them, or an atomic weapon to slow them down so we might escape. Starfire offers with obvious fear as the black energy creatures lunge at Jinx, pinning her down only to be flung off as Jinx spreads her power out in a sphere, sending them all flying around the room. I'm with her, Mammoth says, and Seymour nods his head in agreement as Jinx and Raven are now biting, kicking and scratching one another. All right, kid, get us the hell out of here, Mammoth then says, and Kid nods his head and pulls them all into the shadows just as Raven lands where they had been, several cuts and burns of some kind in her leotard before a snarl creeps over her face. You have no idea who you're pissing off, Raven shouts in a demonic roar, and Jinx plainly rolls her eyes before spitting some blood from her mouth, while one of the bands holding her hair up is missing, half her hair falling to her shoulders. And I don't care either, Jinx offers as she lunges at Raven, jumping into the air while flinging several hex bolts towards the other girl. Growling, Raven rolls out of the way and then turns on her heel, a claw of black energy attempting to grab Jinx, who merely rolls out of the way. At the only remaining doorway, Gizmo and Blackfire both arrive, and the tiny terror gawks at what he's seeing. Aw, hell no. We only fixed this place up last month, Gizmo shouts out, only for Blackfire to pull him out of the way as Jinx is tossed into the wall behind him. Soon after that, however, a black energy claw then trying to slash the Pinkette, who quickly rolled to the side with a deep scowl on her face. Gizmo, I don't think it's safe to try and communicate with them at the moment, Blackfire states, and Gizmo blinks before screaming in terror as the demonic Raven roars while slamming into Jinx, both going through a wall.
Damn.
And although their cat fight last week was bad, this makes that look like a little slap fight, Gizmo says with wide eyes as he watches Jinx and Raven soon slam back into view through another wall, Jinx's hair now all down and Raven's chain belt now missing from her hips. Alright, let's just run away then, Gizmo shouts before he and Blackfire both run out of the path of the two very pissed off gray-skinned girls.
Chapter 22, Gotham 9.3, Gotham City. The X-Cycle comes to a slow stop at the wharf, having circled the area at least 4 times and only seeing 10 warehouses. Damn that 2-bit. I knew we shouldn't have trusted him. Naruto growls out, only for Batgirl to cup her chin for a moment. He does deals with villains, so he couldn't just tell us Joker's exact location. Aha, she mused, then said while pointing to warehouse 8. What? But he said 13? Naruto reminds, and Batgirl nods her head. Look at the design of 8 on the warehouse, like it was actually 2 parts. The red-haired girl offers, and Naruto frowns before narrowing his eyes on the building, and his eyes widen as he sees the 2 parts look like a 13 rather than an 8 in that way. Clever. But I think he's been hanging around that Two-Face guy a little too much. Naruto offers, and Batgirl nods with a slight grimace on her face. He's known to mess with his clients, just because he likes to get a good laugh. You should have seen him when he was a thief, diamond hard armor and a keen intellect to match it. He was a real beast for me and the birds to deal with when he went by the silence handle. Batgirl muses, and Naruto blinks before turning his head to look at her with a raised brow. Birds and silence? He asks, and she grins. The birds of prey, She offers and Naruto gives an ah in response. I forgot you were on an all-female team for a while, you, Huntress, and that Black Canary chick, right? Naruto asks and Batgirl nods her head while getting off of the X-Cycle and looking at the warehouse. Now then, silence. He then asks and Batgirl nods her head while moving towards the warehouse in a crouch, Naruto at her side. 2-Bit's original name, he was called Silence, mostly because of how he never spoke while in armor. He was silent as the grave and seemed to appear then disappear like a whisper. He was known to start silent crime sprees before Two-Face got his hands on him. Batgirl offers before grimacing with obvious guilt. What did Two-Face do to him? Naruto asks and Batgirl rubs her arms with obvious uncomfortable while standing just low enough so she won't be seen through a window nearby. He was helping us with a case against Two-Face. Apparently someone close to him was hurt and he was out for payback. When we finally cornered Two-Face, he tossed acid at 2-Bit. And the only part of him not protected by his armor, it just happened to be his eyes. Batgirl explained with a visible grimace on her face and Naruto did as well. His eyes were burned out, damn that's rough. Naruto says with a shake of his head and Batgirl shakes her head. Enough about that, let's get back to work on catching Joker. Batgirl says simply while moving towards a door and Naruto can't help but wonder how 2-Bit could stay a criminal after Two-Face did that to him. I guess some guys really will never change. He thinks to himself while following Batgirl into the building, reaching to his back to unsheath his ninjato as he does so. See anyone, Batbabe? Naruto asks and Batgirl shakes her head no with a slight annoyed frown on her face. No, and that's what really worries me, Batgirl says before admitting as they slowly walk through the building, seeing the numerous amounts of gag and joke paraphernalia. Does Joker always hide in places like this? Naruto asks and Batgirl nods her head in response. Then whenever he gets out, why not have the cops come looking in these types of places first? Naruto asks and Batgirl blinks before grimacing to herself. Detective Bullock isn't really all that smart, and Commissioner Gordon trusts people like myself and Batman to handle people like Joker more than his own cops. Batgirl offers and Naruto hums for a moment, seeing as he can tell that most of the police would probably be blown away by guys like Joker, literally in this case. You seem close to Batman? Naruto observes and Batgirl gives him a sidelong glare in response. Just an observation. He offers with a slight shrug, before then sighing and sheathing his weapon. The place is empty, he states before narrowing his eyes and hitting a button on his helmet, switching to his ultraviolet setting while his eyes start glowing violet. See something? Batgirl questions and Naruto nods his head with narrowed eyes while slowly moving over to a white spot on the ground. Someone was bleeding here, he states and Batgirl frowns before getting down and getting a sample. Also, what's with the TV over there? Naruto asks while pointing a thumb to a TV with a VCR under it. Joker's calling card, I bet. Batgirl grumbles while moving over to the set and placing the sample of blood into her belt. Turning his vision setting, Naruto makes his way over to the TV with Batgirl. It's probably trapped somehow. Naruto muses and Batgirl nods her head. In case it is, be prepared to run. She offers in response and Naruto nods his head as the girl wonder starts the tape in the VCR. At first the two are tense as static comes up, however then a shaky view of a place other than the warehouse appears. To whom it may concern. This is the Joker speaking. The calm voice of the madman offers while Naruto frowns as the clown's face comes into view. And if I'm correct, I'd say you're either Batsy, Batbabe, or of course, the new player in our little roundabout game, RedX. I'll figure out a name for you later. Joker then offers with a strange look on his face, a cross between serious and joking. I hate clowns. Naruto states with a frown and Batgirl nods her head. Now you know why I dislike being called Batbabe. She whispers and he nods his head with a frown. Oh, I almost forgot, allow me to introduce you all or whoever is there, to Billy Numerous. Joker then says while turning around to show a tied-up Billy hanging over a ledge, Naruto and Batgirl's eyes widening. Ah shit, he's already got Billy. Naruto says as Joker turns the camera back to himself with a wide grin. As you can see, our fine southern friend here is just hanging around for the moment. Joker offers with an amused grin and Naruto twitches in an annoyance. However, how long he stays this way, or even among the living, is entirely up to my favorite bats and of course, one little thief. Joker then offers before licking his lips and Naruto narrows his eyes. You see, at midnight tonight, I plan on letting dear Billy here go the way of Humpty Dumpty. Joker then offers before moving to point the camera down over a ledge, Naruto's eyes wide as he sees just how far up they are. And as you can probably guess, no one will be piecing Billy Boy here back together again after this fall. Joker says with a laugh and Naruto grunts in annoyance once more. So unless you want that to happen, either Batman, Batgirl, or RedX must free my pet, Harley Quinn from Arkham Asylum by midnight. Joker then states while turning the camera back to himself and licks his lips. Oh. And only one of you has to do this. If the others help, that's all fine and dandy, but if she's not here by midnight, well, I'm afraid things are really going to get messy for Gotham. Joker says while nodding his head and then brings it closer to his face. So, I hope you have a blast and remember? I'm a man of my word, Joker then says before laughing insanely as the tape shakes and then seems to skip and turn back to static as Naruto reaches forward and takes the tape from the VCR. Well, now we know that Joker has Billy, and he wants Harley out. Batgirl muses while Naruto frowns in thought. Have a blast? Oh shit. Naruto then says while grabbing Batgirl by her wrist and quickly making his way out of the warehouse. Hey, what the hell are you doing? Batgirl demands even as steel gates start to come down over the door. Think about it, Joker said have a blast, and what would make someone as crazy as him laugh like that? Naruto demands and Batgirl's eyes widen behind her mask as she gets what he means. Oh shit. The girl says while running forward, pulling her wrist from Naruto as the boy sprints at her side. That's what I said. Naruto shouts while forming a pair of explosive X's in his hands, Batgirl pulling 2 explosive batarangs from her belt before both throw their respective weapons at the door, the 4 devices hitting at the same time and knocking the door ajar. Looking behind them, both see the explosion start and quickly jump out of the building, the force of the explosion sending them flying out of the warehouse and into the waters of the wharf. Surfacing soon after, Naruto looks around before cursing and ducking underwater. Turning on his heat vision to look for Batgirl, he sees her a short distance away and makes his way over to her. Wrapping an arm around the girl's waist, Naruto starts to swim back to shore, soon pulling her up onto a dock. Shaking his head, Naruto then drags Batgirl over to a crate and leans her against it. Please don't be dead. He whispers while placing a hand against her neck and breathing a sigh of relief when he feels a pulse. Looks like a minor concussion, she should be fine when she wakes up. Naruto muses to himself before looking at her belt buckle and presses down on it, the buckle glowing strangely. If I know how Bats thinks, that should be a distress signal. Naruto says to himself, then turns around and looks at his bike before moving over to it and looking at the tape. Opening a slot on the bike, he places the tape into it, a scanner viewing the images/sound and then storing it onto the bike's main computer. All right now, Mr. Joker, let's see where you were. Naruto whispers while playing the stored video and pausing when it shows the hanging Billy. Looking over at Naruto then uses a keypad on the bike to zoom in on a section beside of Billy and smirks. Now I know where to go, but if I don't want Joker offing Billy prematurely, I'll need to bust this Harley girl out. Besides that, she would make a decent hostage in case things start to go south with the Joker. Naruto thinks to himself before then turning off the computer on his bike and starting his bike. Stopping for a second, the blonde boy looks back over towards Batgirl one last time before chuckling. Sorry Red, looks like this is where we part ways, Naruto says before turning to look in the direction of Arkham Asylum. After all, I'm not a hero, and I don't like to play one anymore, Naruto says to himself as he then speeds off into the distance, leaving Batgirl behind as he does so. Jump City. Jinx is panting to herself with a single hand on the side of the hallway she and Raven had fought down, numerous cuts and bruises forming on her pale skin while her hair is down completely from her usual style. I'll give her one thing, she sure can give and take a punch. Jinx thinks to herself while moving to lean back in the wall to catch her breath so she can go on. Down the hall, Raven seems much worse for wear in comparison, especially seeing as her hair looks to have grown, now reaching to the middle of her back. Also her cloak is now gone completely, burns and small cuts are covering her form and she spits out a bit of blood from her mouth to the side while her glowing red eyes glare down the hall towards Jinx angrily. I hate that damnable human so much right now, she thinks with a demonic growl while slowly rising to her feet and stumbling down to one knee. Meanwhile, watching from a safe distance is Blackfire and Gizmo. Have you ever seen a fight this intense? Gizmo asks Blackfire with wide eyes, and the alien princess actually stops to consider this. Yes. I was visiting a martial arts temple when 2 of the boys decided to fight over me. Spanned over 2 miles and lots of collateral damage before I finally managed to kick both their asses to get them to stop. Blackfire offers with a shrug and Gizmo gives her an incredulous look in response. What? I'm a princess, add on to that I'm a warrior and they thought I was really hot. Blackfire offers while crossing her arms and Gizmo decided he didn't even want to know. Alright, then what do we do about them? He asks her and she looks at the 2 panting girls before smirking to herself. At this point a feather could knock them both down? She states simply, and Gizmo looks between the 2 destructive teenaged girls. Noting not only how messed up their clothes are, or lack thereof, how much they're panting, and finally how they look like they've been hit by a tank or 2. Yeah. Got to agree with you. Gizmo says with a nod of his head, and both notice something and turn around to see Starfire and the rest of Tartarus are looking over their shoulders towards the two girls. Please, would it be possible for someone to go and capture them now that they are tired? Starfire asks and Blackfire gives her a look. Your strongest and Raven is your friend? Blackfire reminds and Starfire looks at her as if she's crazy. Sister, I may not understand earthly ways, but I do understand the want to stay alive for the foreseeable future. Starfire says and Tartarus look at her with obvious shock plastered on their faces. What? Do I have the mustard on my face again? Starfire then asks and Mammoth is the first to speak. No, just. I never thought I'd hear you talk like that. Mammoth offers with agreeing nods from all but Blackfire. Tamaranians are a warrior race, boys. We're smart enough to know when to and not to pick a fight. And right now it looks like Starfire would rather not pick a fight with her friend over there. Blackfire offers in explanation, and the Tartarus boys nod their heads slowly. I say Mammoth should go. Jinx won't hurt him too bad and he's strong enough to hold Raven down long enough for me to trank her. Gizmo says and everyone nods his or her head while Mammoth looks at a smirking Gizmo incredulously. Oh, you guys suck so much. He grumbles before slowly moving from his spot and looks towards Jinx, the girl half leaning against the wall, half using it for support so she won't fall down to the ground. Turning his head, Mammoth sees a panting Raven is down on all fours, glaring towards the Pinkette with furious red eyes. Okay. I'll take her first. Jinx is a friend and I'm used to having her beat me up anyways. Mammoth thinks to himself with a gulp while slowly moving towards the violet-haired girl. Said girl growls towards Mammoth as he slowly makes his way towards him, then suddenly launches herself at him. Thinking quickly, Mammoth moves his arms to slam her into a wall and hold her arms at her side. Giz now. Mammoth shouts and Gizmo quickly fires a trank at Raven, hitting her at her neck and making the girl calm, before then passing out. Giving a sigh of relief now that the first problem is done with, they turn just in time to see Jinx collapse and pass out as well. I guess that solves our problem, but what do we do with her? Mammoth offers then asks while nudging towards Raven and Starfire sighs. I shall attempt to take her home now. She needs the rest greatly and I believe I may be able to at least enter the tower without the others noticing me, or friend Raven's current state. Starfire offers while moving to pick the younger Titan up, then looks around the debris. If you should find her belt or brooch, I would much appreciate their return. I believe her mother gave them to her. Starfire then says with a quick bow of the head before flying down the halls of the HQ as the rest of Tartarus turn to Jinx. I'll handle this. Seymour says and Private Hive rolls his eyes. Not without me there, maggot. I've got more muscle to lifer than you. Private reminds and Seymour gives a sheepish look in response as the two move to take Jinx to the infirmary and Gizmo looks around with Mammoth and Kid WYKKYD. It's going to take us forever to fix all of this. The tiny terror says with a sniffle and Mammoth sighs to himself. I'll go get the broom. He offers so he can begin moving the debris. Arkham Asylum. Dark clouds hover over Arkham, a short burst of lightning hitting near the depressing asylum as a small drench of rain comes down. A pair of lights are visible on the bridge to the Gothic Asylum, slowly making its way towards the main building. Naruto slowly rides his X-cycle towards the building, his eyes widening in shock as lightning flashes over the ominous structure of Arkham Asylum. Whoa, this place makes my mind look like a sunny field of daisies. Naruto thinks to himself while turning the lights on his X-cycle off, then moving it into some bushes to hide it. Looking around, the blonde-haired thief then quickly runs up to the top of a tree and feels his eyes widen as he sees the full structure of Arkham from his new position. Arkham is large, easily close to the size of a small village from his own world, with large stone/wire/barred fences surrounding it with jagged spikes on the top, razor wire looped into the bars, and visible electricity coursing through some of the fence. The main gate, however, has two disturbing statues to either side of it, each holding a lit torch that casts an eerie glow against the bold words Arkham Asylum that resides on the ebony-colored bars. Within these gates, however, Naruto can see a large field. All plant life is gone, possibly to keep poison ivy in, with cracked stone and dirt everywhere. Several strange buildings are near the very back of the area, their purpose Naruto can't even guess. However, all around the field Naruto can see cameras. Down on the field he also sees turrets of some kind, all of which have cameras on top of them, and last seems to be several vents to pump out gas, making the thief wonder what kind of maniac built the strange asylum. Shaking his head to clear it of such thoughts, Naruto continues to look around what he'll have to get through. Arkham's main structure, however, is a massive fortress-like building, with Gothic gargoyles and twisting towers and spikes covering it up into the dark sky, cameras situated at almost every key point for infiltration and extraction. The main building also has a second outer building around it, however, attached via short hallways and possibly where the inmates are held, though it seems more gothic and disturbing than even the main building itself. Barbed wire looped along jagged electric fences on the roof, barred windows visible even from a distance. Holy shit. And I thought this was going to be easy. I'll be lucky if getting in this place doesn't kill me. Naruto thinks to himself with wide eyes while looking around, then ducks down as a truck drives through Arkham's barred gates. Watching it, he sees a hydraulic sealed door slowly open as the armored truck backs up to it, possibly to deposit prisoners. The security for this place is unreal even by MY standards. Naruto thinks to himself with a grimace as the truck then speeds out of Arkham and back towards Gotham City. Alright Naruto, think, Billy needs you and you've only got 3 hours left to get in, get this chick, and then somehow get to Joker. There's no margin for error, and to top it all off, this place is like something out of a nightmare. Naruto thinks to himself before giving a sigh and narrowing his eyes on the building once more. Besides the loading area for new inmates, Naruto can see only one other entrance on ground level and 3 roof entrances here and there. The front door and the loading dock are all watched by 2 to 3 separate cameras, but the highest door on the main building only has one. That will have to be my entrance and exit? Naruto thinks to himself, then looks over the rest of what he's got to work with on this infiltration. Alright, the turrets aren't stationary, so if I time it right and use some stealth I should be able to get through those easily enough. Then I'll just have to scale the building and reach my entrance, while also avoiding anyone or the cameras seeing me. Man, I love this. Naruto thinks to himself with obvious sarcasm while looking over the fence with a frown. Alright, now how do I get past those cameras and the electrified fence without being seen, or that razor wire tearing me apart? Naruto wonders to himself with a frown on under his mask. Walking up the wall is a no-no with that wire. The electricity will prevent me from trying to punch through it, and of course those cameras will stop me from going through the main gate, and several other cameras around it stop me from trying to find a weak point in the wall or to try and dig under it. Naruto thinks to himself with a grimace on his face as he tries to come up with a way to deal with this very irritating problem. Damn, the only way around this looks to be using a Hiraishin no Jutsu. My Shunshin wouldn't be accurate enough to get me past those defenses, so. Naruto muses while pulling a Hiraishin kunai from his thigh and then throws it into the air, the kunai coming down near a turret. Shit. Now I need to watch and make sure I don't appear in front of that damn thing. Naruto thinks to himself while looking at the kunai and then puts his hands together. Watching the turret carefully before quickly using the jutsu and appearing above it. Quickly taking the kunai from the ground, the blonde-haired thief flips over a turret into safety, then jumps on top of another one. Breathing out, Naruto then quickly jumps up and throws his Hiraishin kunai onto Arkham before using the jutsu to appear at its side. Quickly taking hold of the kunai, Naruto then places his feet onto the side of Arkham before pulling it out of the stone building. Not bad, Naruto, looks like all that training is finally starting to pay off. Naruto thinks to himself before then placing his Hiraishin kunai back into his thigh case and then sprints up the side of Arkham. Slowing down as he nears his destination, Naruto looks towards his entrance and frowns upon seeing the camera. Nothing a static X can't handle. Naruto thinks with a smirk as he forms the weapon in his hand, then tosses it at the camera, sparks flying before the device shuts down and lowers. Smirking to himself, Naruto flips over the fence around the area and lands in front of the door. Opening it slowly, Naruto looks around within Arkham with narrowed eyes. Deciding to keep a low profile, the young thief quickly jumps to the roof while kicking the door closed. Crawling along the roof, Naruto soon finds himself in the outer facility and frowns seeing the numerous cell doors. This place is more like a prison than an asylum. He thinks to himself seeing the gritty stone that comprises the building, strange beds in some rooms and twistedly designed corridors and devices. Ugh, no wonder Joker wanted out of here. I wouldn't wish this place on my worst enemy. Wait, maybe Sasuke team and Haruno, but not Kakashi or the others. Naruto thinks then amends as he slowly crawls along the roof, looking for a computer or something that can tell him Harley's location. This place has to have some kind of record for that kind of thing. After all, that would be how they assign medicine to them as well as nurses/doctors. Naruto thinks to himself, then narrows his eyes as an auburn-haired man with goggles, dressed in an Arkham uniform with bicep-length lab gloves, walks over to a computer and finds a file, then walks away. Smirking, Naruto flips over to the computer before looking all around for anyone. Quickly turning back to the computer, Naruto starts to check the personnel files before grinning when he finds Harleen Quinzel in the directory at last. Wing 2, Cell 667. Naruto muses then frowns to himself before looking all around once more. Seeing no one, the young thief quickly brings up a map of Arkham and then pulls a wire from his belt. The one thing I love about this suit Instant download into my helmet's visual processing computer for quick uses of a map. He thinks while putting the end of the wire into a slot on the machine and downloading the map. Finishing quickly, the young thief jumps back up to the roof while his helmet links up with a computer that had watched what he'd been doing and then makes an accurate guess to his location while putting a miniature map on his HUD. Now let's wait for it to figure out the quickest route to Harley and I'm all set. Naruto thinks to himself before smirking as an arrow appears on the minimap on his HUD. Smirking, the young thief crawls over the roof, down long twisting halls, evading numerous cameras and other surveillance equipment. Soon stopping at a large hydraulic sealed door with a number 2 on it, Naruto looks around before finding the control pad. Flipping down and over to it, the young thief starts to hack into the system, inwardly thanking Gizmo for the lessons on doing that as he does so. Soon hacking into the system, Naruto opens the doors while making sure that none of the security protocols reach security. I have enough to worry about without those morons showing up after all. Naruto thinks to himself, then places a static X onto the control to shut it down as he runs into Wing 2. Slowing down, Naruto looks around, seeing numerous rooms with glass windows to see the inmates. Walking down the line, he sees a woman with pale green skin and red hair, her jade green eyes watching him silently while caring for a few plants within. Poison ivy. He thinks before stopping at a strange sound. Turning his head, the blonde takes a step back upon seeing where it was coming from. A man stood behind the class. Half of his face looked normal, his hair combed back, but the other half was disfigured by horrible burns, the muscle holding his lower and upper jaw together visible, his eyelid gone completely while his left side looked more like red and black muscle than it did skin. Two-Face. Naruto thinks while that single massive eye watches him as he passes the man. Next he passed a blonde man with a top hat and large yellow teeth sitting on his bed with a forlorn expression. A red-haired man with an extremely tall lanky man with wild eyes, a man with blue skin sitting with a snow globe in one hand. Scarecrow, Mad Hatter, and Mr. Freeze. Naruto notes before looking at the number and sees a 665 on Freeze. Cell 666 is empty and he figures it belongs to Joker. Stopping in front of Harley's cell, Naruto feels his eyes widen in shock as he sees a tanned blonde girl with her hair in twin pigtails, standing on her hand/head with a cute bubbly smile on her face. Holy shit. She looks like my Oiroke no Jutsu. Naruto thinks with obvious shock as the girl opens a pair of azure blue eyes before rolling onto her feet. Shaking his head, Naruto then walks over to the cell and the girl looks at him strangely. Who are you? She asks and Naruto feels thankful that at least she doesn't sound like his Oiroke no Jutsu. Name's RedX Blondie, and I'm here to bust you out, so keep it down. Naruto states with a frown as he then puts his hand onto the glass and a large X shape is cut out of the glass instantly, making him blink. Why haven't I used that before? He wonders before remembering when he used it on the floor of that warehouse and that one force field when he used the first version of the X suit. However, a second later Naruto found himself on his back with a grinning blue-eyed blonde sitting on him. Thanks, Skullface. She offers while Naruto twitches slightly, and then uses his teleported to vanish and then reappear behind her. Is that how B-Man disappears? She wonders with her head tilted to one side with a deceptively innocent look on her face and Naruto shivers. Come on. Joker wanted you back by midnight? Naruto grumbles and Harley grins widely before flipping up and onto her feet. My puddin'. He sent you? She asks and Naruto nods his head slowly, the blonde squealing happily while somehow lifting Naruto off the ground in a hug. What the hell? She's stronger than I would have expected. Wait, Sakura's really strong too, never mind. Naruto thinks before being tossed to the side as the happy blonde holds her hands together with a strange look on her face. Oh Mr. J. I knew you'd get me out of here. Harley says with a sigh while Naruto shakes his head, having landed in front of what looked like Poison Ivy's cell. Is she always this excitable? Naruto asks the redhead and she nods her head with a strange smirk on her lips. Great. He grumbles before flipping to his feet and grabbing Harley by her arm. Now come on. Joker wanted you back by midnight or my friend is going to be street pizza. Naruto states with an annoyed tone while dragging the bubbly blonde out of the hallway. Huh? But I need to get all my stuff before we go to see Mr. J. Harley states while digging her heels into the ground and Naruto is shocked when she somehow manages to stop him. Seriously, how is she this strong? Naruto wonders to himself while turning to look at the blonde. No deal. I only need to get you to Joker, not look all over Gotham for your stupid costume. Naruto states with a frown and Harley scrunches up her nose with narrowed blue eyes on the thief. But I want my stuff. She states while sounding childish and Naruto has the urge to pinch the bridge of his nose. No way, we don't have the time to drive around Gotham and let you get dressed. Naruto states and Harley frowns towards him. Hey, we don't have to go ridden around all of Gotham to find my stuff. Mr. J told me where he was gonna hide my stuff for when we got out. But that Billy guy got his butt kicked by B-Man before I could ever get out. Harley states while crossing her arms, and Naruto groans before glaring at the girl. Fine, where's this stuff of yours at then? He asks, and she blinks before taking a thoughtful expression. Ugh, did she have to be a stereotypical dumb blonde? Naruto wonders to himself, inwardly hating that Harley seems to be just that. Mr. J said that my stuff would be hidden down at the old clock tower in Gotham. Harley offers with a shrug, and Naruto frowns while looking at his HUD's clock and mentally times it. Alright, let's hurry up then, Blondie. Naruto grumbles out angrily, and Harley looks towards him with an annoyed pout. Hey, you think I'm just some dumb blonde bimbo Doncha? She accuses of the younger blonde, who makes a slight confirming grunt in response. Huh. Well, the joke's on you, Skullface, I'm not even a real blonde. Harley then says proudly while pointing to herself, and Naruto actually gives a relieved sigh. Thank Kami you're not, after all I happen to be a blonde. He offers, and Harley blinks in surprise before yelping as the Skullmask thief takes hold of her wrist and then rushes out of the building with her behind him. Batcave. Batgirl slowly opens her eyes before sitting up, groaning lightly while rubbing her head with a grimace of pain as she does. Ow, what hit me? She wonders to herself before slowly looking around to find Batman working on the Bat computer, a man with a tray of medical equipment at her side. The man is old, thin, and wears a black suit with a small mustache and balding white hair. Alfred, what happened? Batgirl asks the man, and he raises a brow towards her. You seem to have suffered a mild head injury during your excursion with that young RedX fellow. However, it seems he turned on your tracking beacon so that Master Bruce could find you and then left. He offers, and Batgirl's eyes widen as she remembers what was on the video Joker left for them. Batman. The Joker has Billy numerous. Batgirl says while quickly getting to her feet and has to brace herself on the bed. I know. My leads led me to Billy only an hour after the clowns got to him. Batman offers with an obvious frown on his face while Batgirl makes her way over to the computer. That's not all. Joker says if one of us doesn't break Harley out of Arkham by midnight that he's going to let Billy fall to his death. Batgirl then adds, and Batman frowns to himself before crossing his arms over his chest. That explains one thing. He muses with a frown, and Batgirl blinks. What? She asks, and Batman brings up something, a police bulletin that makes Batgirl's eyes widen in shock. How Harley Quinn escaped not 20 minutes ago, X must be planning to use her as a hostage to get the Joker to free Billy. Batman mused to himself while Batgirl nods her head slowly, then sees a red light flash. Looks like the police have spotted them. She whispers, and Batman frowns before getting up and making his way past his teenaged female sidekick. Where are you going? She asks, and Batman stops before turning to look at her. To bring X down if necessary. The man states, and Batgirl sighs to herself before following after the Dark Knight and hops into the Batmobile. Don't think you're leaving me behind. She offers with a smirk while Batman merely frowns before hopping in as well, the canopy of the tank-like vehicle closing over them as Batman then floors the gas, the vehicle screaming down a track and out of the Batcave, into the night. Gotham City. Naruto and Harley are riding down the streets of Gotham, the girl laughing happily as she holds on to the young thief. The bubbly blonde is now dressed in a red and black athletic leotard that has a harlequin pattern, with diamonds on her right shoulder, hip, and left forearm, a black leather belt around her waist with red diamond studs. On her left hand she wears a black leather fingerless glove with a studded bracelet with a red glove on her right. On her legs she wears a pair of mesh stockings with thigh-length boots over those, the right one red, the left black. Over her blonde hair she wears a half-black half-red hood with her pigtails stuffed into two tassels that end with white puffs, with a dark red near black domino mask placed over her eyes, white makeup over her face with black lipstick, and a white collar with 3 white puffs hanging down from it, 1 at the back, 2 at the front. Woohoo! I love this thing. Harley offers with a laugh before bending backwards and frowning when she sees the GCPD following them. Ugh. I hate it when these guys follow me. She grumbles before moving a duffel bag over her shoulder and pulls out a gun. Sticking her tongue out slightly, the girl fires it only to blink when a stick with a flag that has bang on it is shot instead. Oopsies, wrong gun. Harley offers with a nervous grin, and rather than anger Naruto busts out laughing. Oh dear Kami-sama. Did you really not know that was a fake? Naruto asks while trying to hold in his laughter, and Harley chuckles nervously in response. Maybe, she admits playfully, and Naruto only laughs harder, before quickly shaking his head and getting back to driving as he nearly hits someone. So, you're not mad? Harley asks him with a somewhat serious expression, and Naruto shakes his head with an amused smirk on his face. Mad? That was comedy gold, babe. And unlike Bat Breath, I know how to loosen up and have a good time. Naruto offers, and Harley giggles before then reaching back into her bag and pulls out a rubber chicken. Nope, too paltry. She offers before tossing the object over her shoulder, Naruto snickering once more even as she pulls out a knife. Too stabby. She says and tosses that over her shoulder, the weapon flattening the tire of one of the vehicles and causing them to swerve into each other. Too cliched. She says while pulling out a machine gun and then tosses that over her shoulder as well. Haro, I don't think we need to stop them anymore. Naruto offers and Harley blinks before looking behind them and snickers seeing the cars slammed into one another. Oh, that works, she says with a grin while Naruto rolls his eyes, looking at his clock at the same time. But what do we do about them? She then asks while the Batmobile swerves onto the road behind them and Naruto curses while flooring his motorcycle's gas. Do you have anything in that bag that's big enough deal with him? Naruto asks and Harley places a finger against her lips for a moment before her eyes open up with an idea. Reaching back into her duffel bag, the blonde-haired woman pulls what looks like a bazooka out of it and Naruto's eyes shoot wide open in surprise. Well, will this work? She asks with a wide insane grin and Naruto blinks before slowly nodding his head. Oh yeah, that'll do it alright. He offers in response and Harley grins while turning slightly and aiming the weapon at the Batmobile while Naruto drives the X-Cycle onto an upper road. Take this you big ugly bat. Harley calls out loudly before firing the bazooka and slams back into Naruto from the force of the weapon. Grunting to himself, Naruto swerves on the road for a few moments before slowly managing to regain control over the vehicle and then looks in a rearview mirror. Huh. Did you see that? We really smoked them, huh? Harley offers with a wide grin before laughing to herself and Naruto merely sighs for a moment. Sorry bats, nothing personal. Naruto thinks to himself before narrowing his eyes and cursing as the Batmobile came out of the smoke cloud behind them, none the worse for wear. I thought you said you got them? Naruto demands and Harley gives a nervous chuckle in response. Oops, looks like I missed. She offers with a shrug and Naruto twitches. How do you miss with a fucking bazooka? Naruto demands as the Batmobile starts to catch up to them. Kyuso, we really need to get him off our tail. He mumbles to himself before looking to the side and seeing a large transport truck. Perfect. Naruto says mostly to himself then looks at Harley. You stay here, I'll deal with our bat problem personally. Naruto states while activating the autopilot and jumps over to the large truck and then climbs on top of it. Be careful Skullface. Harley calls out to the blonde-haired shinobi and he merely waves off her concern. What does he think he's doing now? Batgirl wonders upon seeing this, Batman frowning as he watches Naruto like a hawk. Said blonde quickly reaches the top of the truck and uses chakra to stay on top of it even as it's moving. Forming a familiar T-shaped seal with his hands, he quickly forms 3 Kagebunshin, both of which have to quickly crouch down in order to keep from flying off of the truck too soon. Wait, he can make clones like Billy Numerous? Are they brothers or something? Batgirl wonders with obvious shock and yet Batman merely raises a brow upon seeing the ability. You two take control of this truck for me while I get the 2 bats off our tail. Naruto orders and the 2 clones salute to him before moving to the door of the truck, the first one opening it while the second one quickly grabs the driver. Move over, I wanna drive. The clone says while tossing the man out of the vehicle and moving to take control of the truck. As it does, the other clone quickly jumps to catch the man and then safely move him out of harm's way before dispelling. Back with Naruto, the blonde-haired thief has his hands at his sides, 3 explosive X-shurikens informing in his hands. Narrowing his eyes on the Batmobile, the young X-shinobi quickly throws 2 of the X-shaped weapons towards the vehicle. However, the massive tank-like vehicle quickly maneuvers out of the way and then comes on him even faster. Narrowing his eyes dangerously at this, the blonde then spins on his heel while tossing a few more towards the bats. Shit. Batgirl says when one of the shuriken weapons hit the side of the Batmobile, causing it to lurch to one side. Batman, however, merely narrows his eyes before punching the speed of the Batmobile and get ever closer to the truck and Naruto. Don't they ever give up? Naruto wonders to himself before then forming several more explosive XS in his hands and tossing those towards the duo as well. However, Batman easily maneuvers the massive tank around the weapons this time, suffering only minor damage as a result. Okay, no more Mr. Nice Ninja. Naruto thinks with a frown while pulling his ninjato from his back and narrowing his eyes. What does he think he's going to do with that? Batgirl wonders aloud and Batman merely narrows his eyes on the thief, a bad feeling in the pit of his stomach. As if to acknowledge that feeling of dread, Naruto quickly turned on his heel while swinging his ninjato while channeling wind chakra into the blade. To Batman it suddenly looked as if a distortion in the air came sailing towards them, only to slice through the road in front of them. Narrowing his eyes, the Batman did no stop. Instead he floored his speed before hitting a button, the Batmobile jumping over the gash in the road as Batgirl and he held on. Alright. I wasn't expecting that. Batgirl admits with Batman inwardly agreeing with her. However, a second later Naruto swung his sword vertically, the distortion coming right at them. Frowning darkly, Batman quickly evaded the attack by swerving to the side, then slowed down to avoid another horizontal slash. Narrowing his eyes and flooring the Batmobile's speed once more, the man quickly approached the blonde former Nin. Said teen narrowed his eyes with anger at the approaching vehicle and quickly made 3 familiar hand seals. Chidori Nagashi. Naruto exclaims as an explosion of electricity arches over his body, the sounds of chirping and flapping in the air before he quickly holds his sword into the air, lightning arching over it as well. What's he doing now? Batgirl wonders aloud and Batman frowns darkly while watching the blonde begin to spin his sword in the air above his head, the lightning over his body slowly rising to stay at his hand and sword. Cursing, Batman quickly moves soon after as a lightning-covered distortion slices a gash out of the road beside them a second afterwards. Growling in his throat, Batman quickly evades another of the electricity-covered distortions while flooring his speed. Auto drive, he orders, and the words autopilot appear on a screen in the Batmobile as he disengages his safety belt. Where are you going? Batgirl demands, and the Dark Knight opens the Batmobile's hatch. To deal with him personally? Batman states coldly while jumping onto the Batmobile, then fires his grapple gun at the truck. The hook soon attaches to the vehicle as he does, and the man is pulled from the Batmobile and over to the truck. Seeing this, Naruto released his Chidori Nagashi and held his ninjato in a reverse grip. Soon after Naruto does, Batman pulls himself on top of the vehicle and takes a stance. You know, Bats, this time I have no reason to hold back. Naruto states flatly, and Batman merely frowns in response. Neither do I. He reminds before Naruto then ducks low and lunges at Batman, swinging his ninjato at him. Batman quickly blocks that with his gauntlet's blades, but the blonde then kicks him in the chest. Stumbling back from the force of the blow, Batman frowns towards the blonde-haired boy. Said thief quickly lunges forward once more, swinging his sword towards Batman's head, only for him to duck and then ram into him. Rolling back, Naruto manages to land himself into a crouch and quickly throws several X-shuriken towards the older masked warrior. Gritting his teeth, Batman blocks the weapons with his gauntlets once more, then throws a batarang at the blonde-haired thief. Rolling to the side to evade that, Naruto then lunges at Batman once more, jumping into a flying roundhouse kick that the older man has to block with both arms before then throwing him down onto the ground. Growling, Naruto then flips back to his feet and slams his fist into Batman's gut before then grabbing him by his cowl and bringing his head down against to his knee. Grunting and stumbling back, the disorientated Batman was unable to block the kick from Naruto that sent him rolling back along the truck. Quickly grabbing the edge, Batman flung himself back onto it, however, and then twisted his body to swing his cape, knocking Naruto off his feet. Both warriors quickly got back to their feet at this, Naruto then sheathing his ninjato while glaring at Batman. The Dark Knight merely glared at the young blonde in response before taking another stance, Naruto doing the same. You know the Joker will kill your friend even if you bring Harley to him? Batman reminds while slowly moving to the side, Naruto following his movements like a hawk. Possibly. But you forget, it's better I grab her to make sure he doesn't just off Billy before I can get to him. Naruto reminds, and yet Batman frowns towards the teenage thief. You're going to use her as a hostage in exchange for Billy? Batman states flatly, and Naruto chuckles in his throat. So you figured that out. Kudos to you, Batsy. Naruto offers mockingly while Batman narrows his eyes on the teen. Joker won't give in, he'd kill Harley himself before he gave in to someone else. Batman states darkly, and Naruto frowns slightly while glaring towards the man. Maybe, but that's a chance I have to take. He states simply, and Batman frowns once more before lunging forward with a jab. Taking a quick step back, Naruto grabs the Dark Knight's arm and then twists on his heel, knocking the man's feet out from under him, then throwing him off of the truck. After all, I've done a lot of things I'm not proud of if it means my friends will live. Naruto says darkly while Batman hangs onto the side of the truck with his grapple, slowly pulling himself back to it while pulling something from his belt at the same time. Shaking his head, Naruto hits a button on his belt, the X cycle returning, and Naruto quickly jumps back onto it and then looks to his clone still driving the truck. As he does, Batman quickly fires a gun-like device, a bat-shaped object attaching to the back of the X cycle and beeping. Meanwhile, after nodding his head to the clone, Naruto then speeds off while it swerves to the side, the truck falling over on itself with the Batman hitting the ground in a barrel roll. Groaning slightly, Batman slowly gets back to his feet and looks up, eyes wide as he sees the Batmobile still heading straight along the road. Inside the truck, as the clone poofs out of existence, Batman curses and then runs to the side, just as the Batmobile stops itself, not even a full second before it would have hit the truck. Grunting and rising back to his feet, Batman makes his way to the Batmobile while Tagirl comes out of it. He got away. Batgirl says with shock, and Batman frowns. Quickly jumping into the Batmobile, he presses a few buttons before a blip appears on a screen. No. He wants us to follow him. Batman states simply and then starts the Batmobile, backing up before then roaring after the X-Cycle. Jump City. Raven groaned to herself before sitting up, wincing only slightly as the bulk of her wounds had healed already. I really need to rein in my temper around her. She grumbles to herself before then looking up and finding Starfire's green eyes looking into her own worriedly. Starfire. Why are you floating over me? Raven asks with a frown, and the alien girl quickly floats down and grabs her into a hug. Friend Raven, I was so worried for you. When we were at the Tartarus home you were acting most strange. I have never seen you so violent before. Starfire says while hugging the half-breed, and she blinks before managing to push Starfire off of herself and gives her a look. Exactly how vicious was I acting? She asks with a worried tone, and Starfire gives her a nervous expression in response. Well, you and the Jinx fought one another all throughout their home, destroying much of it, and even lost your belt and brooch at some point. Starfire offers, and Raven blinks before looking down at herself and grimaces before snapping her fingers, her brooch and belt appearing in a flash of black energy. Great, now I'll have to apologize to her. Raven grumbles to herself before pushing her brooch and belt over to a table in her room while Starfire blinks. What for? I am very curious to know what set you off, as the Tartarus boys would say. Also, how did your hair grow so long so quickly? Starfire then asks innocently, and Raven twitches before frowning and reaching up to check on her hair. Great, my demonic side came out this time, now I'll have to cut it again. She thinks with a frown, seeing as it was very rare she was angry enough for her demonic blood to wake up. However, once those thoughts were done she turned towards Starfire and gave a slight sigh. It's late, Starfire. I'd much rather get some rest than try to explain it to you right now. She states, and Starfire blinks before slowly nodding her head and making her way out of the room. As she does, Raven lays back in her bed with a frown, inwardly deciding to cut her hair in the morning when Starfire turns back towards her. Friend Raven. She starts to say, and Raven looks towards her. Go to bed, Starfire. She states, and the older girl slowly nods her head before making her way out of the room and then sighs as she heads to her own room. Tartarus HQ. Jinx sits up with a groan before then noticing Seymour and Private Hive are looking at her. What? She asks while rubbing her head tiredly, and the two look to one another before looking back to her. You okay? Seymour questions, and Jinx rolls her eyes. A little tired, but I'm fine, she states while turning and sitting up, grimacing as her sore legs protest use. Although I don't think walking is an option right now, she mutters while sitting back down on the medical bed and sighs. So how bad is the damage anyways? She then asks, and both Seymour and Private Hive grimace. Well, sorry to say this, ma'am, but you and that Titan totaled more than half of the base. It's going to take us a while before anything is working properly again. Private explains, and Jinx grimaces to herself. Great work, Jinx. Now Tempest will be annoyed that you can't even control yourself enough to keep from starting fights. She thinks to herself before looking down at her clothes with a frown. I need new clothes as well. She notes before reaching up and sighs when she can't find the ribbons she used to hold up her hair. Where are Giz and Mammoth? She asks, and Seymour rubs the back of his neck for a moment. I think Gizmo went to get stuff for repairing the base. He offers, and Jinx slowly nods her head before turning and laying down on the medical bed. Great. Now if you two don't mind, I'd like some sleep, so please, be gone with you both. Jinx orders while making a shooing motion, and both boys look to one another and are about to protest when Jinx's eyes start to glow pink. I said out. She shouts, and both boys quickly run out of the room, Jinx smirking to herself while laying back with her arms crossed behind her head. So what was that fight with Raven about anyways? Blackfire's voice questions, and Jinx blinks, before then sitting up to see the dark-haired girl leaning against the doorframe of the room, buffing her knuckles against her tank top. None of your business. Jinx growls towards the girl, and she merely walks inside the room before sitting down next to Jinx. Perhaps, but you did trash this place, she states, and Jinx twitches angrily. And if you talk to me about it, you won't have to talk to Gizmo about it later. Blackfire then offers, and Jinx blinks before taking a thoughtful expression, weighing her options. Sighing as she figured it was better to talk with a girl than an annoying bald midget with a Napoleon complex, Jinx gave Blackfire an annoyed look. You got to promise not to breathe a word of this to anyone. Jinx states flatly while pointing to Blackfire, the older girl rolling her eyes for a moment. Fine. I give you my word, I won't tell anyone why you and Raven tried to beat the shit out of each other. It's not like you two haven't tried to before after all. Blackfire offers seriously, seeing as that was the truth, in that as a hero and villain they did normally try to beat the hell out of one another. Well, this time it was over a boy. Jinx offers with a slight blush and a grimace, and Blackfire's eyes opened before a grin split her face. Okay. Now that is juicy, do tell. Blackfire offers while listening to the younger girl intently as she explains what has been going on between her, Raven, and ironically, RedX. Gotham. Naruto's X-Cycle slowly pulls up in front of an old clock tower. Looking to the side he sees Wayne Inc. and smirks. I knew looking over that tape would show me where that clown was. He thinks to himself before getting off of the bike, Harley flipping off of the bike with a grin. So Mr. J's inside here? Harley questions and Naruto looks up. Narrowing his eyes he presses a button on the side of his helmet to show Billy hanging above them. Yep. He offers the psychotic clown girl before then motioning for her to follow him inside of the old building. So what all is this about anyways? Harley then asks while looking around, and Naruto frowns to himself. The guy who was supposed to bust you out is a friend of mine. Turns out Joker isn't so good with failure. Naruto offers and Harley rolls her eyes. Old news Skullface, I coulda told you my puttin' doesn't take too well to failure. Harley states, and Naruto wonders briefly why she knows that already and yet is somehow still breathing. Deciding that it was probably best that he not know, the young thief continued up the stairs of the old building before coming out at the bell tower. I'm surprised this place is still standing. Naruto muses while noticing the obvious age that the place possesses, and Harley snorts. Gotham is filled with places like this Skullface. The town don't want to dish out the dough to bring old places like M down. She offers in explanation, and Naruto hums for a moment before looking around for the Joker, switching his vision setting around before frowning. No one around, except us and Billy. Naruto muses while walking over to get Billy, and Harley tilts her head to one side before sighing and following the teen. So what got you into crime? Harley suddenly asks, and Naruto turns to give her a strange look. What? She asks while looking confused, and then places a hand onto her hip with a frown. I may act goofy Skullface, but I was a psychologist. I know that most criminals, especially ones like us, always had something go bad in their life that made us like this. For Two-Face it was having his face scarred, for Mad Hatter, it was this one dame not giving him the time of day, for Scarecrow, he's always been that way, for Riddler, an abusive father. For me, it was meeting my puttin'. Harley offers while ticking off fingers, then laces her hands together and sighs at the last bit. What's scary is for a second there, she actually sounded normal. Naruto thinks to himself while Harley blinks after a second and then shakes her head. Anyways, enough about me, what's you backstory? Harley asks again, and Naruto rolls his eyes. Private. He offers, and Harley pouts with a frown. Ah, come on. How can you refuse a cute little clown girl like me? Harley asks with a grin, and her arms spread wide before the teen. Said thief merely gave her a look before reeling Billy in with a rope. Fine. I used to be this average Joe, then one day I found this weird suit, tried it on and found that it let me do amazing things. So using it, I decided to help myself to some golda jewels. Nah, you've probably heard that one before. Naruto offers with a grin, splitting his face open, and Harley looks at him strangely. Okay, then how about this? I was genetically altered by an elite military organization for combat against the rising metahuman problem. Naruto then offers while pulling Billy to the ground and places him against the side of a wall. No wait. I don't think you're too young for that one. Naruto muses after a second of thought and doesn't see the slightly fearful look on Harley's face. Oh. I know this one will be a real gas for you. Naruto suddenly offers with his arms out to his sides. Once upon a time there was this small-time thief who becomes a hero to help people. Then he goes out looking for his mom, only for the Joker to find her. He goes to save her, only for him to beat him to death with a crowbar, and then blow him and her both up with a bomb. But then he came back and found the X-suit that Robin made, and used it to mess with the kid, before he could then get back at the Joker for what he did. Naruto then offers with a strange little laugh, and Harley gives a nervous one in response. Too cliched, huh? Alright, this one always works. There was once this ninja who got used by his people. They tormented him, they ridiculed him, and they shunned him from society. So one day he finds his girlfriend screwing his so-called best friend, then that little ninja decided to hightail it out of there once and for all. The village didn't like that, not one bit. Naruto offers while turning to Harley, and she gives a nervous grin and chuckle. So they send a bunch of his former, so-called friends to drag him back home. But he outwits them, beats them, and runs away. They follow him however, and he uses something that tears a hole in reality, and out he popped into this world. Naruto offers while walking towards Harley, hands folded behind his back as he leans forward, Harley leaning backwards. Sometimes I have trouble remembering which it is. In fact, if I have to have an origin I think I'd prefer it to be multiple choice. Naruto offers, and Harley's grin is completely gone, eyes wide. Huh, what's wrong Harley? Naruto asks the girl and she blinks before giving a weak grin. Why so serious? He asks and Harley yelps while falling back onto her ass, Naruto busting out laughing when she does. Geez, you should have seen the look on your face, Harley. Naruto offers with a chuckle as he walks over to Billy, Harley staring at him from behind. Why you sounded just like Mr. J. She offers to him with surprise and Naruto stops and then blinks for a few moments. Really? Weird. Naruto offers in response before giving a shrug of his shoulders and then gets back to untying Billy. I wonder where Joker went, and why he would leave Billy here alone for us to find. Naruto wonders aloud while Harley frowns in thought before reaching into her duffel bag. Maybe he planned something else. Harley offers and Naruto nods before pulling some tape off of Billy's lips. Yuch! That hurt worse than backing up into a cactus. Billy shouts and Naruto blinks before shaking his head. Behind him, however, Harley has pulled a red and black sledgehammer from her bag and grins towards the teen's back. Behind you. Billy then says quickly and Naruto turns only for Harley's sledgehammer to slam into his head and send him skidding to the side, obviously unconscious. Smirking to herself, the bubbly blonde then looks down at a frightened Billy and merely pats him on the head. Ah, don't worry. I'm not gonna hurt you, da. Harley offers before reaching into the ropes around Billy and pulls a card out of them. Thanks, and tell B-Man that I plan on having a blast with Mr. J soon enough. Harley offers before happily skipping off with her sledgehammer in hand, leaving Billy half tied up and Naruto unconscious to the side. Jump City, the next morning. Robin frowns to himself while looking over evidence from a recent case when Raven and Starfire suddenly enter the common room. The younger gray-skinned Titan having cut her hair and located a new leotard and cloak. Raven. Star. It's been days since I last saw you up this early, where have you two been lately? Robin asks while turning his seat around and Starfire inwardly wonders what she should say to the boy. I've been needing more meditation recently, Robin. Starfire was just helping me a little bit more than necessary. Raven offers in explanation while hovering to the kitchen area and Robin considers this reason for a moment. Knowing that Raven had indeed been more moody lately, it was possible, and coupled with Starfire's own overeager nature. Alright. Just try and be around whenever the alarm calls and keep your communicators with you at all times, Robin orders before returning to his work while Cyborg and Beast Boy play a video game at the side. Friend Robin, what is it that interests you so much? Starfire asks the masked teen while looking over his shoulder to a screen. Evidence found by the JCPD recently. Officer Connors sent it to me. Robin offers while looking at several patches of cloth that were found, items that were used to infiltrate, and of course the most interesting object. Why is that X-shaped weapon like the Red XS, only pink? Starfire questions curiously, bringing Raven, Beast Boy, and Cyborg over to them instantly afterwards. Not sure Star, seems like someone is trying to copy X. Robin offers with a frown and Beast Boy snickers to himself. Pink. Whoever this dude is. BB starts to say only for Cyborg to interject. These boot prints have skulls and XS on them like the old Red X, but they also have heels, BB. Whoever our mystery thief is, she's a chick. He states and Beast Boy stops what he was about to say and looks at Robin with a shocked expression. Also add to that list of oddities some pink hair. Robin offers while bringing up a different picture showing strands of the said pinkette locks. A pink-haired girl, in heeled boots with pink, X-shaped weaponry. Cyborg muses to himself before groaning. Sounds like X got himself some kind of fangirl. Cyborg offers and Robin leans back with a calculative expression on his face. Or a girl with a Harley Quinn complex. He offers and gets strange looks from the other Titans in response. A Harley Quinn complex. Come on, none of you know what that is? Robin asks of his teammates incredulously, most of them looking to Raven and she looks at them strangely. I don't study psychology. She offers with a shrug and they all turn back to Robin who reaches up to pinch the bridge of his nose. A Harley Quinn complex. Simply put, it's where a female falls in love with a male criminal or villain's mental reasoning or ideology. Like Harley Quinn, aka Harleen Quinzel fell in love with the Joker. Whoever this girl is, she's possibly fallen in love with either Red X himself, or more likely how he acts, and as a result, now seeks to emulate him in order to gain his attention and acknowledgement. Part of this emulation usually includes them becoming more and more like the original, case in point Harley Quinn has a total disregard for human life thanks to the Joker. Robin explains and the rest of the Titans allow that disturbing concept to sink in for a moment. Okay, so she's a hyper-compulsive, borderline insane, possibly very lonely, but still just an overactive and obviously obsessed fangirl. Beast Boy offers and Robin's lips twitch into a smirk. More or less. He offers with obvious amusement while Cyborg rubs his chin. Alright. So this chick has a thing for X. She's not as good as him however, she left clues, boot prints, pieces of her clothes, strands of hair, and a weapon. That alone makes her less threatening than X. Cyborg muses aloud, only for Robin to frown. No. Villains with a Harley Quinn complex aren't to be written off as less dangerous than the criminal they're trying to emulate. Harley Quinn herself has shown on multiple occasions that she can be just as, if not more dangerous a criminal than the Joker himself. Robin states with a frown while Beast Boy sees a strange look on Raven's face. Hey Raven, you okay? BB asks the girl and she blinks before looking at him. I'm fine. She offers before turning back to the screen. Is that hair dyed pink? Raven asks with a strange expression and Robin frowns to himself while crossing his arms over his chest. No. That's one thing that really annoys me. The only girl I know of who has pink hair in all of Jump City, natural pink hair at least, is Jinx. And she wouldn't make this many mistakes on a heist? Robin offers and Raven has to agree, not only that but Jinx isn't a hopeless fangirl from what she's seen. Then who could this strange person with the Harley of Quinn structure be? Starfire wonders and Robin sighs to himself in exasperation. That's Harley Quinn complex, Star. He offers while Raven backs away from the rest of the group with a thoughtful expression on her face. Then walks over to get her tea while considering her own ideas. I wonder if Jinx might have any sisters we don't know about. Raven wonders before deciding to see if anyone in Tartarus has heard of this Pink X. Chapter 24, Gotham 9.5. Gotham. Naruto waited for Harley to finally leave, and then slowly pushed himself into a kneeling position. If there was ever one thing he hated about being a ninja, it was that he had to make people believe they beat him or knocked him out so he could follow them to whatever he wanted at the time. In short, deception really sucked and really hurt. Ugh, but did she have to use a fucking sledgehammer? He wonders to himself with a grimace while then getting up and making his way over to Billy. Tempest? Are you okay? Billy asks the older teen and Naruto groans slightly, a hand on the side of his helmeted head. Mostly, but damn did that fucking hurt. Naruto offers in response while getting down and slowly unties Billy. Well, all things considered, partner, I'd have expected her to do that. Billy offers while Naruto stops what he was doing and gives the other teen a fierce glare. I knew she was going to do that. But I needed her to think I was knocked out so she won't think I'll follow her to Joker. Naruto states simply and Billy gives him an incredulous look in response. You want to find the Joker? Tempest, is your helmet on too tight or what? Billy demands of the boy incredulously and Naruto rolls his eyes while grunting in pain from the ache in his skull. If he wasn't going to go after Joker before, he was now because of being slammed in the head with that damn hammer. 100 pounds of steel being slammed into the side of a guy's head makes it personal. No, it's not. The Joker forced me to free Harley from Arkham, and I don't like being used. Naruto replies with a dangerous tone, one that causes Billy to gulp and chuckle nervously. So, when I noticed Joker was nowhere in sight, I decided that it'd be best if I let Harley think I was out cold. That way, she won't look for the tracer I put on that collar of hers and she'll unwittingly lead us to the Joker. Naruto explains while continuing to loosen the multiple knots used to bind Billy. Tempest, y'all really don't sound like yourself. Billy offers and Naruto frowns, wondering why the hell everyone keeps saying that. Whatever, now either you're going to help me take Joker down, or I'm leaving you somewhere, alone. Naruto offers and Billy weighs his options. Being alone is not an option considering how often Joker uses people for his jokes multiple times, so, alright, I'll help. But what's our first order of business then? Billy asks the older teen as he finally gets the last knot out of the binds holding him. Frowning in thought, Naruto actually considers their first move, then checks a map showing where Harley is going and hums. First order of business is to get some rest, Billy. We'll do no good against Joker if we're tired off our asses. Naruto offers simply with Billy agreeing and both getting back to their feet. Looking around, Naruto then pulled a piece of paper from his belt and walks down out of the tower with Billy behind him. Writing down a message onto the paper, he then comes down to the X-Cycle and pulls Batman's tracer off of it. Placing it into the paper, he folds that up and sits it down with a bold X on the top. Nodding his head, the young blonde then got onto the X-Cycle with Billy on behind him. Hang on, Billy, this is going to be one hell of a ride. Naruto then exclaims with a laugh as he and Billy go screaming into the distance. Later, Batman and Batgirl had arrived at the tower and searched it for Naruto, Harley, Joker, or Billy. They had started at the top before moving down to where Batman found the note that Naruto had left them. Is it me, or is this guy really hard to catch when you actually want to catch him? Batgirl wonders with a frown and Batman nods his head slowly while opening the note. Dear Batsy and Red. I found Billy and he's safe. When I got here, Joker was nowhere in sight. Harley has a tracer on her that I'm going to use to find him. Meet Billy and myself at the Big Bang Club tonight at 9. We'll go after Joker then. Until then, however, Billy and me need some sleep. Until then, your favorite super thief, RedX? Reading the note with a frown, Batman then turned to look at Batgirl before handing the item over to her. Said girl blinked while taking the note, then read it with a frown before shaking her head. He's quite the character, isn't he? She asks seriously, and Batman nods his head slowly. Can we trust him? Batgirl asks the older hero, and he frowns slightly in response. To keep his word, to stay in Gotham, or to lead us to Joker? Batman asks, and Batgirl frowns, considering which she meant. All of the above, she offers in response, and Batman frowns. We know he's a thief, more than likely he's going to hightail it out of Gotham, but if I know a person like him, Joker got under his skin by making him get Harley out of Arkham. He won't take that lying down, so I'm sure he's going to lead us to him. Batman offers in explanation, then sighs. Unfortunately, he's also our only other lead on the Joker's whereabouts. And he's right about needing rest. It's been a long enough night as is? Batman states, and Batgirl nods her head slowly before yawning to herself and rubbing her eyes. I hate it when bad guys keep us up until 4 in the morning. She mumbles to herself, and yet Batman smirks in response while calling the Batmobile. Jump City. Jinx and Blackfire are sitting in the pink-haired girl's room, Blackfire smirking. The two had retreated to her room in case Gizmo was to walk into the med lab while they were talking. You know, your love life is better than one of your Earth soap operas. Why do they call them that anyways? Blackfire offers with a grin, then questions with a confused look, and Jinx gives her an annoyed look. First of all, I'm so glad my life amuses you, Blackfire. Secondly, I don't have any clue why. And lastly, do you have any useful comments to make about my problem? Jinx asks with an annoyed tone, and Blackfire shrugs her shoulders in response. What would I know about human mating? On Tamaran, we could have multiple mates. Blackfire offers, and Jinx gives her a wide-eyed gaping look in response. Different cultures, most Tamaranians are ruled by emotion rather than reason. If we love two people, well, that's okay. It's also not uncommon for two females to find themselves attracted because they're with the same mate. Blackfire offers in explanation and gets an incredulous look from Jinx anyways. What? Blackfire then asks while Jinx shakes her head. I can't believe a race of warriors could be like that. She says, and Blackfire rolls her eyes in response. Most wouldn't. They also don't think we're descended from a feline species. Blackfire offers, and Jinx looks at her with her jaw slack. You're related to cats? She demands, and Blackfire scrunches up her nose in response with a frown. No. We're related to a feline species. A species from another planet, that's also long since extinct, to be exact. That's why we have prehensile tongues. Blackfire offers and sees a look on Jinx's face. What? She asks seriously, and Jinx blinks. Prehensile tongues? You mean like a cat? Jinx asks, and Blackfire rolls her eyes before nodding her head to the girl, who frowns in thought. What all makes your species different than humans? Jinx asks, and Blackfire frowns in thought for a few moments. We have prehensile tongues, our skin pigmentation is a golden orange, we have 8 small stomachs and a larger main one. This is for storing food for trips through space. We can survive without oxygen for weeks on end. We absorb solar radiation into our bodies to power our starbolts, invulnerability, flight, and our I-beams. We are about 8 times stronger than your people, and we can absorb languages through lip contact. Blackfire ticks off with a slight smirk, seeing the wide-eyed look on Jinx's face. Wow. I actually wouldn't be able to guess we were so different, at least our species, that is. Jinx muses, and Blackfire nods her head. I'm with you. As of yet, I haven't found anything that your people eat that is poisonous to me. Blackfire offers to a slightly surprised Jinx, who wondered what was poisonous to a nigh invulnerable. Wait. You said Tamaranians are nearly invulnerable to physical harm, right? Jinx questions, and Blackfire nods her head. But when Tempest beat you? She starts to say, only for Blackfire to grimace. Like I said before, I'm a calm secret. My immune system, thus my invulnerability, are nearly non-existent. She offers, and Jinx grimaces as well, figuring that was another reason that Blackfire's father favored Starfire over her, who on a planet of warriors wants princess who can easily be destroyed or overthrown. At this, Jinx mentally kicks herself yet again for bringing up something that deals with Blackfire's genetic problem. Before Jinx could say anything else to depress the poor alien girl, Raven and Starfire suddenly appeared in a flash of black. Sister. Starfire says happily before quickly lunging at the older Tamaranian and pulling her into a bone-shattering hug. Coriander, didn't we have a talk about these hugs? Blackfire demands loudly, and Starfire yelps while releasing the girl with a nervous look. So why are you two here anyways? Jinx asks with her arms crossed and a glare towards Raven, whom glares right back in response. Because a pink-haired girl with access to gear similar to RedX has been committing tech crimes all over Jump. Raven states and Jinx blinks for a few moments before frowning. I've been with Blackfire, she offers in response, and the older girl nods her head with a frown towards Raven. I wasn't saying it was you, I actually wanted to know if you know of anyone with pink hair? Raven offers and Jinx frowns in thought before growling. Besides a certain ninja chick? She asks with gritted teeth, and Blackfire and Starfire both look at her strangely. She's from the same place and is the same human subspecies as X. She then says with a sigh, and they finally get what she means. Alright, that could work. But how can we be sure it's her? Raven wonders, and Jinx gets off her bed and then looks to Raven with her arms crossed. First of all, show me one of the crime scenes, I'll tell you how they got in, how they screwed up, and what amount of skill and infiltration they have. Jinx states while making her way out of the room, Blackfire smirking as she flips to her feet and follows her, Starfire and Raven going with them. Gotham. Naruto, in his X-suit, and Billy, in a new costume, are in the Big Bang Club. Billy has a drink while Naruto is frowning in thought. Why do I got this weird feeling, like somebody is either watching me, or planning on trying to kidnap me? He wonders to himself, having mastered noticing this feeling on the numerous times Jiraiya tried to drag him to brothels. Damn, I really was a dope to actually run away from him over that. He then thinks to himself while a strange girl dressed in purple with white skin and red hair passes him, humming a bouncy little tune to herself. So then Tempest, what's it been like in Jump without good old Billy around? Billy asks of the Skullmask thief, said boy, rolling his eyes for a moment. Nice, peaceful, and without your clones stumbling over one another. Naruto offers with an amused smirk, and Billy rolls his eyes behind his new goggles before ordering another drink from the bar. So Temp, why is it you're so pissed at Joker for making ya bust Harley outta Arkham? Billy suddenly questions, and Naruto frowns, eyes narrowed into a dark glare at a spot before him. I don't like being used, and the clown rubs me the wrong way. He comments, and then finds someone pulling his head back to look into a pair of deep purple-colored eyes. Whoa. I thought only Karachan had eyes like that. He muses till he notices a mop of short red hair above the said eyes. Did one of you say something about the Joker? She then asks, and Naruto lifts a hand and then points his thumb to Billy. Cool. I'm the Joker's daughter, but you can call me Dwella. The girl offers, and Billy spits out his drink while Naruto looks at her with a disbelieving expression on his face. Right. He offers sarcastically, and the girl scrunches up her nose with a frown over her painted red lips. I am. Dwella says with a raised voice, and Naruto crosses his arms with a smirk. Prove it. He offers, and the girl blinks. How? The clown girl asks, and Naruto takes a thoughtful expression. Oh. I know. Billy offers, and Naruto motions to his teammate, Dwella, looking to the red-haired boy in response. Show us something that only the Joker would do. He states, and the girl frowns in thought before reaching into a brown backpack she's wearing and pulling a gun out to point it at Billy with a grin. Like this? She wonders before pulling the trigger, Billy calling out while falling back as a bang is heard. However, rather than a dead and bleeding Billy, a long pole is now extended from the gun, a red flag unraveling from it to reveal the word bang printed onto it in bold yellow lettering. Gotcha. Dwella offers before laughing loudly, and Naruto watches as Billy shakily gets off the ground and returns to his seat, his eyes wide behind his black-tinted goggles. Alright, she just might be the Joker's daughter. Naruto admits to himself while Dwella wipes a tear from her eye and then flips over Naruto into a sitting position before him with a smirk, also allowing Naruto to see her better. The girl has pale white skin, literally from what he can see, with red painted lips in a wide smile, her eyes are a deep purple color, and her hair is messy shoulder length and a bright fire truck red color. The girl was dressed extremely strangely. First was a pair of purple pants that were tucked into two white spats over her bare feet, a green pouch strapped to her right thigh, a green belt hanging loosely on her hips with a second green pouch at her left hip, a pair of forearm-length fingerless black gloves with purple stitching at the back of each fist and purple bands around her wrists, an old brown backpack, and last is a straight jacket of all things, with long dark purple near black sleeves, a high green collar with a small ring at the front, green straps all over the jacket to hold her limbs together, and a purple torso with clasps on the front. What's with the straight jacket? Naruto asks the girl with a raised brow, and she blinks then looks down at herself. Oh, this? I just recently escaped a mental asylum. They say I'm delusional and bipolar for some reason. Dwella offers in response before shrugging her shoulders. Besides that, I kind of like it, keeps me nice and warm. Dwella then offers with a wide grin, and Naruto raises a brow. So you're a mental patient? Naruto asks, and Dwella nods her head. Why am I not surprised? Naruto wonders to himself with a small smirk on his lips as the bipolar girl then grins down at him. Yeah, weird huh? I was even in Arkham once, or was that the other me? Dwella then offers before wondering to herself with an obviously confused expression. Anyways, you were talking about my dad the Joker just now? Dwella asks and Naruto looks over to see Billy is staring at the girl strangely. Yeah. We're going to be capturing him tonight. Naruto offers offhandedly and Dwella looks at him for a moment before giving a wide grin in response. Can I help? She asks and both Billy and Naruto give her a weird look. What? She asks them with a shrug and a confused expression on her face. You're the Joker's daughter? Right. Naruto asks and Dwella nods her head with her head tilted to one side. Then aren't you supposed to try and stop us? The blonde thief then asks and Dwella snorts. Fathers suck. She offers in rebuttal and Naruto grins under his mask. Now her, I can work with. Naruto then says before turning on his seat to see Batman and Tagirl. What took you so long? Naruto then asks the two and Batman frowns before looking at Dwella. Joker kidnapped Police Commissioner Gordon. He states and Naruto frowns then leans to the side as Batgirl walks to face Dwella with her arms crossed and a frown on her face. Hello Dwella, still as deluded as ever I see. She muses and Dwella grins towards the older girl widely. Hi, Barbie doll. Dwella offers and Billy snickers to himself while Naruto rolls his eyes and looks to Batman. She's coming with. Naruto states flatly while pointing his thumb to the red-haired clown girl sitting behind him. She's a loose cannon. She's liable to change sides as soon as it suits her. Batman offers in response and Naruto nods his head. So am I. I trust her more than I trust you, mainly because with her at least I won't be taken to the police. Naruto states while crossing his arms and Dwella leans forward, her elbows on Naruto's shoulders and her hands on her cheeks. Yep. So back off Owlman. Dwella states and Batman raises a brow for a second. He's Batman. Naruto reminds and Dwella blinks, then looks very confused again as she puts a finger to her lips. Really? But I could have sworn. She mumbles to herself and Naruto rolls his eyes then has a thought. Do you even know how to fight? He asks and Dwella blinks before grinning at the masked thief widely. Yep. She offers with a smirk and Naruto rolls his eyes before getting up, Dwella falling forward as he does. Then let's move out. We have a clown that I need to make very sad. Naruto states with a frown and Billy sighs to himself, then notices Dwella as she then places her hands onto the ground and twists herself back onto the floor with a pose. Shaking his head Batman merely turns and walks away, followed by an annoyed Batgirl and an amused Naruto. Blinking, the redhead then follows the three out of the building while Billy sighs to himself. She's very limber, and pretty easy on the eyes, still crazy as hell though. He notes before getting up and following the rest of the group out of the club. Jump City. Jinx, Raven, and the Tamaranian sisters are currently at one of the Pink X crime scenes in Jump City. Raven and Starfire having managed to convince the owner to allow them to look over the scene of the crime for clues. She came in through the window? Jinx muses while looking at the open window, then narrows her eyes on a circular cut in the center of the glass. So she cut her way in? Raven asks while looking at the hole and Jinx nods her head with a frown. Moving her head, Jinx gets a much better view of the hole cut into the window and narrows her eyes. Jagged edges, whoever did this wasn't using the same method that X uses. Nor was she very good at using her own glass cutter. Jinx muses to herself silently while looking over the glass. Catwoman and X both use a type of claw trick to cut glass that leaves the inner edges smooth so they won't cut themselves on the edge. This person had more jagged cuts meaning it was with a more basic cutting tool and that they were probably either in a hurry, or more likely, less patient. Jinx notes then kneels down to place a hand on the floor and drags a single digit along it. The floor is dusty back here, uncommon for a clean facility like this one. Jinx muses then gets up and moves through the room, looking to either side. She didn't trip any of the silent alarms or pressure sensors through here or you Titans would have been alerted to them, suggesting she was much better than your common thief. Jinx muses to herself once more before stopping to look at the area where the device was stolen. What was the size, shape, and weight of the stolen object? Jinx then asks and Raven blinks before opening her communicator and scrolling down some of the data she had downloaded into it. Weighs less than a pound, about 5 inches wide, and 1/4 of an inch tall. It was some kind of miniature power converter that LexCorp was working on. Raven explains and Jinx frowns to herself while looking around the room. There are laser tripwires in every corner of the room and over the main doorway. They also have some situated around the pedestal that the device was resting on. Jinx muses then looks around before spotting a piece of dark gray material on the floor. Kneeling down Jinx picks it up and turns it over in her hands before twisting it slightly between her fingers. Well? Raven asks and Jinx frowns. Give me a second here. She grumbles then looks at the doorframe with a frown. Stopping she reaches into her skirt and pulls a pair of tweezers free, then uses those to pull out a piece of a Pink X shuriken. Turning it around in hand, she looks where it was thrown into the frame, then turns to pull a second one out of the opposite side of the frame. Clicking her tongue, Jinx then looks at the X-shuriken and frowns, seeing circuitry inside of the small piece. Alright. First of all, she cut her way inside the room, and then she threw some X-shuriken type weapons at this doorframe to cut electricity to the upper lasers. Letting her crawl through them. Jinx says, then motions into the man room with a frown. The dust everywhere is from her using it in order to see the laser tripwires. Hence why they found footprints on these tables rather than the floor. And since there is dust on this piece of cloth I found? Jinx explained, and then left hanging only for Raven to snap her fingers with a smirk. She used a cape to spread the dust and see the beams. She guesses, and Jinx nods her head with a smirk. Bingo. Now then, looking around, it would also seem that our thief is able to walk on walls if she was able to crawl through those laser beams, and to be able to stay off the pressure sensors on the floor. Jinx then adds to her deduction before frowning and looking at the cloth and shuriken pieces in her hand. These have circuitry in them. She muses to herself, and Raven blinks before walking over to see that the girl is right. I think Gizmo should have a look at this before we make any real deductions on our thief. Jinx then offers while putting the piece of cloth away, Blackfire looking around with a bored expression. You know, this is probably the first time I've been around Starfire for an extended period of time and not tried to kill or hurt her in some way, shape or fashion. Same with you and Raven actually. Blackfire muses, and the two girls look over to her and see Starfire is asleep, leaning into her older sister's shoulder with a cute expression on her face and making both gray-skinned girls blink. Jinx then laughed at the sight while Raven had to bite her lip in order to keep from laughing, though shattering glass alerted her that she wasn't doing a very good job of it. Let's get back to your HQ and see if Gizmo knows anything about this kind of material. Raven offers quickly before swinging her cape, shadows reaching out and pulling all four of the girls into darkness. Gotham, Naruto, Batman, Batgirl, Dwella, and Billy Numerous are looking to the Axis chemical plant. Why would he come here? Naruto wonders while Dwella rocks back and forth on her heels. Isn't this the place he fell into a vat of chemicals or something? She then asks, and Naruto and Batman both look at her strangely, Naruto wondering what's wrong with the girl, and Batman because she might be right. Either way, Commissioner Gordon is inside. Batman finally says while narrowing his eyes, a view of the Commissioner visible through a window. Then why hasn't Joker left a ransom, a threat, anything for the Commissioner? Naruto then asks, and Dwella snickers to herself. It's kind of funny? She muses, and Naruto looks to her. You're his daughter, what's he thinking? Naruto asks, and Dwella blinks before snickering once more. He wants to lure someone out. I think you've caught his interest for one reason or another. Dwella offers in reply, and Batman frowns to himself. That's not good. The last person Joker took a liking to was me. He offers, and Naruto grimaces to himself visibly. Yeah. I don't think I want a crazy clown following me around if that's what you mean, Bats. Naruto muses aloud, and Batman nods his head, fully agreeing with the young thief on that. So how do we do this? Batgirl then asks, and Batman frowns in thought for a few brief moments. You and Dwella deal with Harley, X, and I will take Joker. Batman states, and Batgirl nods her head while Dwella grins widely. This is going to be so much fun. The crazed redhead says mostly to herself, and Billy looks at her strangely. What about Billy? Naruto questions, and Batman frowns. He can make sure Joker doesn't escape. Place a clone at every exit to the building. Batman states, and Billy nods his head slowly before making his way away from the group. Ugh, now I'm helping the Batman of all people, what is Tempest thinking? The southern boy can't help but wonder to himself while making a few clones that instantly go to cover the exits of the Axis plant. Alright, now that he's out of the way, let's go. Naruto states before teleporting away, Batman frowning as he fires a grapple and swings over, Dwella grabbing hold of Batgirl's waist as she does the same and nearly causing the girl to crash. Don't ever do that again. Batgirl growls at Dwella angrily before making her way into the building, and the clownish girl blinks before shrugging her shoulders and following Batgirl inside. Entering the plant, the two girls look around, then roll out of the way as Harley comes at them swinging her sledgehammer. Well, looky what I got here. Harley muses while Dwella and Batgirl get back to their feet. A couple of party crashers, don't you know it ain't nice to bother people when they're just trying to have fun? Harley then asks while wagging a finger towards the girl, Dwella snickering to herself. She's so funny. She muses to herself before laughing loudly, and Batgirl sighs to herself tiredly while shaking her head. You just had to get Dwella started, didn't you? She demands, and Harley raises a brow while looking at the laughing girl in the straitjacket. Is it just me, or does she not look like she belongs on your side of the law? Harley asks, and Batgirl looks at Dwella before rolling her eyes. She doesn't, she switches sides when it suits her. Batgirl offers, and Harley blinks before snickering to herself. Now her I like. She offers only for Dwella to finally calm down, then grin and flip onto a guardrail beside her and run forward, jumping into a spin and lashing out with her covered arms. Meanwhile, Batman and Naruto slowly pass over a large vat filled with a strange green fluid and see Commissioner Gordon, tied upside down and hanging above the vat. Hello there, Batsy. Joker offers from his place on a different catwalk adjacent to the one the Dark Duo was on. Nice to see your choices in sidekicks is improving. Joker muses with a grin and Naruto narrows his eyes on the clown prince of crime. I'm not his sidekick. Naruto growls out and Joker merely licks his lips for a second before reaching into one of his sleeves and pulls out a playing card. If you say so, but I don't know anyone else who would wear scalloped gauntlets and all that black, unless you're an emo or something. Joker offers with a slight laugh and Naruto twitches slightly. However, before Naruto can add something in rebuttal, Joker throws his playing card, the sharpened edge nearly cutting the rope holding Commissioner Gordon up. Now, let's play a simple game. It's called Pick Between Catching the Commissioner and Catching Me. Joker then says before making his way across the catwalk and Naruto growls. The clown's mine. Naruto says darkly while teleporting over to the other catwalk and quickly runs after Joker. Frowning to himself, Batman raises his left arm and fires a grapple, the device wrapping around a high girder before he then jumps off of the catwalk and swings across them, catching Commissioner Gordon as he does so. Catching the other catwalk with one hand, Batman throws the Commissioner onto it before jumping up with him. Kneeling down, the Dark Knight then removes some tape over the white-haired, mustached man's lips. Looks like this is another one I owe you. Gordon muses and Batman rolls his eyes while untying the man. Back with Batgirl and Dwella, the two are evading Harley's sledgehammer, Dwella jumping and kicking out with both legs into Harley's back. Hey, no fair. Heroes don't attack from behind. Harley calls out while swinging around with the sledgehammer, Dwella flipping back and into a sitting position, her hands on her cheeks and elbows on her knees. Well, it's like my daddy always says. Dwella, if you ever want to get anywhere in life you're gonna have to break a few rules every now and again. Dwella offers in response before grinning towards the painted clown girl who looks to Batgirl. Seriously, where did you find this chick? I want one. Harley asks then says with a wide grin and Batgirl frowns. She escaped from a mental asylum? The older redhead offers and Harley blinks before looking over to Dwella and then chuckles. Ah, she's just like the daughter I'd want to have with Mr. J. Harley muses with a sigh and Dwella gets a strange smirk on her face before then flipping to her feet and then rushes towards Harley, swinging her covered arms at her in several punches. Alright, enough of this, I'm sick of being double-teamed. Harley then muses while flipping into a kick to knock Dwella back, then whistles loudly. A second later, and accompanied by what sounds like laughter, two hyenas come running towards the three, causing Harley to grin. Now here's a show worth watching. When animals attack two annoying girls. The killer clown girl offers while Batgirl grimaces and Dwella blinks for a moment. It's a comedy. Harley offers and Dwella rolls her eyes before pushing herself off of the catwalk and flipping over one of the hyenas before then quickly slipping out of her straitjacket and tossing her backpack up and into the air. Smirking to herself, Dwella then wraps the straitjacket around the hyena's head and then twists her body around until she slams the hyena into the side of the guardrail. The insane redhead then quickly pulls something from her backpack before tossing that at the hyena with a smirk, long strings of confetti popping out of the object and wrapping around the hyena. Now that's a wrap. Dwella muses before laughing to herself with a wide grin, while behind her, Batgirl narrows her eyes on the second hyena then flips over it and throws a bola down onto it, the weapon wrapping around it and causing the animal to struggle for freedom. Hey! That's cruelty to animals. Harley says with a frown while noting what Dwella had been wearing under her straitjacket. First, the girl is wearing a green vest, only 2 buttons are done however leaving her navel visible, with a sleeveless V-neck purple coat over that with 2 long tails and a green collar that is folded down over her shoulders, with only a single button holding it closed, with a simple yellow flower placed into her lapel. I think the Humane Society will forgive us for saving our own skins in this case. Batgirl offers with a smirk while Dwella takes her straitjacket back and folds it up before sticking it into her backpack, then pulls that on over her shoulders. Come on Harl, don't be such a sore loser. Dwella then offers with a cheeky smile towards the older woman and said blonde narrows her eyes onto the insane girl. Alright, no more Miss Nice Harley. The woman growls while rushing at Dwella and sayings her sledgehammer, only for Dwella to spin into a jump, landing on top of the guardrail with a grin. Ta. She offers with her arms outstretched before then flipping and using an axe kick to Harley's head, knocking her face down into the catwalk. Shaking her head, Harley knocks Dwella's feet out from under her and flips her body to pin her down with her own weight. Hey! Get off of me! Do you know who I am? Dwella shouts while trying to wiggle her way out from under Harley, and the older clown smirks. A bratty little red head with mental issues? She offers and then gets knocked back by Batgirl, who then cuffs her to the guardrail, making her sigh. Boy, beauty school is looking real appealing right about now. She mumbles as Batgirl then cuffs her other hand to another bar of the guardrail, Harley pouting in response. Meanwhile, Naruto slowly walks along the catwalks, a jet of steam rising at his side while he looks for the Joker. Where is that clown hiding? Naruto wonders before rolling forward, just in time to dodge the Joker swinging a crowbar at him. Did you honestly think that was going to hit me? Naruto asks seriously while slowly standing up, the scallops on his gauntlets unlocking as he does. No, not really at least. Joker admits before licking his lips as Naruto crouches down with his eyes narrowed. Then why even attack me like that? Naruto asks, and the Joker licks the insides of his scars for a moment before chuckling. Because I wanted to. You see, I don't just randomly kill people, kid. I'm the Joker, I kill them when it's funny. Joker offers in response with a wide, psychotic grin on his face, Naruto's eyes narrowing on him. You know, you, Batsy, and I were actually an awful lot alike when you stop to think about it. Joker suddenly says, making Naruto forget to attack. What? How do you figure that? Naruto questions with his eyes narrowed onto the deranged clown, and Joker brushes his hair back. Well, look at yourself, judging by the fact you like to dress in a costume, I'd say you're as nuts as me or Batsy. Joker offers while Naruto growls towards him angrily. All of life's little acts of random violence and injustice. All in one bad day. Any man can have one really bad day and end up just like me. All it takes is one bad day to reduce the sanest man alive to lunacy. That's how far the world is from where I am right now. Just one bad day. Joker then explains to the teen with that near demonic grin while continuing to walk towards Naruto, the blonde boy twitching. Shut up. He growls towards the clown, who merely grins towards him in response. You had a bad day once. Am I right? You had a bad day and everything changed. Same with bats for brains, why else would either of you dress like you do? Joker offers with a wide grin, slowly splitting his lips open. What was it for you? Did you lose everything you held near and dear? Did you see something that changed everything? Did your life change when you couldn't take the torments of your life anymore? Or, was it a little bit of everything? Joker questions with a strange grin on his face, and Naruto lunges forward with a roar, knocking him down and grabbing Joker by his coat's collar. I said, shut up. The blonde exclaims loudly, and yet the Joker merely continues to grin towards him. Ah, I hit a nail with that one, didn't I? Ah, so it was all that, all in one very bad day. Joker muses while Naruto reels a fist back and slams it into Joker's face, causing him to stumble back but laugh all the same. Really hit a nail there, didn't I? Maybe you and I are even more alike than you know, maybe just a little more of a push and you could have actually become just like me. Joker muses only for Naruto to slam his fist into the older man's gut, causing him to drop his crowbar and grab his stomach. What part of shut the fuck up don't you understand, clown? Naruto demands of the Joker before grabbing him and slamming his fist into the demented clown's jaw. Stumbling back and into the guardrail, Joker reaches up and works his jaw for a moment, a livid Naruto stalking towards him. If you were going for deformity, you're using the wrong tools, kid. If you were going for pain, you're hitting me in all the wrong places. You just keep working on trying to give me a broken jaw. Just wear out your wrist that way. Joker suddenly offers, and Naruto growls before spinning on his heel, sending Joker skidding to the side from a kick to his jaw this time. Ah. Absolutely no concept of craft. Joker muses only for Naruto to rush over to him and quickly picking the clown up, the eyes of his mask glowing a fierce crimson color. What the hell does it take to shut you up? Naruto demands angrily, his voice a low, demonic growl at this point. Rather than fear, the Joker snickers in response before turning his head to look down. Naruto, following his gaze, sees a vat of green chemicals below them, the putrid green solution steaming and bubbling like soup. That might work nicely. He offers, and Naruto's eyes narrow before a demonic grin splits his own face beneath his mask. Yeah. It would, wouldn't it? Naruto agrees before lifting Joker up with all of his strength, hoisting him up before then placing a foot against the guardrail. You say we're a lot alike. Well, I don't think you and I will be too similar after a nice chemical bath, Joker. Naruto offers with that same devilish grin on under his mask, and the Joker merely snickers once more. Come on then, do it. Joker says with a wide grin, and Naruto's eyes widen in shock. Come on? I want you to do it. I want you to do it. Joker states psychotically while then moving so that he is now sitting on the guardrail, Naruto's eyes widening even further than before. Come on now, kid. Madness is like gravity, all it takes. Joker starts before leaning back, arms spread wide, grinning at the masked thief with his disturbing green eyes. Is a little push. So come on? Hit me. Joker states darkly with wide eyes and an even wider, more disturbing grin now stretched across his face. What's taking so long, kid? I said I want you to do it, hit me. Joker then asks with that same devilish grin before shouting out at the boy, Naruto shaking, half of his body ready to push him over into the chemical soup, the other half trying to fight back that impulse. Honestly now? Why so serious? Joker suddenly asks and Naruto finally reacts, quickly releasing the man. He takes several steps back from him, the Kyuubi's power receding as he does. What the fuck are you? He questions lowly while staring wide-eyed at the Joker, the purple-clad man licking his lips before moving himself forward. Me? Why, I am the result of all of life's little random acts of violence and injustice. You see, it's all a joke. Everything anybody ever valued or struggled for. It's all a monstrous demented gag, Joker says while reaching into one of his pockets, retrieving a knife from it and then kneeling down in front of Naruto. So why can't you see the funny side? Joker asks before quickly grabbing him by the jaw, a demonic smile splitting his face. Why aren't you laughing? He then asks as Naruto's eyes widen in shock, only for Bola to come from the side and wrap around Joker's arms. Because I've heard it all before, and it wasn't funny the first time? Batman says as he walks towards the two, Joker snickering in response while Naruto merely stares at the clown with wide eyes. Batsy, long time no see. Joker offers with a devilish grin and Batman ignores him, reaching a hand down to Naruto instead. Thanks. Naruto offers lowly while taking the hand and getting back to his feet, the Joker watching them with a smirk. Joker loves mind games X, don't let this one get to you. Batman says simply to the blonde before walking over to the Joker and then picking him up by his collar with a deep scowl on his face. Why so serious, Batsy? Afraid that I just might be right? Joker asks the Dark Knight while slowly kicking the back of his foot against a pole. No. Maybe ordinary people don't always crack, Joker. Maybe it was just you all this time. Batman then states and Joker stops, his face changing to a look of shock mixed with amazement before the madness quickly returns. Now why did you kidnap Commissioner Gordon, Joker? What was all this about? Batman demands and the Joker looks at the Dark Knight with a serious frown. I came to talk. I've been thinking a lot lately. Joker offers seriously before licking his lips for a moment. About you, about me. About what's going to happen to us, in the end. We're going to kill each other, aren't we? Perhaps you'll kill me, perhaps I'll kill you. Perhaps sooner, perhaps later. But it's still going to happen someday. Joker offers in a strange moment of clarity and Batman frowns darkly. Maybe this is our last chance to sort this mess out then. If you don't take it, then we're going to be locked onto a suicide course. Batman states and Joker merely chuckles as his response. It's far too late for that. Besides, Joker admits before then saying with a strange-looking grin on his face. I don't like following the rules, even my own rules. He reminds the man before stabbing Batman with a knife in his shoe, the Dark Knight grunting in pain and accidentally letting go of the Joker. Time seemed to slow down at that moment, Batman's eyes widening as he quickly looks to see the Joker fall back off of the catwalk, over the guardrail with a devilish grin on his face as he falls towards the chemical soup below. However, a second later Naruto fired a grapple, and then jumped down towards Joker, grabbing him by his pant leg a second before he would have taken a dip in the chemicals. Ah, so close. Joker muses to himself strangely while Naruto grunts while holding the man over the chemicals. A second later, Batman throws a line to catch the two and pulls Naruto and Joker back over to him, then quickly reaches down and grabs the Joker before slamming him down onto the catwalk. I hate clowns. Naruto offers while flipping back onto the catwalk and both he and Batman look down at a smiling Joker. What are you grinning at? Naruto asks while crossing his arms and Joker chuckles darkly in response. Oh nothing, something, everything. Joker offers cryptically with his jade green eyes giving a near luminescent quality by the dim lighting of the plant. Let's take the clown to the commissioner so I can book the quickest flight out of this insane asylum you people call a city. Naruto then grumbles and Joker grins once more, only for the teen to drag him down the catwalks with Batman following after him. Soon coming to Commissioner Gordon, Naruto tosses Joker to him before walking over to see Dwella and Batgirl sitting down. Cool. You beat Dad. Dwella offers and Naruto frowns for a moment. No. I don't think he ever lost. Naruto muses to himself while looking back at the Joker, then turns to face Batman. Well, what can I say, Bats? It's been fun, but it's time for this thief to head on home. Naruto states and the Batman frowns darkly. You're still guilty of numerous crimes? He states and Naruto nods his head, before quickly firing a Constrictor X at both Batman and Batgirl. Yeah, I know that, that's why I had a backup escape plan. Naruto admits while below them, Billy in a car has busted through the door of the plant. Hurry up. The cops are on their way. Billy calls out and Dwella snickers before jumping off the catwalk and down to the car, quickly getting in while Batman narrows his eyes on Naruto. So you had Billy get you a ride out of here? He states and Naruto smirks behind his mask. Not quite. I actually sent him a coded message when I found Joker. And seeing as all you're trying to do is stall so you can use one of your fancy gadgets? Naruto says then muses before holding up the Batman's utility belt, smirking as he can feel the shock coming off of the Batman. Better luck next time, Naruto offers with a mock salute before flipping off of the catwalk and onto his bike as it swerves into the building. Revving the engine, Naruto chuckles to himself as he, Billy, and Dwella then make their getaway, leaving Batman and Batgirl stuck to the catwalk. I'm going to put a bulletin out on. Gordon starts to say only for Batman to interrupt him. No. He's not our problem anymore. Batman states and then unlocks the blades on his gauntlets to cut through the Constrictor X, Batgirl doing the same. But he's getting away. Gordon states and Batman actually smirks. I know, but he's Robin's problem now. Batman offers before looking down at an amused Joker as he looks right back at the Dark Knight. Arkham. A pouting Harley slowly walks into Arkham, two large guards leading her down the hall. I wonder where they took Mr. J this time. The blonde can't help but wonder to herself before noticing Poison Ivy was smirking at her from her cell. Nice to see you again, Harley. Poison Ivy offers with a smirk as the blonde-haired woman passes her cell. Ah, shut up, Red. Harley says with a pout until the guards push her into her forward to the front of a cell. The two men then quickly pull the straitjacket off of her and then shove her into the cell. Looking back at them, she blows a raspberry towards them, both men merely ignoring her, causing the blonde to sigh. Back in Arkham already, face it, Harley, you've officially hit rock bottom. Now even younger men are pushing you around. Harley says to herself while walking over to her cot and then sits down with a dejected look, hands on her cheeks. However, a second later something catches her eye. Tilting her head back, Harley blinks when she sees something glinting in the shadows. What the? She mumbles, then gets up and jumps to grab whatever it is. Landing on her ass, Harley groans slightly before looking at what she grabbed and gasps. In her hands is the Batman's famous utility belt, and attached to it is a note with a familiar jagged red X. Blinking a few moments, Harley then pulls the note off of the belt and opens it up. Dear Harley, here's a gift, just to say that locking you up was nothing personal, babe. I just don't like being used. Your favorite super thief, RedX. P.S. If you're ever in Jump City, feel free to drop on by and visit anytime. Blinking to herself while looking at the note, Harley then looks back at the belt and a wide grin spreads over her face. Ah, thanks, skull face. She says to herself before opening the many pouches of the belt and checking what lays hidden within it. Finding a lockpick within, Harley suddenly grins and then giggles to herself. Oh, Red. The blonde suddenly calls out loudly, and in her cell, Ivy huffs before rubbing her temples. What do you want, Harley? She then asks with a frown, and Harley grins to herself with a sly expression. Would you like to get out of here? She asks and Ivy rolls her eyes. Do you even have to ask? The redhead retorts and then hears a lock clicking and turns her head to see Harley with Batman's belt placed around her waist and a wide grin on her face. Then come on, Pammy. Paroles come early this year. Harley offers with an excited tone, Ivy smirking as she quickly gets out of her cell to join up with her blonde-haired friend.